Chamber retiring board members commemorate the Chamber's successful achievements of the past year and outline this year's programs and events. Cost for the event is $30 per person, which includes hors d'oeuvres and a beverage ticket. Registration can be made at elginchamber.com. Batavia will get its first recreational cannabis dispensary later this year after the majority of the city council voted in its favor. Rubino Ventures will now be able to move forward with updating the storefront at 144 South Randall Street, the site of the former Arby's, to transform into Dutch's Cannabis. The fast food restaurant closed in 2022 and has remained vacant since. Construction on the dispensary is slated to begin this month, and the business would open by June 4th. One woman was hospitalized after a car rolled over and crashed Monday evening in Aurora. Aurora police and firefighters responded around 6:15 p.m. to the single car crash near Lake and Plum Streets. The car, which had been headed north on Lake Street, lost control, overturned, and struck a utility pole. Emergency responders extricated a female passenger who was trapped briefly before taking her to a local hospital. She sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was uninjured. This week, a Wheaton woman was sentenced to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the 2018 slaying of 18-year-old Luis Guerrero of West Chicago. 22-year-old Tia Brewer was one of 4 people charged with murder in which Guerrero was beaten, strangled, stabbed, kidnapped, and burned. Also charged in the murder are 24-year-old Sal Ruiz, 25-year-old Jesus Arado Correa, and 25-year-old Francisco Alvarado, all of West Chicago. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 113 through 115. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Freezing rain and freezing drizzle expected from 6 p.m. this evening to 6 a.m. Thursday in the listening area. Today, cloudy with a high near 32. Tonight, freezing drizzle and a slight chance of snow before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 29. Currently, it is 28 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley, and having the conversations, these important conversations here. Stay tuned and listen to more here on WRMN AM 1410. Thank you to our guests for coming into the studio today and sharing with us information about the Elgin Art Space Lofts and also some further events here with the first annual Pan-African Artist Showcase during Black History Month. Let's talk a little bit more here, too, on what you might be expecting to see in the future.
Well, with my work, like I said, I focus on the African diaspora and basically in the Americas and the Caribbean, North, Central, and South America. And so my personal journeys, I published a book in 2018 about Colombia, the African community in Colombia. And this is it right here. It's called Caras Lindas de Colombia, Beautiful Faces of Colombia. And it won an award for the best book of the year, whatever. That was in 2023. So I want to continue to pursue or to publish books. And the next one that I'm going to be working on will be in Bolivia, South America, because Bolivia has an unknown African population there in this region called Los Yuncas, which is like in the mountains. So I really got to get in shape to do that because it's really high up in the mountains of altitude.
That's really cool. So tell us a little bit more about your book. That picture's fantastic.
Well, it's co-published, co-authored by a friend of mine. Her name is Ruth Goring, and she is a writer herself. So she grew up in Colombia, South America. Long story short, so she and I decided to go down there, and my wife was with us, of course, because she speaks Spanish. I don't. My Spanish is más o menos. So, but anyway, we went down to Colombia, and we went to all these places, interviewing people, photographing them, their lives. And we came back, and we decided, let's do a book. So that's what we did. It took us like 4 years to do it, though. But we published our book, self-published in 2000. We went down in 2014, and we published this in 2018.
Very cool. How was that experience of getting the book published and going through the process and all of that?
Well, this was not my first book. My first book, let me bring this out, is called Africans Within the Americas. And this was my first book. It took me some time to do it. But this involved a lot of traveling, a lot of interviewing, a lot of trying to find the right printer. I decided to do it self-publishing because one of the writers in here kind of advised me to do that because I was trying to find a publisher and I was getting all these, this is nice, but letters. And then she said, do it yourself. So I thought about it and it was a headache, but I learned a lot about the publishing world and about doing it myself. Learned a lot about myself by doing it too. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So I also have to ask here too, when it comes to putting on these events, are there any challenges that arise, and how do you overcome them too?
Exhibitions, those events like that?
Correct. Yes.
Well, usually, it's like to me, it's like, what do you want? What do you have to say? What are you trying to say? You got to find a place to say it, and usually it's like within a year or within a year's time to do it. Now, this event really happened quickly because this man right here, he really pulled some strings for us. But usually for an exhibition, it takes a minute to put together. You got to have something to say and a place to say it and who's going to listen to you and all that kind of stuff. So,
how do you also plan to also engage in like different age groups as well too? Because we have different age groups. The world has gone through so much within even a short time frame. So how do you plan to engage different age groups or demographics in the events? And what are some steps that are even being taken to make sure?
Yeah, I can answer that really good. During Black History Month here at Elgin Art Space Lofts, we're going to interact with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Elgin. We're going to interact with the Housing Authority of Elgin, Salvation Army, and the Elgin Explorers. What I'm going to do is, what I'm going to bring groups of young people, the Elgin Art Space Lost. I'm going to put this camera in their hands. I'm going to let them be a photographer. So that's one thing that I'm working on. Last Friday, I had a photo shoot with the Salvation Army of Elgin and with the Elgin Explorers with Elgin Police Officer Alva and the majors at the Salvation Army. So I'm bringing those young people to Elgin Art Space Lost in the gallery, going to put this camera in their hands, and I'm going to spend time with them and let them be a photographer. We're going to talk about photographer. We're going to get the young people from the Housing Authority of Elgin. We're going to get young people from the Boys and Girls Club of Elgin, and we've had events with them. So the youth is the future. The youth is the future, and I want to put the camera in their hands, let them do some photography, and I want to tell the young people, all the young people out there, listen to me. You are the photographer for your family. Your job is to take wonderful photographs of your mom, your dad, your sisters and brothers, because all you get is one mother and all you get is one father. And it's so wonderful to have photographs of your family because you're leaving a legacy. And that's one thing that my colleagues on my left and right have done. They photograph families, they photograph people, photograph events. I'm here in Elgin. I photographed many, many events in Elgin, many people, many photographs and things. And these cameras, they're like a time machine. They're like a time machine. I use a Canon. Michael, what do you use, Michael?
I use a Leica. Well, I use Leica, Nikon, and Fuji.
All right. What about you, Donnell?
Canon.
Canon what?
Canon.
I got the models I have right now. I have 70 and a 60. I've used Nikon, whatever the newspapers at the time. I never had to buy equipment for about 30 years. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah. It's funny, but we sometimes we photographers we like look at each other. We go back and forth. Ooh, you're using that, man. Yeah. But it's just a joke. That's all.
Yeah.
So it just bonds us together.
Yeah, I love photography too. My grandpa was one who taught me about photography, so I always like. I just think it's so cool that we have like the growth of technology too is so fascinating. But also when you have a little bit more like the camera you have, what year is that from?
It looks old,
really
but
cool.
it's really not that old, and it looks this way purposely. It's unconsuming. It's like you just really don't.
Yeah.
But this is a Leica brand, and it's German made. It's very quiet. It's unassuming. And it's a rangefinder, so it's very unassuming. People who like these guys right here, they could probably tell you when they see this, they're like, that person knows what he's doing.
Cartier-Bresson. The decisive moment.
Yeah.
That's very cool because I have some cameras from my grandpa's collection because he would do photography, take pictures of roses, he'd take pictures of my mom and my aunt, and he would travel and take pictures. So,
but let me say this though, just so people will understand, it's really not the camera is just an inanimate object. It just sits there. It becomes alive when you pick it up. So it's really the person's eye. It's really and when these young people pick up James's camera Saturday. It's not going to be a toy to them. Initially, it may be, but you're going to see a change in their demeanor. Especially once they see what they have documented, what they have photographed. They're going to like, wow. They're going to be so excited about that, and that's going to start changing their mindset, their thinking.
Absolutely. So we still have a little bit of time left. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. This has been such a great conversation. Is there anything that you would love to leave with us here? Yes.
Yeah, one thing I would like to leave with the public, all the ladies and gentlemen out there, is that your family, where we are here in 2025, everyone has a camera or a cell phone or something. You want to photograph where you are and who you are, and try to keep like a book or something. And time goes by so fast, and it's so wonderful to have photographs of, let's say, when you lived in Elgin or you were here in Chicago or this or that. So it's so important, ladies and gentlemen out there, to take photographs. We're here in February 2025, and and you take photographs today. These photographs you take today will be priceless tomorrow. And you have the young ones that grow up so fast. And also, too, the next step is when you got so many people today have cell phones. Get those images out of your cell phones, ladies and gentlemen. Get those printed up. And you should start some type of book or some type of family album. And believe me, they will be priceless in the future. These images of your mom and dad and your loved ones, and they're so important because this is February, which is the month of love. And it's so wonderful to take photographs of your loved ones, because always remember, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, all you get is one mother, and that's all you get is one father.
And I totally agree too, because I love family history. I'm very passionate about genealogy and family history, and preserving what's being passed down, and to talk about the history too. I mean, there's so much that you can discover. There's so much rich history out there that shouldn't be forgotten. And I think that, of course, cameras also are a great way to capture that as well too. So it's very cool, very awesome. So thank you both, for all three of you, for joining us today. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before we let you go, though, what do you hope people can get out of the upcoming event here at the Elgin Art Loft Space, Pan-African Artist Showcase? For people who maybe have never been to one before, what do you hope people can get out of the experience?
Well, as far as my presentation, I'm just going to talk to them about their who, what, where, and why. I'm going to tell them about mine. And hopefully they'll be able to, that will marinate in them, and they'll look in the mirror and try to figure out their direction in life too. So that's, but as far as looking at the images, they might see themselves, or their cousin, their aunt, their uncle,
Yeah. Absolutely. So, folks, check out more information. How can people find more information about how to attend the event?
Yeah, you can get more information. My name is James Harvey, and I'm at Elgin Art Space Loft, 51 South Spring Street. I'm a photographer. I do events in the Elgin area. Also, too, we have a website, Elgin Art Space Lofts, or Art Space Projects, and this gallery will be open until February 1st to the 28th. This art will be up, and you just enter at the main entrance at Spring Street and DuPage. And the hours will be, or the hours are, Monday through Friday from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Saturdays from 2 to 5 o'clock, closed on Saturdays. And we're looking forward to seeing everyone. And
not this Saturday, they're not going to be closed. This coming Saturday, they're not closed, right?
No, this Saturday will be open from 2 to 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
2 to 5 o'clock.
Awesome.
Our main speaker is going to be Michael Bracey. He comes on at 3 o'clock. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll be able to meet him. And we had a wonderful speaker, Donnell, last week, and was just wonderful. And we thank you, gentlemen, for coming out. And we look forward to seeing everyone.
Thanks for
Awesome.
having us.
Oh, you're very, very welcome anytime. So, folks, check out more information. You can find the website. It is artspace.org. It's the Elgin Art Space Loft. And check it out. They've got some really, really cool things here, especially even looking at their website here. So feel free to check out more information on their website. We're going to take a quick time out, and we'll be back with more Out to Lunch here in just a bit. Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club. Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Thank you again to James Harvey, Michael Bracey, and also Donnell Collins for coming in to the studio, AM 1410, Studio 14, to talk with us about the Elgin Art Space Lofts and also Black History Month. That is also featured at the Elgin Art Space Lofts that are in continuation now, too. So we thank you so much to all of three lovely gentlemen for coming in today, too. Very dapper, by the way, as well. Love always very well-dressed is just fantastic. So thank you again, all of you, for coming in today. And if you want to check out more information on the upcoming event, you can find it on, I know, exploreelginarea.com has posted about it here. That's exploreelginarea.com is where you can find that information. And then also here too, if you do go on to the artspace.org website, oh my goodness, they've got some beautiful artwork here featured. You'll be able to find it. It's the Art Space. So they do have them across the country here, but there's one in Waukegan and two in Chicago, and then one here, of course, in Elgin. So you'll be able to find that there too. Check out the services. Art Space Immersion is one of them too. You can help to turn big ideas into achievable plans. So feel free to do that. You can start some basic planning there too, if you'd like, and expand and grow from there. They've got some other things here too. I'll go on to the Elgin section here. Like many railroad communities in Chicagoland and in recent years, Elgin has been working hard to preserve and enhance its downtown area. So it was established in 2012 here, number of units at 55, and total square feet area is 80,889 square feet here. They offer large windows, which I absolutely love when you are an artist. It's the same here with the WRMN windows right here, the large studio windows. I love it. You're not feeling crammed in a little room with no windows. You don't feel like you're suffocating. You are out here in the open. You get to see the world around you, and I am so grateful that we have that too. And I think what that does is for any artists out there, people that are creative, like myself, and like everyone here at WRMN, is when we have even just little things like these big windows here that can really help to create a sense of freedom and expression and being able to see the world that's around us too. So that's very cool. That's something I always love when it comes to doing artwork. When I went to Judson University and I was in the arts program, the one thing I loved about the building, which was called the Haywack Building, is the white rooms, the tall ceilings, and the large windows. Those were always something I loved because then it of course, I'm trying the best word to describe it. It created a space where you could be creative and not let the space feel so cramped to where your creativity was getting crushed. I guess you could say that's something that I do, you know, as someone who loves, of course, the Victorian era, Edwardian era, all of like the knickknacks and the clutter and all these different patterns. But, and I love that too. But when it comes to like working in an art space, when it comes to like painting and drawing, I actually do really like it when the space is a little bit more open. There's windows. It's a little bit more minimalistic. So that creativity, you get that space so that you can unleash your creativity onto the canvas, as I say. So I really like that. That's what I really like too. That and when I go on vacation, modern space, because I'm not entirely against modern looking minimalistic spaces in certain situations. I do love the Victorian, of course, but nonetheless, still when it does come, especially to doing artwork and getting your creative juices going there too, I actually do really like having that wide open space where you have that room to just kind of freely walk around and be creative. I think that is really cool, especially if you're a very all-time creative person here. I love that here at the studio. Here at Studio 14, we've got the high vaulted ceilings in here. We've got the nice white walls with some blue, of course, WRMN, and the nice windows. It creates a space where you feel like you can just breathe and have room to be creative, to share to the world what's going on within the Fox River Valley area through the different mediums. And we do have those mediums here too that you can of course be a part of. YouTube.com/WRMN Radio on the YouTube side of things, the YouTube stream. We also do have the app that you can download, check out our website, or tune in through that AM 1410 dial. Coming up here in just a little bit, we'll be heading on into our 12 o'clock hour, continuing on today with some beauty and art, talking about sugar and rhyme at the 10 o'clock hour and how artwork is incorporated there. 11 o'clock hour here with the Elgin Art Space and Black History Month. And now going into authors and how they also create onto the pages. We'll be talking with the special author here coming in through the Zoom in just a bit. So stay tuned for that. You're listening to Out to Lunch.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A woman who killed a West Chicago man who was stabbed, strangled, beaten, set on fire, and run over has been sentenced to 40 years in prison. Tia Brewer, age 22, of Wheaton, formerly having lived in the Elgin area, was sentenced to 34 years for first-degree murder and 6 years for aggravated kidnapping. Prosecutors had asked for a sentence of natural life in prison. Authorities alleged about 11:30 a.m., August the 14th of 2018, West Chicago firefighters saw a smoldering object in a fire pit in the 1300 block of Joliet Street and found Luis Guerrero's body covered by a wooden picnic table. Police investigators determined that Brewer, along with Jesus Gerardo Correa, 25 years old now, Saul Ruiz, 24, and Francisco Alvarado, 25, planned the murder for about a month. Authorities said Alvarado and Brewer were linked romantically and that Brewer told police she attacked Guerrero because he had sexually assaulted her, but police say no assault had ever been reported. Correa and Ruiz, both of West Chicago, pled guilty to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Correa sentenced to 15 years in prison, Ruiz to 10 years. Alvarado pled guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. He is to be sentenced on February the 26th. Well, it's tough to bounce back from that story, but with the Super Bowl Sunday game on the way, be sure to be part of the Pick 6 this week for a chance to win a gift card to Rookie's All-American Sports Pub and Grill. Just go to WRMN1410.com, click on the Pick 6 tab on the top of the page, and follow the prompts, and good luck. And join me tomorrow morning as Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire joins me in the 8 o'clock hour. The first shift takes place from 6 until 10, right here on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Men's college hoops last night. SIU Edwardsville beat Eastern Illinois 66-41. Tonight, the number 23 Illinois Fighting Illini visit Rutgers. The Bulls beat Miami 133-124 last night. Chicago trailed 118-114 with 5 minutes left, but finished on an 11-2 run. Nikola Vukovic finished with 12 points and 10 rebounds in what could be his final home game at the United Center. He's been the subject of trade rumors. The trade deadline is this Thursday. Josh Giddey and rookie Modest Budelis each had 24 points. Chicago has alternated wins and losses over their past 6. Right back at it tonight with a road game at Minnesota. The Blackhawks are home tonight against Edmonton. Chicago is winless in 2, just 2-5-3 in their last 10. The Oilers are the leader in the Pacific Division. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV. Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
new customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections, gorgeous. Are you going to open your gift? Oh yeah, it's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Freezing rain and freezing drizzle expected from 6 p.m. this evening to 6 a.m. Thursday in the listening area. Today, cloudy with a high near 32. Tonight, freezing drizzle and a slight chance of snow before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 29. Currently, it is 28 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NY.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
Clutter happens, but junk doesn't have to weigh you down. At the Junk Luggers, we're your full-service junk removal and hauling pros, tackling everything from single-item pickups to major cleanouts. We handle the heavy lifting, and with our commitment to the green way, we rehome and recycle to keep your unwanted items out of landfills. So, whether you're clearing out the garage, downsizing, or saying goodbye to old furniture, we make the process eco-friendly and easy. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today. Let's save your space and the planet together.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope that you are enjoying the show so far today. We've been having lots of spectacular interviews today. I've been enjoying this a lot. I am really enjoying having the interviews here on WRMN, and we're striving to have a lot more, of course, in the future. It's fun, of course, when I do have the show here on WRMN, I do talk a lot about things that are happening locally here. I like to bring up websites, but nothing beats having those interviews. I absolutely love having people on the air here that, of course, can share their stories, share their experiences, let us know what's going on here, too, in the world. And it's fantastic that we at WRMN get to have the platform to do that. Not only are we your radio station, we're your local community broadcasters here to tell you exactly what's going on, what's happening, to share to the world what are some awesome artists out there, some of the awesome artists. And we can't also forget as well, too, authors being such great artists. Of course, when it comes to the writing process, being inspired and inspiring others, too. And I'm excited again, back a couple months ago, we did have a little author series. We're in the works of getting that back up and running again, too, with the help of Rob Southgate of Southgate Media Group and Four Horsemen Publications. And I'm giving a shout out to Rob. Thanks again, of course, for sending over some awesome information that we want to present to you here today, too. So for those of you who want to, sit back, relax, and listen in to what this awesome author has to say, we want to welcome to the show today. We have the author, let me make sure I get the screen up here just in case. There we go.
Hi.
Hello. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. Now, your name is Paige Lavoie.
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 Yep,
okay.
you got it.
I am horrible at pronouncing things, so I'm glad I pronounced it correctly here.
It's, a lot of people go Lavoie, and
Lavoie.
I'll accept it. It just makes me sound fancier.
So, Paige, tell us a little bit about yourself and what got you interested in writing, and especially we'll go in a little bit more detail on your series as well, too.
Absolutely. I feel like I have that very cliche answer of I've always loved writing. I've always loved storytelling ever since I was a kid, and like scribbling with crayons and making my own books and stuff. I knew it was just something I wanted to be doing in some capacity. So, through the years, I've played with songwriting, I've played in webcomics, but I think that there's something really magical about sitting down and writing a novel. Mm-hmm. And it was during the pandemic. I had written some YA novels previously, and then there's something about just being alone in your house with a million of ideas where you start thinking about different scenarios, Mothman being one of them. What would happen if you moved out into the wilderness and a wounded cryptid landed on your roof and also in your heart? And so that's how the Mothman Love series was born.
Very, very cool. Yeah, we do know here, too, that Mothman in particular is often he's portrayed as a mysterious or even ominous figure. So tell us a little bit about how your vision of Mothman might differ from the traditional folklore.
There are so many different interpretations and ways I feel like you can take this, but when I started thinking about this story, I thought Mothman lent himself really well with that dark, ominous vibe that you were talking about to sort of a Beauty and the Beast retelling. We know that he's lurking in the forest. We know that he's big and foreboding. And we have this sort of idea of, is he a bad omen? Is he in the wrong place at the wrong time? But something that struck me is if there was a creature that was in the forest all by himself, he would probably feel a little misunderstood and also incredibly lonely. Right. So my version of Mothman, I really wanted him to feel lost to time. I really was inspired by characters like Howl from Howl's Moving Castle and Mr. Darcy as well. We love a brooding, handsome man who has sometimes not the best social skills. And he just really came into his own through writing the books, and is quite soft and romantic in a way that I think a lot of people picking up a Mothman romance wouldn't expect.
Absolutely. So when it comes to Mothman too, is there in particular a little bit of a backstory that you have written with Mothman? I don't, if you don't want to spoil anything, you don't have
it's
to,
okay.
But...
I think, with spoilers, I'm trying to think if I can be vague about this, but I think we'll just go in. I was trying to think of what I wanted to do with this character, because I know there's a lot of different theories online, and I really thought, okay, how am I going to make this my own and put a different kind of fairy tale spin on it? So when I was drafting, there were two different ways. I thought about either making him a forest guardian or someone from a different realm that ended up here by circumstance. And that's the one I ended up with. So we have this sort of realm of these fae-like monster shape-shifting creatures that sometimes end up on our plane of existence. And I thought that was really a fun way to explain cryptids. And there's all sorts of things lurking in the shadows here. And why not have them be some monsters and fairies and all sorts of things where they have their own worlds.
Would you say that a series of stories here ties in a little bit on the element of maybe a misunderstanding of a particular character too, especially maybe with Mothman?
I think that there's something with both of the characters where they're both really seeking to feel understood, feel seen. My main character, Heather, she is a burnt out social media influencer. So her whole life has been in front of the cameras, vlogging and posting her life online. She's the child of someone who had a mommy vlog. So she's just used to having every single moment since she was a kid being shared in a really strong lack of privacy. And then we have Moth, who is my Mothman, just very on the nose name, where he has been hiding in the shadows and people are taking pictures of him and there's all sorts of sightings. And he also feels that sort of hiding from the public and cameras. So when she ditches her life online and moves to the woods, and he falls on her roof, they end up having this really sweet romance. One of the things that I thought was really important is that these two people who you would think are so different, she's all in her social media, he is this brooding forest monster, and they have a lot in common in this really wanting to kind of slow down together and really see each other for everything they are too, without that lens of a camera and the assumptions of everybody.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I always ask this to authors here too. Of course, you've heard of the term writer's block. We've all been there before. How do you overcome that when you feel like, you know what? There's a point in time when I'm like, I'm just not, the ideas are just not flowing as I am hoping to, and I'm feeling stuck. What do you do to help break it? And do you also at times say, hey, you know what? I'm going to step away and take a little break?
I think that both of those are really valid, right? Because sometimes you can overwork something, where I know that currently I'm drafting and there are moments when I'm so confident and so loving the story. And then there are other moments where I'm like, oh, something isn't working here. And you can just go a million different ways with something. And sometimes I feel like instead of having no ideas and feeling blocked, I have too many ideas where I see all of the branching paths as if it's a choose your own adventure. And you get a little bit bogged down with what's the best pathway going to be, what's the best, going to have the most payoff, going to be best for the characters. And I think going back to who the characters are, thinking about your story, thinking about their arcs, thinking about what they would do really helps. I always say that a draft starts to feel like it is in the right place when it doesn't feel like a lie anymore, when it feels like it's like, this is true, this is exactly how it's supposed to be. It starts playing in your head like a movie. But when I'm really stuck, I do the go for a walk, take a shower, step away from your computer. I do allow myself to work on other things. I think that sometimes opening a draft that doesn't have a deadline, allowing yourself to like write some poetry, write some lyrics, do something in a different space. I also love to draw, so I'll doodle my characters too, and that kind of helps. Listening to some music that you feel like channels the energy of your story, and drawing or going for a walk, just keeping in the space while stepping away from the actual words.
Absolutely. Now, I also have to ask this too, as an author, do you incorporate your own personality into the characters?
I do. And I feel like it's really hard not to. I think in every single, I'm looking at my shelf, in every single book I've written, there's just pieces of me in all of them. And so this Mothman story in particular with Heather, one of my inspirations for her was Alexis from Schitt's Creek. And I really thought I was going so Valley Girl, so like, she has like such a good heart, but also like has these like superficial qualities that I think can be really relatable. But she ended up having also so much of me in her quirkiness. I'd also never seen a work of fiction, like a romance book in particular, where a character had the same chronic illness that I do. So I have Hashimoto's. It's a thyroid disorder. So fun.
Oh my goodness.
And it's you know, it's manageable and stuff, but when I got diagnosed, it was really scary. And the only media I could find was ways to manage it, ways to alleviate symptoms, and like diet books and all sorts of stuff. And I really just wanted to see casual representation. I wanted to see a character who woke up in the morning and took some thyroid medication or couldn't have gluten or whatever those things would be. So designing her and giving her that has been really cathartic for me. Where through the series, you see her having flare-ups and you see her dealing with these symptoms. And you also see a lot of love and affection that Moth gives her, like noticing she takes medicine and bringing it to her in the morning with a glass of water. And something that's been so lovely is readers reaching out to me being like, I just got diagnosed with this and just happened to pick up your book. And I so wasn't expecting to feel pain and stuff. And that's been like a really beautiful, unexpected thing where sometimes you write something for yourself and it ends up, there are a lot of people who are going to relate and see that.
Yeah. I think that that's the beauty of writing a book, telling a story, is incorporating your own experiences in there and your own your ideas and your beliefs, and then realizing there are people out there that might not they pick up the book not expecting it, and it's like, oh my goodness, I can relate in that way, and it really brings people together, and I think that that's fantastic as well too. Now, I do want to talk a little bit. I do believe
absolutely.
You're launching a Kickstarter. Is that right?
Yes. That it launched at the beginning of this month. We're already halfway to our goal. I think actually now over halfway, which is so exciting. But the Kickstarter, it's been this really great opportunity to do something special to celebrate the completion of the series, because it just wrapped in December. The characters are married now. We're celebrating. And when my publisher, Four Horsemen, reached out and they said, they'd really like to celebrate by doing these gorgeous special edition books. It was really exciting to collaborate and redesign the covers. We have these beautiful character cameos on the back. And it is running till the end of February, and they're just so gorgeous.
Awesome. Oh, so cool. Well, Paige, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been such a great interview. Before we let you go, tell us a little bit on how people can find more information about you and your stories that you have to offer.
Awesome. Yeah. So, hi, everyone. I'm Paige Lavoie. I tend to write stories about monsters, misfits, people falling in love. My website is pagelavoie.com. And the best way to find out about events and all sorts of things is joining my mailing list. Also, be sure to check out the Kickstarter. Type in Mothman in Love on Kickstarter.com. And there it is till the end of February.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Paige, thanks again so much for joining us today here. And we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And
Thank you.
We would love to have you on again if you
I would love that.
going onto the journey, and hoping to bring on more people of Four Horsemen Publications on, continuing on again here at WRMN. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. You too. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, that was Paige Lavoie coming in here live from her home, and we appreciate her coming onto the scene here on WRMN, talking about, of course, her books and awesome series here too about Mothman. And if you want to check out more information, feel free to visit her website. That is pagelavoie.com. Again, pagelavoie.com, and check out more information about her. She also has written another book as well too, called Dear Galaxy. If you want to read more information about that and her books, of course, that is pagelavoie.com. You can also find her on Facebook, X, Instagram, as well as TikTok, Pinterest as well too, and also on Amazon. So you can even purchase some of her books, or all her books actually, on Amazon as well here too. So very, very cool. Feel free to check out all that information. And don't forget also, you can check out the fourhorsemenpublications.com. That's fourhorsemenpublications.com. Currently, right now, they have a Black History Month sale. All books by Black authors are 25% off. Also, they have a Valentine's Day sale, all romance and erotica at 25% off as well too. So if you're interested in that, you can find information posted at the top of the page on 4, that's the number 4, horsemenpublications.com. We're going to take a little time out here, just a very little one, and we'll come back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. So, of course, stay tuned.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant. They've been unpredictable. They've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
The new novel, titled DUI Jury Trial, is the true story of two lawyers who defend a truck driver who is charged with DUI. If he's convicted, this truck driver faces a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a truck again. This 3-year legal battle culminates in a courtroom showdown, which involves the testimony of a DUI expert witness. This book, DUI Jury Trial, is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We've had lots of great interviews today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us live here. Interview per hour. Very, very nice. Got one for the 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour, and 12 o'clock hour. I think this is the most interviews I've ever had on Out to Lunch. 3 in a row. That's nice. I like it. Stay tuned for more because we're going to be also having some other interviews as well coming up very, very soon. So stay tuned for that. Coming up tomorrow, we are going to be having another great interview as well, too. I'm already in my emails here, just placing things into little labels. So I'm like, okay, this interview has been finished. I'm putting it in this box here. But coming up tomorrow, yes, we do have the Martini Room. Martini Room is going to be joining in with us. Ursula from the Martini Room going to be coming in to talk a little bit, and that's at 11 o'clock tomorrow, about what are some things coming up within the area, and especially with Martini Room. And you can visit their website, martiniroomelgin.com, for more information. That's martiniroomelgin.com for more information. So stay tuned for that. And again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. What we're going to be doing here, of course, is coming into our Tradio segment very soon at around 12:30 or so. And then when we do come back from that, or we'll continue on with allowing, of course, Tradio, so call into the show, 847-931-1410. And then we'll go through some things that are happening within the area. I've been receiving lots of great emails from the Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce, Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce. I get wonderful emails from Linda, listener Linda here, Wild Tree, as we call her, as well. Thanks so much for sending all the great information my way. Fox Valley values, so the E-values, the different things that are happening. So we'll go through some of those here too. So stay tuned for that. We'll also see here what are some other things that are happening within the area. Today is Wednesday, so let's see what's going on here, if anything in particular within the area. We're already almost into our timeout already as I'm speaking here, but we'll continue on and see what's coming up pretty soon, and we'll go through that here in just a little bit. But before we do that, of course, we'll take a timeout. We'll also be in our Tradio segment, so that'll be the time to call into the show if you're looking to buy, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. That'll be the time, of course, coming up in just a couple minutes here to call into the show, 847-931-1410. Don't forget, you can use our text number 505-926-1410. 505-926-1410. I already did get a nice announcement here. I'll make sure to share this picture with everyone out there. Thank you, David Tees, for sending over this picture. I'll announce it. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We'll again also officially be in our Tradio segment coming up very, very soon. Don't forget also here too, we do have other local programming. So we've got What's Cooking Today with Michael Horn. That'll be coming up later today, 1 to 2. We've got from 2 to 4, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. And from 4 to 6, a political talk show with Dennis Sonar Green and Benamonium Boquest. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a little bit.
I'm Trey Westerberg, WRMN News. The Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual meeting reception on Thursday, February 13th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Ballroom at the Grand Victoria Casino at 250 South Grove Avenue in Elgin. The event will honor outstanding member businesses and volunteers, recognize Elgin Area Chamber retiring board members, commemorate the Chamber's successful achievements of the past year, and outline this year's programs and events. Cost for the event is $30 per person, which includes hors d'oeuvres and a beverage ticket. Registration can be made at elginchamber.com. Batavia will get its first recreational cannabis dispensary later this year after the majority of the city council voted in its favor. Rubino Ventures will now be able to move forward with updating the storefront at 144 South Randall Street, the site of the former Arby's, to transform into Dutch's Cannabis. The fast food restaurant closed in 2022 and has remained vacant since. Construction on the dispensary is slated to begin this month, and the business would open by June 4th. One woman was hospitalized after a car rolled over and crashed Monday evening in Aurora. Aurora police and firefighters responded around 6:15 p.m. to the single-car crash near Lake and Plum Streets. The car, which had been headed north on Lake Street, lost control, overturned, and struck a utility pole. Emergency responders extricated a female passenger who was trapped briefly before taking her to a local hospital. She sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was uninjured. This week, a Wheaton woman was sentenced to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the 2018 slaying of 18-year-old Luis Guerrero of West Chicago. 22-year-old Tia Brewer was one of 4 people charged with murder in which Guerrero was beaten, strangled, stabbed, kidnapped, and burned. Also charged in the murder are 24-year-old Sal Ruiz, 25-year-old Jesus Arado Correa, and 25-year-old Francisco Alvarado, all of West Chicago. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Tom Kelly's carbon fiber mountain bike. Because more than riding his carbon fiber mountain bike, Tom loves telling people about his carbon fiber mountain bike. Friends, family, even a local barista knows about his carbon fiber mountain bike. And that's why Tom's carbon fiber mountain bike, if you haven't heard about it, is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Attention brides and grooms-to-be. Your dream wedding starts here. Join the Serendipity Collective, located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, for 2 incredible wedding expos, packed with inspiration, top vendors, and everything you need to plan your perfect day. First, on February 23rd, it's the Love is in the Air Wedding Expo at 1100 American Lane in Schaumburg from 12 to 4 p.m. This free event will connect you with the best in the biz. Discover everything from desserts to decor, and it's open to the public. Then on March 16th, don't miss the Lucky in Love Wedding Expo, located at Camp Big Timber at 37W 955 Big Timber Road in Elgin. Same time, same deal from 12 to 4, and it's for free. Email them at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. Don't forget, you can RSVP on their website or Eventbrite. That's the Serendipity Collective. Get ready to make your wedding day dreams come true.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Freezing rain and freezing drizzle expected from 6 p.m. this evening to 6 a.m. Thursday in the listening area. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30. Tonight, freezing drizzle and a slight chance of snow before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 29. Currently, it is 30 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business.
Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it, and will beat any print quote.
Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs.
No problem.
I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens.
Totally.
I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing.
I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. The time has flown by in a breeze today. It's not much of a breezy day outside, but the time has flown by in a breeze today. We hope that you're enjoying the show. Of course, feel free to comment live on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. We've got the Dutchman's Wood Shack here. Good morning, everybody. And good morning to you, to the Dutchman's Wood Shack. We hope that you are enjoying your day today. And of course, if you want to be a part of the conversation, feel free to comment live on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Subscribe to our channel. Click that notification bell. You can always keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN on Out to Lunch today with WRMN AM 1410. And of course, we wish everyone a very happy Wednesday afternoon. Now we are into the afternoon. I'm in the process of getting some videos published here onto our YouTube channel. Coming up on the YouTube channel very soon here, you'll be able to find the Sugar and Rhyme interview. I'm also going to be having the interview with James Harvey and guests. That'll be coming up pretty soon, as well as, of course, with author Paige Lavoie. So stay tuned for that. Those will all be separate videos that you'll be able to find on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. If you go under the playlists, you'll be able to find it under Out to Lunch with WRMN. We're also in our Tradio segment now. So if you are interested in buying, selling, trading, and or announcing to the Fox River Valley area, come on down. Give us a call, 847-931-1410. Text us at 505-926-1410. 505-926-1410. Feel free to send over a text to us. If you want to promote what's happening in the area too, feel free to do that as well for us. We would love to have you let us know. Again, that text number is 505-926-1410. Of course, if you do want to share with us any photographs. We do have one here I did want to share with you folks out there, so let me make sure that I can get it on the screen for you. But this is coming up here pretty soon. I'll make sure to share it with you guys. And this is the Elgin Lanes Junior League. So this is the Elgin Lanes Junior League that's coming up here. Thank you, David Tees, for sharing this information. They're going to be having their Scotch Doubles Candlelight Fundraiser. Now, this is coming up on a Sunday afternoon. It's going to be February 16th. It's $50 per couple. Now, what this includes here with that $50 purchase per couple is bowling, all-you-can-eat buffet, and shoe rental, all included. Check-in starts in at noon. Food starts at 1 p.m. Bowling starts at 1:30 p.m. There's also going to be featured their door prizes, 50/50s, raffles, and special drawings. And there's going to be 4 games of Scotch doubles, 2 non-tap, and 1 regular and 1 goofy game, too. Always got to incorporate that fun, goofy game for sure. If you'd like to just eat, it costs $12 per person. Just a bowl is $15 per person. Must be paid by February 12th to keep your spot. Walk-ins are welcome if space is available. If you do want to reserve, feel free to email Kathy Schofield, and that's Kathy, Kathy dot Schofield, SCHOFIELD at swcbowl.com. So there is information posted onto there, and you can, of course, find that as well, too. I'll make sure to print this out as well. So thank you, of course, David, for sharing that information with us. Keeping you up to date and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here at WRMN. Let's see what else we have here. Another Tradio caller has a boat for sale. This is a Bayliner. It's a very sporty looking boat. It's also has a boat radio incorporated in there too with 85 horse motor. That sounds pretty nice. 17 foot long. It's got a nice trailer included. 5,000 or best offer. Also here too, he's hoping that someone can make him an offer on a 1946 Chevy 110 truck that he's got for sale. Feel free to reach out to him. That number to dial is 847-464-5830. 847-464-5830. Another Tradio caller here has a 2009 Toyota Corolla for sale. It's a 5-speed manual transmission. The color is dark gray. Pretty nice there too. Very slick. Extra set of rims included and tires, and also a sunroof. And if you want to reach out to him, that number is 312-296-4223. That's 312-296-4223. Another Tradio caller here, Elliot. You know him, of course. Elliot, that's Elliot Serrano, our sales director here at WRMN. Elliot's looking to buy some movie memorabilia, including Indiana Jones. And that includes also some collector glasses out there, too. If anyone's interested, please feel free to email him. Elliot, that's ELLIOTT. So Elliot with 2 L's and 2 T's at WRMN1410.com. That's Elliot at WRMN1410.com. We do have another Tradio caller looking for someone to work on his front door lock. If anyone's interested, that number to dial is 847-308-1455. 847-308-1455 is that number. We have another Tradio caller here, has the snowblower for sale. It's a 24-inch path that has that clearing. It runs very good. It's a 6-speed, 1 reverse for $350 or a best offer. We are going to be getting some snow coming up here pretty soon. That number is 847-741-8276. 847-741-8276. We have a Tradio caller I know still looking for that Simon Learning Game and Etch-a-Sketch. If anyone has those, you can feel free to reach out to her. That number is 847-717-3028. 847-717-3028. Another Tradio caller here. I'm like looking around. I don't know what happened to my water bottle. I think I finished it. Oh, well. We have another Tradio caller here, Susie. She's got a lot of things. She's got the homemade full-size quilts. She's got those at $50 or best offer. She's got the bakeware 24-piece set for $150. It's from 1975. Kitchen mixer. It's in the color yellow. It's got the hooks and also the meat grinder that comes with the 2 for $75 or best offer. She's got a big blue suitcase the size of a trunk for $35 or best offer. She's got a Singer sewing machine that comes with a built-in cabinet for $75 or best offer. And then also here too, she does have a set of pots and pans that are glass and also some antiques. So you can feel free to reach out to her. That number is 630-536-9922. That's 630-536-9922. And then another Tradio caller here. We have Bill. He sells those movie posters, original theatrical film posters. If anyone's interested, that number is 708-793-3980. You can text him, or you can also email him, billsellsposters@gmail.com. Again, that's billsellsposters@gmail.com. So there you go. Got yourself set and ready to go. If you want to add yourself to the list, 847-931-1410 or 505-926-4910. 1410. We're going to take a quick time out here, our last time out for the day here for Out to Lunch with WRMN. When we come back, we'll just send some more reminders out there and then also go through, while time allows here, what else is happening in the area. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley, and we hope that you are enjoying the day so far today. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. I want to give another shout out here to all of the folks that we had on the air today. Thank you so much for joining us live here, whether it was, of course, through the phone. The 3 interviews. First interview was through the phone lines. Second one was in person here in studio, and the third one was through Zoom. So different methods that we used here to get the word out on what's happening here in the community. Awesome. So looking forward to more interviews, of course, coming up in the very near future. Let's take a look here. It is Wednesday today, I do believe, right? I said it was Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Yes, it is Wednesday. Okay. I was like, wait, is it Wednesday or is it Thursday? No, it's Wednesday, of course, today. Continuing on here, let's see what else is going to be coming up here within the Fox River Valley area. See what's coming up. Now, tonight at 6:30 p.m. at the Gale Bowden Public Library, you can have a good laugh for the health of it with the Laugh for the Health of It event. This is a program featuring laughter exercises with gentle breathing techniques to help feel a little bit healthier and also attain a greater well-being. So if you want to check out more information, there's still 18 seats remaining. Pardon me. So there's still 18 seats remaining, and that'll be coming up later tonight at the main library, Meadows Community Room, ABC. That's the Meadows Community Room. And that's at the main library here at 270 North Grove Avenue here in Elgin. So that is for the Laugh for the Health of It program that will be introduced and enjoyed coming up later tonight from starting at 6:30. You can also check out other things as well, too. As you know, on the first Fridays of the month, Hemmons Cultural Center partners with the Green Room Theater to have their Fridays Improv, First Fridays Improv. So that is coming up later on Friday. So that will be at 8 o'clock until 9:30. That's at the Hemmons Cultural Center. So you can also purchase tickets there too. And you can find that information posted onto the HemmonsTicketSearch.com link on their website. So feel free to do that. Come on in, sit back, relax, and prepare to laugh. Yes. And it's a very clean show too. Some other ones here that you can also check out as well coming up in the very near future. You can enjoy ECC Arts Center presenting In Love with Love. Join a supremely talented group of nationally touring artists for a romantic journey throughout heartfelt ballads, Broadway hits, and beloved pop songs. So you can find that, and tickets can be found at the ECC Arts Center's website. That's eccartscenter.org is where you can find that information posted onto there. Check it out for yourself, and feel free to join in. Sounds like a good time. Let's see some other things that are also coming up here in the near future. If we look a little bit further, let's see, for the Hampshire Area Chamber, I know that they've got some things coming up here too. I'll make sure to share it on the screen so that you can also see it there through our YouTube side of things. So again, we are also on youtube.com at WRMN Radio, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. So let's see what else we've got here too. So the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce, I am a subscriber there. We're also members here too on WRMN. You can register today. There is a business lunch and leave coming up Thursday, February 20th, and that is at Nico's Tavern. It's $20 for members and $25 for non-members. Now, if you do want to check it out, the topic will be revised referendum proposal. Presenter is Stephen Barrow of the Ella Johnson Memorial Public Library, and the location is at Nico's Tavern. Proposed referendum details, reasons for updating referendum, including also cost and benefits analysis. Don't miss this opportunity to learn all the details before it is time to vote in April. Don't forget also here too that you can check out Business Forward Breakfast Group invitation that will be coming up on the fourth Thursday of the month at 8:30 a.m. at Angel's Pancake Cafe. Check out more information at hampshirechamber.org or call 847-683-1122. Check out some other things as well. Valentine's for Seniors card drive will be coming up here pretty soon. Share the love this Valentine's Day by bringing cheer to local seniors. Also, the third annual Ice Sculpture and Cocoa Crawl will be coming up on February 16th from 12 until 3 o'clock. And if you want to register to get your cup, you can find it at hampshirechamber.org. They've got some great sponsors there, and it's definitely going to be a very fun community event within the Hampshire area. So thank you to the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce for sending that information our way. At the Old Republic Kitchen and Bar coming up on Sunday, February 9th at 4 o'clock. There's limited reservations for the Super Bowl Sunday. The Super Bowl Sunday specials. They have For free order of beer nuggets with any reservation, they offer their $5 mini pitchers and $6 Modelo talls that you can enjoy there too. And that's coming up pretty soon. It is the Chiefs versus the Eagles. Check out more information posted onto their website. And if you do also want to rewatch the video of the Sammy Sosa event, that has also been posted onto our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. They do offer those packages, AFC package at $50, NFC at $75. Check out more information. That is for the Super Bowl Sunday event coming up here. That is the Big Game Sunday event. That is at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Let's see some other things here as well. What else do we have here? We got some other good things. Brown's Chicken. Brown's Chicken is also having game day with Brown's Chicken. There's a little special there too. You can visit their website at brownschicken.com for more information. So that's also something there as well. You can savor for the season, and you can also do stress-free planning too. Let them handle your holiday hustle. So there's something else as well coming up. You can also register now to Santa's Village for their Polar Dome Adult Hockey Leagues. They do have that registration open right now. Game starts the week of February 11th. PolarDomeDundee.com is the website to go to if you would like to register right now too. So that's also fun. Lots of great things that are coming up here. There's also the big game party it'll be a public skate from 2 to 4 p.m. and then 5 to 7. The Alpine room hours will be from 2 to 9. So stay tuned for that. They've got that big game party at the Polar Dome that will be coming up in a couple days. That is February 9th. They're going to be offering for the team onion rings, mini tacos, chips and salsas, cheese curds, fried pickles, and mini corn dogs. 2 to 9. Sounds like a great time. And of course, you can find a lot more too by following a lot of different articles, blog posts, Facebook pages, as well as websites to keep you up to date and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's happening here also on WRMN AM 1410. You can also check out a lot of fun celebrations as well too. There's a chamber celebration here. The Women's Leadership Circle met last week. They began turning their professional and personal vision into reality. So they had that last week as a little bit of a recount on what happened. You can also find other local news as well too. So local business news, things that are coming up within the area. They're going to be having, here's an example. City of Elgin and the Hemmons Cultural Center are going to be announcing the first presenting season at the Hemmons in over a decade. So there's also a news article on that too that you can find for yourself, and you can find that on the elginchamber.com's website. Lots of fun things happening in the area. Keep up to date and in the loop on what's going on here by subscribing to all of these great chambers and also businesses too. So again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope that you have been enjoying the show here. This does wrap it up for Out to Lunch. Stay tuned because we're going to be having here What's Cooking Today. That's what'scookingtoday.com. And I'll let you know on a little sneak peek. Wines under $20 is what Michael Hoare will be talking about. The big game preview and even some predictions. So stay tuned. Find more information at what'scookingtoday.com or tune in here on WRMN AM 1410 starting at 1 o'clock. Around 1:06 is when that'll start. And this does wrap it up here for Out to Lunch with WRMN. Don't forget, we also do have Talk Time with Tammy and Friends from 2 until 4 o'clock. And then from 4 until 6 o'clock, we've got a political talk show. So stay tuned. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. We're here to serve the Fox River Valley and the community. And have a wonderful rest of your day, everybody.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community. And American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A woman who killed a West Chicago man who was stabbed, strangled, beaten, set on fire, and run over has been sentenced to 40 years in prison. Tia Brewer, age 22, of Wheaton, formerly having lived in the Elgin area, was sentenced to 34 years for first-degree murder and 6 years for aggravated kidnapping. Prosecutors had asked for a sentence of natural life in prison. Authorities alleged about 11:30 a.m., August the 14th of 2018, West Chicago firefighters saw a smoldering object in a fire pit in the 1300 block of Joliet Street and found Luis Guerrero's body covered by a wooden picnic table. Police investigators determined that Brewer, along with Jesus Gerardo Correa, 25 years old now, Saul Ruiz, 24, and Francisco Alvarado, 25, planned the murder for about a month. Authorities said Alvarado and Brewer were linked romantically and that Brewer told police she attacked Guerrero because he had sexually assaulted her, but police say no assault had ever been reported. Correa and Ruiz, both of West Chicago, pled guilty to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Correa sentenced to 15 years in prison, Ruiz to 10 years. Alvarado pled guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. He is to be sentenced on February the 26th. Well, it's tough to bounce back from that story, but with the Super Bowl Sunday game on the way, be sure to be part of the Pick Six this week for a chance to win a gift card to Rookies All-American Sports Pub and Grill. Just go to WRMN1410.com, click on the Pick Six tab on the top of the page, and follow the prompts, and good luck. And join me tomorrow morning as Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire joins me in the 8 o'clock hour. The first shift takes place from 6 until 10, right here on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
I'm Trey Westerberg, WRMN News. One woman was hospitalized after her car rolled over and crashed Monday evening in Aurora. Aurora police and firefighters responded around 6:15 p.m. to the single car crash near Lake and Plum Streets. The car, which had been headed north on Lake Street, lost control, overturned, and struck a utility pole. Emergency responders extricated a female passenger who was trapped briefly before taking her to a local hospital. She sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was uninjured. This week, a Wheaton woman was sentenced to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the 2018 slaying of 18-year-old Luis Guerrero of West Chicago. 22-year-old Tia Brewer was one of 4 people charged with murder in which Guerrero was beaten, strangled, stabbed, kidnapped, and burned. Also charged in the murder are 24-year-old Saul Ruiz, 25-year-old Jesus Gerardo Correa, and 25-year-old Francisco Alvarado, all of West Chicago. The Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual meeting reception on Thursday, February 13th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Ballroom at the Grand Victoria Casino at 250 South Grove Avenue in Elgin. The event will honor outstanding member businesses and volunteers, recognize Elgin Area Chamber retiring board members, commemorate the Chamber's successful achievements of the past year, and outline this year's programs and events. Cost for the event is $30 per person, which includes hors d'oeuvres and a beverage ticket. Registration can be made at elginchamber.com. Batavia will get its first recreational cannabis dispensary later this year after the majority of the city council voted in its favor. Rubino Ventures will now be able to move forward with updating the storefront at 144 South Randall Street, the site of the former Arby's, to transform into Dutch's Cannabis. The fast food restaurant closed in 2022 and has remained vacant since. Construction on the dispensary is slated to begin this month, and the business would open by June 4th. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
The First Shift is the go-to show for movers and shakers of the Fox River Valley.
This is Mayor Mike from Hampshire. People always ask me how I find the time to listen to Marky B on the First Shift. And the obvious answer is when I've got nothing better to do. If you've got nothing better to do, try listening in from 6 to 10 a.m. weekdays on the Voice of the Valley, 1410 a.m. WRMN. I can't believe I'm actually recording this. Man, I feel bad for this guy.
Catch it weekday mornings from 6 until 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
475-7125.
This is Michael Medved, and my fiercely independent talk show will bring you the latest news and uncensored views from politics to pop culture. It's all there. And we want you to be part of the conversation. You can call us directly at 1-800-955-1776. That's every weekday afternoon from noon to 3 on CRN1.
Join Michael Medved weekdays at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern on CRN.
Live across America, Mike Horn and What's Cooking on CRN Digital Talk Radio.
Welcome to What's Cooking today. I am your host, Michael Horn, on the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. We call the program What's Cooking Today. Madison Hernandez, who's on our big broadcast today?
We're starting off with Larry Lipson with the Affordable Wine Report. He's given us some wines under $20.
Yeah, you know, you don't have to spend a lot of money to have great wines, and he's fresh off his awards for the top wine under $20 that he just announced and gave away this last week, as a matter of fact, here on the show. So we'll recap that for you as well. Who else?
Then we have Fred Dreyer, actor and former NFL defensive end and the Sultan of Safeties. Yeah. He's going to give us some Super Bowl preview and predictions.
Yeah, if he has some. I've never seen Fred put on the prognosticator's cap and light the flame while he tells you who will win the Super Bowl. But he could very well do something like that, so we will be tuned in there and see what he's got going for us today. Maybe he'll tell you what he'll be serving at his football party. You think Fred has a Super Bowl party at all?
I don't. I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I highly doubt it as well. Hey, it's National Pork Rind Day. Wow, whoopee! You like pork rinds, do you?
I actually don't. They kind of freak me out a little bit.
Sidney Hubbard is our engineer on the show today. Sid, you like you're a basketball coach extraordinaire. You like pork rinds?
They're okay. I don't mind them.
How do you eat them?
I just take a bite.
So you eat them plain, nothing. You don't
I don't
them?
add anything to it.
There's something about the name. Am I right, Madison? Pork rind sounds like you're eating a bunch of fat.
Yeah, it does. Sounds like you're eating it sounds like a pork rump is what it sounds like.
It is like heavy in fat, though, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And welcome to the Madison and Sydney show where they discuss today pork rinds. So here's the thing. They are crunchy. I have tasted them before. But they should be okay because they're made from fried pig skin. Perfect for Super Bowl Sunday, right? They throw the pig skin. They call the old football. Might as well eat some. But here's the deal. Pork rinds, they're high in protein, low in carbs, and available in various flavors like barbecue, spice, and salt. Those might be okay, I haven't had them, but they're enjoyed by those on diets seeking a satisfying deep-fried snack alternative. Diets, because the process involves boiling the pigskin, removing the fat, dehydrating, and then deep frying. So the last step, deep frying, would add some fat back in, but you're getting rid of it. That gives the crispy texture. So the holiday was established back in 2011, today, Pork Rind Day, by Rudolph Foods. I don't know if there is a gentleman named Rudolph Foods.
Yeah, I'm back here. Yeah. I got free pig skin for everybody here. We call pork rinds. Enjoy them and take some home for your Super Bowl party.
Thank you, Mr. Is it Foods? Is that your last name?
Yeah, Rudolph, R-U-D, there's your Rud. The red-nosed reindeer, Rudolph. I forget how to spell it. And then Foods, last name F-O-O-D-S. F-O-O-D-O-S-S. Foods. And I'm sorry I just took all your time for all the other things for the holiday. I apologize.
Okay, you're a nice, polite guy over there, and you got free rinds for everybody. So Rudolph Foods, known for it's a secret recipe, and it's producing the pork rinds. Mr. Foods, Rudolph, is it a secret recipe there for the pork rinds?
I can't really say shh.
Okay, thank you. Get him out of here. It's World Nutella Day. It's another thing I don't like. We'll talk about that in a minute. Nutella. I mean, people love it. It's a special flavored spread, hazelnut and cocoa. First introduced in Italy in 1964. It's popular throughout the world, and today is World Nutella Day. Is it Nutella or Nutella? I think it's Nutella. We'll check it out. Come back with more. It's What's Cooking Today. Welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. Like it so far?
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
Breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Banana split for my baby. A glass of plain water for me. Banana split for my baby. A glass of plain water for me. Dispenser man, if you please, serve my chick a mess of calories. Banana split for my baby. A glass of plain water for me.
Yeah, there you go. The banana split song. It should be the Nutella song. Madison, do you say Nutella or Nutella?
I say Nutella.
Yeah, I do too. Sid, you're the same way?
Yeah, Nutella.
Yeah, so it was this holiday it's flavored. It's a spread flavored with hazelnut and cocoa. Once again, you like it, Sydney?
No, I don't like it.
Madison?
What? It's so good on toast.
See, I would have gone the opposite. I would sit on this one. It's just, what is great about it, Madison? Tell everybody, because I need to know.
Just if you spread some on some sourdough toast, you get a little sweet, you get a little sour. It's really good.
If it's not like preservatives, like jellies and jams, I'm not putting it on the thing. I might put some avocado on there sometime, but come on, the Nutella, it's a little overpowering, isn't it, Sydney?
Yeah, I don't like I'm not a fan.
Yeah, although, who was it, Kobe Bryant that advertised Nutella and loved it or something? I mean, maybe it's good for basketball players. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's not for me. Food was introduced in Italy in 1964. And it's now popular throughout the world. I mean, even Madison likes it, to show you how it's going around. And it was the patent, and the first Nutella Day was in 2007. And it was the brainchild of a Nutella enthusiast, a blogger named Sarah Rosso. And the fans love it, and this is the day the fans, it's my dog's birthday today. It's Lindy's birthday, and Nutella fans, and she doesn't like it either, by the way, from pictures, recipes, and messages declare that they love and they're loyal to the popular spread. So there you have it. Do we have our next guest ready to go here, Madison?
We do. We have Larry Lipson with the Affordable Wine Report.
He's a food expert here on the show. Larry Lipson worked with the Los Angeles Daily News for over 50 years, retired, and actually was caught taking a couple extra candy bars out of the candy machine and was removed from office at the Daily News. It was a terrible thing, but everybody's forgotten about it until I remind them each and every week here on the show that he left in disgrace and went to Costa Rica, where he got in trouble with the authorities there. They're heavily guarded in Costa Rica. Armed forces of all kinds, police, the international police, sheriff's officers, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. They brought all the forces on him. He was forced to leave on a crudely made raft, and it crashed into some sort of island is what it was. It turned out to be someplace in southern Florida, where he is now carved out over 100 stories down the Lipson Institute for Advanced Wine Studies, where he studies wines under $20. And he's in a secret location because most wineries don't want to hear about wines under $20. But Larry brings it to you each and every week. And today we'll be talking about wine pairings with Nutella. Larry, welcome to the broadcast.
Well, it's nice being with you.
It's good to be with you. What wine would you pair with Nutella? By the way, do you like Nutella, the spread, the hazelnut and cocoa spread?
That may be fine. I don't know. I don't even.
I don't either, Larry. Don't apologize. I don't either. Yeah, but maybe Madison, what wine would you pair, since you like the Nutella, with the cocoa and the hazelnut spread on sourdough, I believe you said, which is a good combination. What would you pair? Madison?
I think that I would do something red. I don't know.
There you go.
But
She's
something red.
become a genius on the show. Something red. Okay?
I got two reds here.
That's good. Just pay attention and keep moving along. Keep moving along. All right, two reds. And what are your reds that you have today? Thank you for introing that for us, Madison. Go ahead, Larry.
One from Italy and one from California.
All right, what are you starting with?
Let's start with the Italian one. It's a recognizable label. See it quite often. Seen it for many years. It's called Bosco, is the name. Montepulciano d'Abruzzo is basically it.
How do you spell the name? Is it Bosco with a B? Wait, Larry. How do you spell Larry, please. How do you spell the name of the wine? Is it Bosco with a B as in boy?
Montepulciano is spelled Montepulciano, and d'Abruzzo is D apostrophe capital ABRUZZO. So it's Montepulciano of d'Abruzzo, and that's an area of southern Italy. There's a Montepulciano wine made in Tuscany, too. But this is the southern Italy Montepulciano Bosco. This is the 2020.
2020. And how do you spell Bosco?
Bosco. That's the first name of a man named Bosco Nestore. He's a winemaker.
Bosco Nestore? Yeah.
You
call me Larry. How you been, Larry?
It only says Bosco on the front label.
Larry, it's me, Bosco. How you been, brother? I've been making some great wines there in Montepulciano d'Abruzzo. Don't ask me to spell it. I don't even know. I'm a local. But I named the wine
Hey,
Bosco.
I can hardly hear you.
I can hardly hear me as well because it's such a bad impression. I just have to say Bosco, Bosco. I also make it in chocolate. You put it in milk if you want. Take it away, Larry. Larry, is this the same Bosco? Is this the same Bosco that you put in your milk, that you mix it in along, like, you know, with Nutella as a spread? You can use Bosco as a spread as well, too. Did you pick this to match Nutella Day? Is that why you have Bosco wine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bosco.
All right, so it's Bosco, Bosco. It's the 2020. Where'd you find it? What'd you pay for it?
I paid $9.99 at Costco for this.
Oh, okay.
Which is lower than the average of, which is $15.
All right.
So good buys at Costco, I'll tell you, in wine.
Oh.
And this was given a 88 points by Wine Enthusiast, I guess. No, that was for their 2018.
Okay.
2018. So I guess there's no current 2020. It's not current.
Well, you rated it. What'd you give it?
I gave it. Let me finish the other part first. WineDeals.com. You can buy it for $12.99. That's in Amherst, New York. WineDeals.com if you want to buy it online. And I gave it 8.2 points.
8.2. This is Bosco. Montepulciano.
Yeah, I like it. I've always liked it.
Southern Italian wine at 2020. Yeah, go buy it. I only sell it at Costco. That way I say, go get your Bosco at Costco. Get your Bosco at Costco. Mike will be back. So will Larry.
Savor the past and savor the glory days of Las Vegas. Enjoy 70 years of true Las Vegas history as 4 generations of family wait to greet you at the legendary Bootlegger Italian Bistro. Wine, dine, and experience Mama Maria's award-winning original recipes while surrounded by original family photos and celebrity memorabilia. Enjoy piano artistry nightly with music from the Great American Songbook in our main formal dining room. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. The Bootlegger Italian Bistro, open 7 days a week. 7700 Las Vegas Boulevard South, in the entertainment capital of the world. It's Vegas, baby.
Attention, those of you looking to go on a fun vacation and see the world on the cheap. Today, the U.S. dollar is worth even more in other countries, so there's never been a better time to travel outside the USA. The dollar is worth over $1.30 in Canadian dollars, and it's the same for Australia. You can fly there today and have fun and maximize your travel dollar. Your U.S. dollar is worth over $3 in Brazilian reals, and it's worth over $18 in Mexican pesos. Plus, in Argentina, it's worth over $27 in Argentine pesos. Just think of the bargains you'll get. And the way you get the cheapest airfare to any destination is by calling Tickets That Cheap. Save up to 75% on your foreign vacation tickets. Don't wait. Call now. 802-317-1979. 802-317-1979. 802-317-1979. That's 802-317-1979.
Attention pet lovers. Try Greska's Carbon 60, a revolutionary pet supplement designed to keep your furry friends at their very best. It's packed with powerful antioxidants. Greska's Carbon 60 supports your pet's immune system, joint health, and vitality. Now, whether you have a playful pup or a seasoned senior, Give them the gift of wellness with Greska's Carbon 60. Visit our website at C60.com. That's the letter C, the number 60.com, or call 720-600-6040. You can learn more and order today. Your pets deserve the best, so give them Greska's Carbon 60, because a healthier pet means a happier you. Go to C60.com or call 720-600-6040. C60.com or 720-600-6040. The creator of the Bosco Montepulciano de Brusso. Remember, get your Bosco at Costco. A reminder for all you people, listen carefully. Get your Bosco at Costco. Once again, we locked up Mike, and it's just Larry and me, Bosco. Once again, here's Larry Lipson. Larry, thank you for the plug, and buying my wine at Costco is Bosco. Once again, here's Larry.
And you know your middle name is Roscoe.
That is correct, Larry. I like it when you participate in the show. It's Bosco Roscoe, and I shop at Costco. Yeah, it's really good. Thank you, Larry. Larry, you're really filling in here. This is pretty good, Larry. All right, that's
it's a consistently nice red wine, and whatever the vintage is, and very fruity and 13.5%. It's been doing the same thing for many years, and you can rely on it. And it gave, I think, an Italian guy. His name is
Bosco.
Luca Maroni.
Yeah, Luca.
Luca Maroni, Maroni, who does a lot of, I guess, rates Italian wines. Gave it 93 points. Well,
yeah, I like him. I paid him $100. He gave it 93 points. That's 93 points. That's good, Larry. You gave it 8.2. Can we jack that up a little bit? Something in it for you, Larry. I am Bosco Roscoe Nestora. I think you better get to the next wine, otherwise Mike's going to get really ticked off. We ran out of time.
Yeah, Beringer. You heard of them? This is Beringer Founders Estate. Beringer, which happens to be the longest continuing operating winery in California. And this is their vintage 2022 Cabernet Sauvignon. I like this wine, too. I bought this at Publix for $9.89, so you got two wines under $10 today.
Wow.
And this averages $10 around the U.S., Market View Liquor in Rochester, New York, actually sells it for $7.99, and it's owned by Treasury Wine Estates. I guess that's the Beringer ownership now. I don't know if it's a Beringer family still involved.
Well, no, I think the name is there, but Treasury Wine Estates, they conglomerate that buys up different wineries here. So this is the Beringer Founder Estate, and this is amazing how they get these different monikers, but this is the longest continuously operating winery in the United States. That means they haven't stopped for anything. They probably continued during Prohibition and everything because they were maybe doing sacrament wines, that kind of thing. This is the 2022 Cab Sauvignon, and it was $9.99 that you paid for it, but you say it averages like $10?
Yeah, I paid $9.89 actually. Average is $10.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
And I gave it 8 points.
You did 8 points. Okay, so Behringer's a good name, no matter who owns it. And are they still there in Napa in that same beautiful building that they used to be in there on Highway 29? Do you know, Larry?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. They have caves there, too, I believe.
Yeah, and they have caves.
And I remember doing a radio show out of that winery once.
Really? You did a remote broadcast there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, come to Italy. Come, it's me, Bosco. Come to Italy and we do a broadcast with you. We drink a little wine, get a little, feeling good. Do some reports on my wine. What's the other wine again? I'm writing it down in case it's better than mine. It's a Behringer Founder Estate, is that right?
Yes, Behringer Founders Estate Cabernet Sauvignon. Vintage 2022.
Okay, what's the alcohol content? You forgot that. Mine's 13.5.
Alcohol on this is, let's see, on the back here, it says 13.5.
Oh. That's the same as mine.
13.5, both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them 13.5.
So if you want to buy a wine that's been taken over by some conglomerate company, you buy Behringer. You want something that's run by me, Bosco, Roscoe, Nestora. Get my Bosco at Costco. Thank you, Larry. I'll sponsor your broadcast again next week. Thank you all. Go to the website.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. President Trump is proposing the U.S. take over the Gaza Strip permanently, displacing Palestinians to different countries. President Trump is not ruling out deploying U.S. troops to take over Gaza. Palestinian envoy to the UN, Riyad Mansour, is pushing back at the idea of displacing residents of Gaza.
Our country and our home is the Gaza Strip. It's part of Palestine. We have no home. For those who want to send them to a happy, nice place, let them go back, to their original homes inside Israel. There are nice places there, and they will be happy to return to these places.
When asked about the possibility of forcing Palestinians to leave their home, President Trump said, "We'll do what's necessary." The Senate confirmed President Trump's nominee for Attorney General. They approved Pam Bondi in a 54-46 vote. John Fetterman was the only Democrat to join Republicans in voting for her. California Democrat Adam Schiff.
We need an Attorney General with a backbone of steel, with a stature to say no, whose purpose is to enforce the laws against any lawbreaker, including the President of the United States. That person is not Pam Bondi.
A.G. Bondi served 2 terms in the office as Florida's Attorney General. She was nominated after President Trump's first pick, Matt Gaetz, withdrew his name over lack of support. During her confirmation hearing, A.G. Bondi criticized the Biden administration for what she called the weaponization of the Justice Department. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, freezing drizzle and a slight chance of snow before 3 a.m. Cloudy with a low around 29, rising to around 31 overnight. Chance of precipitation is 80%. Currently, it is 30 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the...
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections? Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
517-963. That's 800-251-7963.
Welcome back to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. I'm your host, Michael Horn, Madison Hernandez. We got a big guest coming up here, one of the greats in the world of sports and broadcast. Bring the music up a little bit for us, please, as Madison now announces our next guest. Turn it up. Here we go.
Fred Dreyer, actor and former NFL defensive end and the Sultan of Safeties. He's given us some Super Bowl preview and predictions.
All right, that's enough music. Thank you very much. Welcome, Fred Dreyer, to the show. We thought we'd give you a little extra special intro, Fred, because you're such a great guy. We love you here at CRN.
Well, thanks very much. I'd like you to play those horns while we're being interviewed.
No problem. We got Roscoe Nestura with us here. Would you play? Yeah, I play anything for Fred. I like him. Good actor, even better football player. There you go, Fred.
You
didn't know what you're getting. Thanks for getting up early.
Yeah, well, gee.
Fred's my buddy. I got to tell you, I love Fred Dreyer. This guy, legendary. He's got a very dry sense of humor. Don't mistake it for him being gruff when you say hello to him in a restaurant. It's just his sense of humor. And he is an incredible, outstanding football star, played with the New York Giants, he was signed briefly with the New England Patriots. They saw how great he was, and they said, let's get him over to the Rams. They need some help. And so he played fabulously for the Rams. And then after he quit, he went into the broadcast booth. A lot of people don't know this, Fred. Tell them about the fact you were a color commentator on CBS, were you not?
Yes, I was.
Well, that's it. See, and he enjoyed that. And then he became star of Hunter Land's End. By the way, we always talk about Hunter. We remember when you and I met and we were doing the show, we could never find Land's End. Now they're running it on a lot of streaming services, and you were sort of instrumental. That was one of the first syndicated shows. You did that. You put it with Brandon Tartikoff when he left NBC, and you followed him and you created the show, correct?
That's correct. Brandon and I were pals, and it's a shame that he passed away, but he was very instrumental in a lot of things I was doing.
Well, we won't talk about those, but boy, did those bring some cash in, didn't they? I'll tell you. All right, so Fred, you're a California native, Hawthorne, California, and you went to Lawndale High School, as I recall. And then you went to El Camino Junior College. That's where you started playing football, but people don't know this. Tell them that you really had a pretty good pitching arm there for a while, and in high school you were on the baseball team.
Yes, I was basically, my love was baseball. And I remember the day the Dodgers drove down Broadway and came to Los Angeles in 1958, and I was in heaven as a 12-year-old kid.
Yeah,
and it was a great experience to go to my first pro football game at the Coliseum with the Rams and Bears, and then watch them convert the Coliseum to a baseball field, and for the Dodgers to to come into focus for a young kid who just fell in love with baseball, and it was one of the great things, growing up here in California. Was year-round sports. The weather was great, and it was a wonderful introduction to the future of my baseball career.
Yeah. In baseball in high school, you burnt your arm out, but you had a tough fastball. I can see you watching the construction or the conversion of the Coliseum, which was a kind of a Olympic-type field, but also football, and they converted it to baseball. And the left field stands were so close they had to put up a huge screen. You talk about the Green Monster in Boston. This thing was a huge screen, and Wally Moon on the Dodgers, he could kind of jack the ball over that screen, couldn't he?
Yeah, they called him Moonshot, and Wally Moon was really one of the first great Dodger heroes here in L.A. And it was no feat hitting it over that 40-foot wall. Actually 40-foot fence screen, and we used to get there and for batting practice and sit right over the screen, right behind the screen.
Yeah,
and it was just really a lot of fun.
Would you torment opposing players on the field there in left field when you were sitting back there during the game?
Yeah, we went. This was 1958, 59, and 60. The Pittsburgh Pirates were the love of the baseball world, and they had an outfielder, Bob Skinner, who was a left fielder, and we used to wear him out through the screen.
Yeah.
And we wanted to get his attention. He never broke his composure, which was sitting there standing out there with his hands on his knees.
Yeah. And you would shout things at Bob Skinner to try to throw him off guard?
Yeah, we just did all kinds of really fun, stupid stuff. And
Sure.
And it was I miss those days. I got to tell you, 1958 was a billion years ago, but it seems like 15 years ago.
I know. Enjoy your lives, everybody. Fred and I say it flashes by quick. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Fred Dreyer with his highlighting of the coming Super Bowl. Bob Skinner will be there. Don Demeter, Rip Rapolsky, Joe Pignatano, and Fred. No, hang on, Fred. We do have to get his. He blew out his arm, so then he went to, the junior college, went to San Diego State, had a great career there. He's in their Hall of Fame, for God's sakes, at San Diego. And became a great football player. And all those things he shouted at Bob Skinner, Fred then turned around and shouted at opposing football players on the line. We'll find out more when we continue. Hang in there, Fred. We're coming back. What's cooking today? By the way, check out the Fred Dreyer Show on CRN and 790 KBC stations everywhere around the country.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-745-9090. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-745-9090. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-745-9090.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
Welcome back here to What's Cooking Today, the nation's food, wine, travel, health, wealth, entertainment show, and sports show. I'm your host, Michael Horn, with Madison Hernandez, Sydney Hubbard, the technical genius on duty, executive producer Courtney Cadera, and with us, the legendary Fred Dreyer, actor, football player, and he's here. So, Fred, let's get into it a little bit. First off, your show, the Fred Dreyer Show, airs on radio stations around the country. You're on Sirius XM on the weekends with the show 790 KABC. You're getting into it for the Super Bowl. What do you think is going to be happening this Sunday? Who's going to win? Is it Philadelphia, Kansas City? What are your thoughts?
Well, these two teams played a couple of years ago. And,
last year.
And it was a good game, and I think it's a good chance, more than not, that Philadelphia will win.
Oh boy!
I think for the most part, as we've talked about over the years, is fundamental at the line of scrimmage are the key and to success in the sport of football. And there's wide receivers, and they can catch, they can run, and they can do all the things necessary for excitement and propelling their respective teams, into the victory circle. But the one thing you have to keep an eye on is the line of scrimmage. What team controls the line of scrimmage, offensively and defensively? And the Philadelphia Eagles have a terrific runner, and he could have a real big game this week, and we're going to see, I think, the Eagles upset and beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
And they're going to do it by running the ball tough.
Yeah, they got Saquon Barkley is the guy that's secret. That guy just runs through anything. I've seen him. You bring him over to your house, he'll run through the door to get into the restroom. Won't even open it. The guy is a machine.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to after the game, I'm going to drive him over to my house.
Mm-hmm. And let him run through the window. So okay, so you say fundamentals. You talk about this a lot. Fundamentals at the line of scrimmage. You're saying the action, the game is right there. You got to be on it. Jackie Slater, your buddy from the Rams, told me a story that, when he was a tackle with the Rams there, when they were in the Super Bowl or whatever, he would move to the left just a little bit before, they'd snap the football or whatever, and then he'd get the guy on the opposite side to go to the left, and then he would be able to move in and go to the right. And he said he was doing that against Mean Joe Green one time, and Mean Joe just plowed through him and went right to the left when he went there. So you're saying experience will help, and that's what you're saying Philly's got. What about the fact that the Kansas City's been in all these games, and they got great coaching from Andy Reid?
Well, Andy, he's a champion play caller, and he's great with quarterbacks, developing them. He's got Mahomes there, who I think is a terrific young player. He'll be such as for a long time to come, barring injury. But Mahomes is a master at moving his team down the field, and he has done that now 2 Super Bowls in a row. And let's see what happens, on Sunday.
Yeah.
But he's I think about a 1 or 2 point favorite right now. We'll see what happens at kickoff. But I think that the Philadelphia Eagles defense is going to give them a hard time. They'll limit their pass rushes to controlled rushes, and what that is they take the 2 outside defensive ends, right and left defensive ends, and they apply equal pressure to the offensive tackles, and they don't let him roll out from the rush. That's where he's really, really dangerous. So what they'll wind up doing is control rushing and on defense,
right.
And then on offense they'll have to really have to maintain the line of scrimmage and control Saquon in much the same manner. So
that's the key. That's the key for Kansas City.
At the line of, it's always at the line of scrimmage. That's where the game is, and we'll see how much that the color commentators, how the play-by-play announcers,
Tom Brady.
We'll see how. We'll see. Yeah, he's a quarterback. He'll give you some information.
That's good. Fred, we love you, man. That's about the best recap I've heard. Saquon Barkley's got to be controlled by Kansas City on Philly, and Philly's got a great defense. They got to control Patrick Mahomes. That's kind of the look there. It's at the line of scrimmage, and Fred knows he was all-pro defensive end for years with the Los Angeles Rams. So, all right, Fred, we're going to be listening to you on the Fred Dreyer Show. You're the best. All right, you'll be watching. It's 3:30 the game Eastern time, or Pacific time, 6:30 Eastern time, and it's going to be played in New Orleans. Fred, we love you. Check out his show, The Fred Dreyer Show. Go to crntalk.com. Click on his face. It'll take you right to his show. crntalk.com. Love you, Fred.
One out of 2 Americans thinks their life is worthy of a book. Here's another startling stat. You may be one of the 15% of people who bothered to start your book, and one of the 6% that got halfway through it, but your gem of an idea likely died. Or did it? Some published authors are making significant money, so join the ranks of the successful people that finish their books with help from Dorrance Publishing. Call right now, and our experienced editors and writers will explain to you what it's going to take to get your book completely written, published, and then taken to market to sell it. It's a free consultation, so call right now. Find out how much time and money it takes to finally get that book idea of yours published. Make your dreams happen. Call Dorrance Publishing right now.
800-786-1468. 800-786-1468. 800-786-1468. That's 800-786-1468.
From basement podcasts
is this thing on?
To social media.
I'm so funny.
These days, it seems like just about anyone can share their 2 cents. But with so many voices out there, who can you trust? Well, how about LA's first and longest running talk station? For over 60 years, AM 790 KABC has been the trusted source of news and information for Southern Californians from San Diego to Santa Barbara and beyond. With powerhouse hosts like Dan Bongino, Armstrong and Getty, John Phillips, Randy Wang, and Frank Motek, you can rest assured you'll receive the news of the day with honesty, insight, truth, and above all, facts. On air on AM 790, online at KABC.com, and on the go with the free KABC app for news talk you can depend on. Trust us. Fast-paced, fact-based, AM 790 KABC.
Attention, those of you looking to go on a fun vacation and see the world on the cheap. Today, the U.S. dollar is worth even more in other countries, so there's never been a better time to travel outside the USA. The dollar is worth over $1.30 in Canadian dollars, and it's the same for Australia. You can fly there today and have fun and maximize your travel dollar. Your U.S. dollar is worth over $3 in Brazilian reals, and it's worth over $18 in Mexican pesos. Plus, in Argentina, it's worth over $27 in Argentine pesos. Just think of the bargains you'll get. And the way you get the cheapest airfare to any destination is by calling Tickets That Cheap. Save up to 75% on your foreign vacation tickets. Don't wait. Call now.
802-317-1979. 802-317-1979. 802-317-1979. That's 802-317-1979.
And we're back. What's cooking today? The nation's food-wide travel, health, wealth, and entertainment show. I'm your host, Michael Horn. Thank you, Fred Dreyer, for being with us. And got to tell you that the big game, the Super Bowl, going to be coming your way, as I mentioned, Sunday. It's on Fox. Fox TV will have it. It'll be streaming on Tubi and Fubo, so check it out. And Kendrick Lamar is going to be headlining at the halftime show. And it's a pretty close game over there. Over-under is 48.5. Chiefs a minus 120. Eagles plus 100. And Super Bowl 59. Chiefs, Eagles. I disagree with Fred. I think the Eagles will win. And you, Madison, I know you're a football fanatic. Who do you think is going to win?
I think the Chiefs are going to win, but I want the Eagles to win.
And Sid, you're a coach here in high school basketball. You have some expertise in sports. Who's going to win?
I mean, I'm kind of with Madison. I really want the Eagles, but I feel like you can never count out the Chiefs. So,
Andy Reid, good coach, man. You're the coach, I'm telling you. You can't.
They always come up with something and pull it out at the end. So,
yeah.
I hope not, though.
This may set the tone for it or not, but I don't know why Courtney put this in to destroy our show. Today is a National Fart Day, and so I've invited everybody on the staff. Sydney, Madison.
Lovely.
And of course, myself, if I can, please. Oh, boy, a little heavy. I had a heavy meal last night. It's National Fart Day. They really do have a National Fart Day today, and it's a humorous holiday. Okay, Courtney, come on. Thank you very much. She's, very dainty in hers. I'll tell you. Oh, she controls them. That's good. It encourages people to embrace flatulence and relax. Relax your social taboos surrounding it. Farting is often seen as an inappropriate thing. History shows that it has led to conflicts such as, listen to this, farts led to the downfall of King Apries of Egypt and riots during a Passover celebration back in 44 BC. Remember that one? Notable historical figures like Ben Franklin, Joseph Pujol, a professional farter, also contributed to the cultural recognition of farts. The holidays observed since 2008. So get a gang together, make sure you got good ventilations, and have a great day over it. Thank you, Joseph Pujol. And farts started a conflict. I didn't realize that. You can get that way. Oh, boy. By the way, today's Lindy's birthday. Lindy, go ahead. You can do it. That was a good one.
It was like, happy birthday.
Bad dog food. I'm telling you. All right, we got to do a couple more things here. We got to talk about ticket prices for the Super Bowl. They're going down. They're dropping. They're still far from affordable. For example, the cheapest ticket for the Kansas City Chiefs against the Eagles matchup is now $4,339. That's down from $6,375 in late January. If you want a premium seat, listen to this. In Sydney, I know you were picking a couple up for us. It's now $29,693. That's down from $58,237. So that's going to be something else. And President Trump plans to attend a Sunday Super Bowl in New Orleans. Listen to this. I can't believe this. It'll make him the first sitting president to do so. I didn't realize there weren't other presidents there because they do the interview. I think Brett Baer is going to do an interview on Fox with President Trump, current president, during the Super Bowl halftime. And so it'll maybe be running. He's recording it pre-game with Fox News' Brett Baer, and then it'll be there, and you can watch it again. So check it out. Should be good, interesting stuff to talk about. And that's our show. If you miss anything, my gosh, log on to our website. It's what'scookingtoday.com. What'scookingtoday.com. Download our cell phone app. It is free on your smartphone. You can get it on the phone and follow these careful directions from Madison Hernandez. Go, Madison.
Dial pound 250. It's a phone call. Say CRN, and the app is automatically downloaded to your device.
All right, just double checking to see Brett Baer is going to air it at 3 p.m. That's what I was looking for, and before the 6:30 kickoff Eastern time. All right, for our executive producer, Courtney Cadera, for Madison Hernandez, for Cindy Hubbard, I'm Michael Horn. Thanks for listening. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, eat well, everybody. Enjoy Fart Day.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A woman who killed a West Chicago man who was stabbed, strangled, beaten, set on fire, and run over has been sentenced to 40 years in prison. Tia Brewer, age 22, of Wheaton, formerly having lived in the Elgin area, was sentenced to 34 years for first-degree murder and 6 years for aggravated kidnapping. Prosecutors had asked for a sentence of natural life in prison. Authorities alleged about 11:30 a.m., August the 14th of 2018, West Chicago firefighters saw a smoldering object in a fire pit in the 1300 block of Joliet Street and found Luis Guerrero's body covered by a wooden picnic table. Police investigators determined that Brewer, along with Jesus Gerardo Correa, 25 years old now, Saul Ruiz, 24, and Francisco Alvarado, 25, planned the murder for about a month. Authorities said Alvarado and Brewer were linked romantically and that Brewer told police she attacked Guerrero because he had sexually assaulted her, but police say no assault had ever been reported. Correa and Ruiz, both of West Chicago, pled guilty to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Correa sentenced to 15 years in prison, Ruiz to 10 years. Alvarado pled guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. He is to be sentenced on February the 26th. Well, it's tough to bounce back from that story, but with the Super Bowl Sunday game on the way, be sure to be part of the Pick 6 this week for a chance to win a gift card to Rookie's All-American Sports Pub and Grill. Just go to WRMN1410.com, click on the Pick 6 tab on the top of the page, and follow the prompts, and good luck. And join me tomorrow morning as Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire joins me in the 8 o'clock hour. The first shift takes place from 6 until 10, right here on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is what was happening in Elgin 100 years ago, February 5th. Edna Wallace Hopper, known as the Eternal Flapper, was an actress on stage and in silent films. She is advertising for her product. I have bobbed hair, and I believe in it. Millions of women who see it on stage and in society envy its marvelous beauty. But there is only one way I know to get that glint, that luster. It is due to a marvelous shampoo. I cannot tell you why. The great factors in this shampoo are concealed from me. The makers claim them as discoveries which they desire to control. But now I've induced them to make for you the very shampoo they make for me. It is called Edna Wallace Hopper's Fruity Shampoo. You can obtain it now for 60 cents at any drug or toilet counter. I know it to be, after worldwide search, the greatest shampoo in the world. I guarantee it. Compare it with any shampoo you know, and your dealer will return your money if you are not delighted beyond measure. Won't you do this for your own sake and in respect for me? Go learn what it means to you. Mail the coupon for a free sample bottle and my beauty book. My address is 536 Lakeshore Drive, Chicago. Thank you.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, freezing drizzle and a slight chance of snow before 3 a.m. Cloudy with a low around 29, rising to around 31 overnight. Chance of precipitation is 80%. Currently, it is 30 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV. Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
new customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
And their artisan collections, gorgeous. Are you going to open your gift? Oh yeah, it's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit JTV.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Hey, welcome in, everybody. It's time for a little girl talk right here on Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. I've got Nancy chiming in from Dallas, Texas. Hey, Nance, what's going on down there?
Hey, not too much.
I just ran in the front door, so I'm a little out of breath.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
You're here. It's all that
I'm
counts.
here. I had deliveries. I've got all kinds of deliveries today, and you know what that means? All kinds of furniture to put together. How fun is that?
Yeah.
I need a really big screwdriver.
Okay. I can't
No, I
give
meant
you
the
one.
cocktail. The cocktail, yeah.
Oh, that one. Yeah. I can't give you that either.
Just kidding. That was a joke.
We had our group today. Mr. French is out of town, so I had group with the special.
French? Where is he?
Special
He never
needs
goes out of
adults.
town.
He is. I know. He is skiing with Brad and the two boys.
Get out of town.
Yeah. They're driving there today. They're driving to Red River, something like that. And
where is that?
They're going to ski in
Colorado?
Mexico, New Mexico.
Oh,
New Mexico, I mean.
Yeah.
New Mexico.
Oh, there's a New Mexico. That's a joke. That's a joke from the
I
Simpsons.
know.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're driving today. They're going to ski tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and drive back
Thanks for that, Matt.
Saturday.
Does she? Does Oh, by the way, forgot to introduce Matt. Matt's on the board there. Hey, Matt.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Matt.
How's it going there?
It's another overcast day outside. Currently, it's like in the 30s.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yucko.
And I don't like what's going to happen here. The weather's going to get ugly.
Yep.
Tonight, right? You guys are getting some ugly stuff happening down there.
Freezing
My flight,
rain. Yeah.
Until 6 a.m. is what the weather forecast has in it, so that this weather alert is on. My flight has not been canceled yet, so fingers crossed that I'm going to be able to get in. I land at 11. Good luck. No, I land at 1. I leave at 11.
Oh, you're still in Nashville.
I am in Nashville. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Don't you recognize my Nashville house right here?
Oh, right. I forgot. That's your Nashville home.
This is my Nashville house right here.
Hey, Nancy, I like
Yes.
your scarf, by the way.
Oh, thank
Very
you.
nice.
She's so fashionable.
I don't know.
This one.
I don't know. I threw it on. Thank you, Matt.
Are you covering something up, young lady? Have you got something going on there?
No.
Do you know in high school they used to wear scarves to cover up the hickey?
That'd be a no, Tammy. That would be a no. We've been married for 40.
Well, you don't have hickeys
4
anymore.
years.
45 years. I don't get it. I don't get it at all, man. Yeah, well, especially since the husband's gone. Now that'll explain a lot.
Well, that would be not good. Yeah.
That's funny. That's funny.
People used to say it was a curling iron burn, Mom.
Right. Well, that's what you tell your parents.
The
right?
old curling iron burn.
Right. That's what we got going on. Hey, Nancy, why was the child's report card wet?
Um.
Come on. Why was the child's report card wet?
I don't
ready?
know. I got nothing.
It was below sea level.
Wow. Okay.
Good one. That's a good
not
one.
bad. That
isn't bad. You know who told me that joke? Google.
Okay.
Google tells me jokes every morning. It makes me happy.
Okay. You just ask it to tell you a joke?
Yes, I do. Well, it
That's
says
funny.
every time I wake up and I walk into the kitchen, it says, "Good morning, Tammy." And I'm like, "Oh, I need a joke." Well, I'm making my coffee. So they tell you a joke in the morning.
Wait a minute. Why does it say good morning, Tammy?
I don't know. My son, one of the Christmas gifts that Pat and Meredith got was to Googify, if you will, this place down here so that you can see everything in one app. So he's in the process of putting on a doorbell, an inside camera, outside cameras, all that stuff. And it's all on Google. So all you have to do is say, "Hey, Google," and it'll do whatever, like Alexa, same kind of thing. But
How does it know that you walked into the room?
Motion. It has a motion sensor on it when you walk in.
Oh, good night.
I know.
I don't know if I wanted to know that much.
Well, my husband doesn't, so it's unplugged when he's here.
Yeah, I can see that your husband does not want that.
He gets a little,
What if he walked into a room and it said "Good morning, Tammy"?
He doesn't plug.
How does it know who it is? How does it know?
It only knows me. It doesn't know him.
Oh.
Yeah. So if he
It's
walked
not that
in,
good. It's not that
if you walked in, if the man in the moon walked in, they'd all still be Tammy. I mean, 'cause that's all he knows. That's all it knows when there's motion, because I'm the guy on the account.
Sure.
Right.
AI.
That's the way it works. You gotta love yourself a little AI now and then.
You sure. We might as
Why
well
not?
like the good parts of it, right?
Right. Well, because listen, we got Chad. Chad,
yeah.
come on. Chad
boy.
is. I know he's a special guy.
He is
and
a special guy.
he's our AI guy. So we gotta like Chad. We gotta like our little Chad. Now, you know what I've been looking at, Nancy? Well, I've been looking at all kinds of wacky stuff. By
course
the way,
you have.
and I couldn't decide which way to go today with what we were going to chat about. So I came up with some wacky stuff that I like. All right, so here's
Oh boy.
hurricane names.
Hold on to your hat.
Hurricane names. Come on, this is a good one.
No,
This
it is
a
good.
one. This is the list for 2025. The top 21 names for the next 21 hurricanes.
Okay, wait, Tammy.
Yes?
Before you say that, I've often wondered how they name them.
Well, they're named by the hold please. I don't know.
I've often wondered that.
Yeah, like how they come up with the names?
Yeah, how they name them. I think there's
So
some
this
kind
is
of a
like
system.
No, I don't think there's a system. It's alphabetical. It goes alphabetical, and you start
Right.
at the beginning
Well,
of
who
the
names
season.
them?
The weather service, there's the National Weather Service who monitors the hurricanes. I can find out exactly who names them for you because that's a fabulous job. I like that kind of stuff.
Well,
I'd
you
like,
would like to do. You
yeah,
would
that'd
love to name
yeah,
hurricanes.
hurricanes would be a
Hurricane
blast.
Nancy, if it got to the end, I'll tell
Oh,
you that.
she's a big blower, man.
She's a
That
big one.
Yeah, that comes in. That one comes in
Just,
fast.
no,
No, they've
that
got
one alone.
No, you should. It's probably a good idea. All right, so let's look here for a quick second at hurricane names for 2025. Number one starts with an A, Andrea.
Okay.
2 is Barry with a B.
Barry. Oh,
Yeah, right?
boy, that brings some memories around.
Yeah, we sure do know a Barry
We
here or
sure
there.
do.
Number 3 starts with a C, Chantel. Chantal, Chantel. Number 4 starts with a D, and it's Dexter. I don't know if you watch that murder thing, but there's
Oh,
a
yeah,
Dexter.
yeah.
There's so that's who I think of. Number 5 is Irish. It's Erin, Erin. Number 6 is Fernand, Fernand, Fernand. 7 starts with a G, and it's Gabriel. Humberto with an H, and then Imelda with an I. Number 10 is Jerry with a J. Hurricane Jerry. That's hysterical. And number 11 is Hurricane Karen. You know how everybody calls everybody a Karen? That's funny. Okay, maybe it's just funny for me. Number 12 is Lorenzo.
I was on mute, sorry.
Oh, you were on mute. I didn't hear a word you said. 13 is Melissa. 14 is Nestor. 15
Nestor. I like Nestor.
Nestor.
Yeah,
Nestor.
that's different.
You could start calling Scott that.
I could. For no reason at all.
Come here, Nestor.
Nestor.
Let's see. Olga. Olga is number 15.
Olga's probably going to be powerful.
Pablo
German
is
woman.
16. Uh-oh. You know what 17 is?
Wait, what letter is it? What are we on?
R. Come on, we know.
Ralph.
We know. No, we know one, and sometimes she's on the show with us.
Rebecca.
That's it.
Oh.
With an H at the end, though. She doesn't do that, but you know. 18 is Sebastian.
I know a Sebastian.
You do?
Well, my son's friend Sebastian.
Okay, that makes sense.
I love that. That's a cool name.
It's a lot of syllables.
It is a lot of syllables, but it's kind of cool.
And then let's see. 19 is Tanya. 20 is Van, V-A-N.
Tanya Harding. Remember Tanya Harding?
I do remember Tanya Harding.
She was a hurricane. Wasn't she?
She was something. And 21, Wendy. That's it.
We know a Wendy.
We do know a Wendy. We know a few Wendy's. I know a few Wendy's. I had a cousin Wednesday.
I have a cousin Wendy too.
Do you? I wonder if it's the same cousin Wendy. What if we're related, Matt? Wouldn't that be wild?
It's 6 degrees of separation, people.
Yes, right. It could be. You never know. It could be. So I thought that was interesting. This just came out, the list of because I guess hurricane season is rapidly approaching, and the reason why I'm looking at that is because the cost of getting insurance has gone up ridiculously, like insanely. And I've got all the stats on it too. And I didn't want to talk about it today because it's depressing because I just paid it. You know what I'm saying? So
when is hurricane
season?
When is the hurricane? When does it start?
November usually. It's same as wrestling season typically. November through March-ish, November through February, something like that. November, December-ish. Sometimes it starts like end of October. It depends on where you're at and where your hurricanes are, you know.
Why did you pay hurricane insurance?
I didn't pay hurricane insurance. I just my homeowner's insurance.
Your homeowners, yeah.
Girlfriend, homeowner's insurance.
I
mean,
know.
I know you don't pay the bills, but I'm telling you, it's crazy what's happening
Yeah.
with
I
homeowners.
hear tell. I hear tell about
Do
that.
you do tell? Do tell, young lady. If I could find my stuff. Oh, come on.
The
damn
sun,
it. What?
here comes the sun. Doo 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 doo.
Do you see some sun?
Oh, yes, I do.
All right, then. So, homeowners insurance has gone up in the state of Illinois. Get this. From 2019 to 2024, homeowners insurance in the state of Illinois has gone up 56.9%.
Why is that?
Please hold. I have all of that stats. In
Yeah, because
Texas,
that doesn't make any sense.
young lady, in Texas, it's gone up 54.5%.
My son was ouching about that.
Let me tell you, in California, it's gone up 48.4%. Utah's gone up. There's only a handful of states it's gone up. The other states it hasn't.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Okay,
so
you're going to tell us why.
What do I know? Well,
thought you
I'll
knew.
make some stuff up, Nance. But
Okay.
no. Let's see.
Well, you're good at that.
So they're saying that the cost of why these things have gone up is all of the claims that they've had to pay out in the last couple of years, since 2019, that they've had to pay out all these costs. And so now the insurance, I forgot, one of the insurance companies or the board or something is asking the insurance regulators in California if they can increase another 22% to cover all the California stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's 70 something percent.
Yeah. It's insane. Now, auto insurance is going up too.
Everything.
Yeah, it's insane. Auto insurance. I just paid them both, so that's why I'm a little not happy about any of it. But auto insurance, they're saying the reason that auto insurance went up, higher repair costs. There's more technology in your car, which is true. There's a lot more technology in your cars now. Rising crash rates. So they're paying.
Is that
out
due
more.
to the technology in the car?
Are these cars driving themselves into other cars? I don't know. Rising crash rates is what the insurance company is saying is wrong with it. Yeah, well, we might be preoccupied, but then your car drives itself. So what do you do?
Did you know that actually statistically, actuarial statistics, they have realized that not only answering your phone in a handheld sense, even talking on it without hands free, you're still distracted.
Well, I think you are.
And I can agree with that. I've seen my husband. I've seen my husband driving. I mean, I'm just on the outside, right?
Right.
And you're looking, you're like, holy crap. And he's like, yeah. And I'm going, turn here. And he's not holding anything.
Yeah. No. But see, so it depends on your level of multitasking. If you are a good multitasker, you could probably do both. But Scott's not a multitasker. He's a one task at a time kind of guy.
You know, men aren't. It's kind of a common fact that women are a little bit better at that.
Well, you have to be when you got multiple kids and whatnot. But
and whatnot.
And whatnot, whatnot.
A little whatnot running around.
Whatnot. That's it's a very big whatnot going on there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Big ones and little ones.
Let's go back to the whys, Nancy. The whys.
Yeah, why?
Why are they increasing our car insurance? Because that went up too. Higher medical costs for personal injury claims. More insurance fraud is happening.
Oh.
And then higher reinsurance costs, whatever the heck that means. This is what the providers are saying why they're raising costs.
Do you remember the guy that hit the other guy in the rear end? He rear-ended a guy purposely.
Oh, when?
I thought we talked about it. It was on the highway, and one guy was slowing down. I think it was a 2-car incident.
Yeah.
The car in front slammed on his brakes. The other guy slows down, and the guy behind him hit him. And but it was a whole fraud situation. The guy in front of him knew the guy.
It happens all the time that the guy in front stops, makes you run into him, makes you hit him because the guy. So in insurance,
they got caught. So.
In the world of insurance, if you are hit from behind, it's always your fault.
Right.
in the world of insurance.
Yeah.
So, but how does that work if if the frauder guy slams on the brakes and he gets hit from behind? It's his fault. He slammed on the brakes, right? Or no, it's the
Well,
guy. It's the guy behind you's
no.
fault. It's
Yeah, it's the
always the
guy
guy
behind
behind
you fault because he wasn't at a safe enough distance to
Yeah,
stop because
that's
you
it.
slammed on the
Okay.
brakes. But what a scam is, the one I believe we talked about on the show one time was the guy was he slammed on his brakes and made that guy stop.
Yeah.
Well, no, not hit him. Then the guy behind him hit him.
Yeah. And then
no, it was the guy that hit him. That's right. 'Cause
the
it's
guy. It'd
that
have
hits
to be
him.
because that's the guy
Sorry.
at fault. Yeah.
That's I'm sorry. Yeah. So crazy, huh?
It's a thing. It's a thing. So the question, I guess, that they're asking is, how do we lower the costs of our insurance? Well, here's their suggestions. And by the way, none of them worked, but I tried a very little bit, but I did.
Well, I have one. We have that thing installed. That driver.
Oh, my husband refuses.
The peekaboo, the guy that knows what you're doing.
Yeah, he hates it. He thinks you're being watched. So some of what
we are anyway, Bill. We are anyway.
Yeah, but
It's
he's like,
everywhere.
I'm not giving it to him, man. He's gonna have to work for it.
We got 20% discount, Tammy.
Yeah,
20%.
well, we're not getting it because there is no way. So what Nancy's talking about is they want insurance companies now want to be in your pocket, and they want you to put an app on your phone, and that phone has GPS on it, and they can see everywhere you go and everything you do. In addition, they can also see how fast you drive. The one we had for Allstate would send notices to Allstate if I was in any car, whether I was driving or not. Somebody slammed on the brakes, it would send them a notice, or went over 80 miles an hour, it would send them a notice, and I would get dinged for insurance, whether I was driving or not, because the car.
That makes no sense.
I know it.
Ours is not. Ours is very.
This was Allstate.
Yeah, this is USAA, and it's very specific, and you tell it what you tell your phone, right, whether you were driving or not. So if they ding you for harsh braking, they ding you for answering your phone, and I don't know, no speeding, lane changes maybe, but mostly harsh braking and phone handling.
Yeah,
and you can tell them that you're the
speed.
Yes,
Ours did speed. 80 miles an hour.
I don't think ours has speed. Maybe.
Yeah, ours was speed. It doesn't matter. My husband will not. He's like, I am not having somebody follow me around and watch my braking and blah. Are you kidding? No, it's not happening.
You know what it does? You know what it does do though, Tammy? It
lowers the rate.
It made Scott drive a hell of a lot better. He does not. Yes, he does, because he won't use his phone. And he is very distracted with his phone. Very distracted. I am too. I mean, but he is super.
Yeah.
And
here are the tips that they say for lowering your insurance premium. Is to call your provider and negotiate or choose other plans that are less expensive with less coverage. But, why should I have to do that? 2, it says bundle your insurance with one provider. So your homeowners and your home
just like
insurance.
the cable company.
Yeah, why? What do they have? What do you bundle?
They have all the bundles. If you do your phone and your internet and your TV, they have the bundle.
Kind of. It's the same way. You can get a pretty substantial discount just for having it all with one provider. That's what I chose to do because there was no way we're putting that thing on our phone. And then consider increasing your deductible. That's another thing. So they want, deductibles back in the day. How much do you remember deductibles being? Like $100, $500, something like that.
I thought it was 500 usually.
500, yeah. Now they're 2,000.
Oh, good night.
Now it's like 1,000.
That's my medical. That's
right. You can. Well, that got bigger too. I haven't even started on healthcare. Don't get me started on healthcare.
I don't know what it is. 1,600, I think.
And then it says, get this: build your credit score, because if you have a low credit score, you're going to pay more for your insurance.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I thought I knew it was based on loans, right? You get a better loan, you get a lower loan rate.
Right.
If you have better credit score, you get all that. So
I didn't even know they ran my credit when I just got quotes for all kinds of things. Nobody told me they were running credit or dinging anything. So I'm not sure how real that one is. but
maybe it's
yeah.
pretty important. They tell you to really look at your credit score and make sure it's accurate.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I do that, I mean, I definitely do that and I stay on top of it. And especially now with everybody stealing your identities
your
and all that other
stuff, yeah.
garbage, they have, credit
Yeah.
monitoring. All the banks do it, pretty easily.
Yeah, I know.
Where you can get, I've got an account with Chase that does it for me automatically. The other one that always sends it in the monthly statement, come heck or high water, is Discover. They tell you on the bottom of your statement, your credit score is this today, or what. I don't know how accurate that guy is, but the one the other one's 100% accurate. So. You know that. Anyway, that's my rant. Now, don't now
Okay.
healthcare. Well, it's not a rant, but it's like, what's happening? Why is everything so freaking high? The insurance is insane. The fact that Illinois has gone up 56% since 2019 why is the question. The answer's not been. We don't have floods, hurricanes. We get a tornado
We have,
here and there.
I know why ours has, because we have for years had lots of roof replacements. I mean,
because of tornadoes?
We get hail
And storm.
Hail
Yeah.
and wind. And
I mean,
they're always replacing a roof. It's ridiculous, Tammy.
Yeah, how many times have you
It's
replaced your roof? You
crazy.
probably-
Only once here, but we're lucky. Only
Oh, the
once.
other
No,
house you did a bunch.
I'm sorry, twice? Twice, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But it's crazy.
Yeah, and they watch that too. They want to know how long ago did you replace your roof before I'll give you a quote.
Well,
and if
I
it
don't-
needs a roof, I'm going to quote you more on your home insurance. It's insane. All right, we got to go. I'm done. I'm only going to focus on positive things. You know that. We're going to be back after the break, and we're going to talk positive. Stick with us.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. President Trump is proposing the U.S. take over the Gaza Strip permanently, displacing Palestinians to different countries. President Trump is not ruling out deploying U.S. troops to take over Gaza. Palestinian envoy to the UN, Riyad Mansour, is pushing back at the idea of displacing residents of Gaza.
Our country and our home is the Gaza Strip. It's part of Palestine. We have no home. For those who want to send them to a happy, nice place, let them go back, to their original homes inside Israel. There are nice places there, and they will be happy to return to these places.
When asked about the possibility of forcing Palestinians to leave their home, President Trump said, "We'll do what's necessary." The Senate confirmed President Trump's nominee for Attorney General. They approved Pam Bondi in a 54-46 vote. John Fetterman was the only Democrat to join Republicans in voting for her. California Democrat Adam Schiff.
We need an Attorney General with a backbone of steel, with the stature to say no, whose purpose is to enforce the laws against any lawbreaker, including the President of the United States. That person is not Pam Bondi.
A.G. Bondi served 2 terms in the office as Florida's Attorney General. She was nominated after President Trump's first pick, Matt Gaetz, withdrew his name over lack of support. During her confirmation hearing, A.G. Bondi criticized the Biden administration for what she called the weaponization of the Justice Department. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, freezing drizzle before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 28, rising to around 31 overnight. Strong chance of precipitation. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 39. Currently, it is 30 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. We are back. It's 2:34 on a Wednesday. It's Wednesday. I almost called it Thursday. Yeah, I thought it was Thursday because I'm scared of Thursday because I don't want to fly in this crap if it's crappy weather. Yeah. But I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's
airline is the safest form of travel.
Flying is?
Mm-hmm.
How about walking? How do you feel about that?
Not so much.
No, it's not so safe.
Depends on if you're looking at your phone.
I guess. Yeah, I guess so.
People have walked into various situations looking at their phone.
It's always fun to watch, too, isn't it? When, people are looking down and with their head down and walk into stuff. I'm like, oof. Look up, buddy. Look up. See where you're heading.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what Matt's been looking at? He's been looking at the News Nation clip bin to see if he can find us anything relevant to talk about today. Let's see what he's got.
Is it a bin or?
It's a bin. It's like a file drawer. Yeah, that's what I picture.
Like
a file drawer that and his head is like deep inside. And
like this?
Digging.
And his legs are sticking at the top?
His legs are sticking out. Exactly. You got the picture now.
I do.
Matt, did you find anything there?
Police in Ohio are searching for Bruce Foster, the suspected gunman who killed one person and injured 5 others at a warehouse facility. It happened last night at a cosmetics manufacturer just outside of Columbus. News Nation's Anna Hoffman is in New Albany, Ohio.
Chief Greg Jones did actually confirm to us that Foster was an employee at the KDC-1 facility where the shooting happened. They say he had been working his regular shift and had been at the facility for a while before the actual incident. Now, as for a motive, Chief Jones says that is still under investigation. He says no one witnessed any confrontational or erratic behavior beforehand.
150 people were working when the shooting happened.
It just seems so bizarre that he's working away. He's been there for a while, and then all of a sudden he just starts shooting people?
And he apparently, CBS News says that he had been at work for some time before he started shooting, too.
Yeah, does that make sense to you?
That's really nutty.
I mean, it's like a lot of time if they come in there with a vendetta and a gun and they're ready to go. But this guy was working for a while and decided he had a problem. And he had killed one guy and injured 5. Do we have any relevance? I'm sure they probably didn't even talk about that. But any relevance to the guy that's dead? I mean, was it a boss or just a coworker?
Did he have any motive?
They're still investigating on that. There's apparently no ongoing threat to anyone in the vicinity, it says. The shooting may have been targeted.
What type of a gun did he have?
Let me see.
Oh. Nancy, are you checking out his weapons? What's that all about?
Well, yeah, because I'm part of Women Demand Action.
Women Packing Heat. Women, are you?
Yeah. It's called Gun Sense America, and it wants people to be safe. That's all they want. They want people to be safe, and want AK-47s off the streets, and they're military grade weapons and shouldn't be used for civilians.
The fact that they're even out
and
there.
Ghost guns are untraceable, and you can literally make them yourself.
Oh, you and I have not had the ghost gun conversation, have we?
No, we probably should. I thought
we will.
We had one before, but yeah, we need to again.
You would remember it if I told you the whole story. It's an off-air story for sure, but
goodness.
Yeah, super interesting little fun facts there.
CNN says it's a handgun.
It just says a handgun.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying as of right now.
Okay, because he could have killed a lot more people had it been
if he had an automatic,
a semi-automatic or an automatic. So
yeah, but he has a. So wait, so a regular handgun has 6 bullets in it. Is that true?
A 6-shooter, Tam.
Is that true? Well, I know the Old West has the round.
I know.
Thing. I don't. I mean, are the little clip things? I don't know anything.
I don't know what. I think it
nothing
depends on what kind of a handgun. I guess I don't know.
All right. Well, so see, that's how much we know.
Well, and the one thing that we do advocate for, if anybody who has guns, please lock them up. Please put them in a safe. A biometric safe is easy, just as quick to open as it is to climb up in your closet and get it. If you have a biometric safe by your nightstand, use your finger for identification. It is very quick to access, and it can save lives, especially of children.
Yeah.
And then,
well, that's the thing. You read about it every year. A kid gets a hold of a gun that a parent didn't take care of, and
several times a year.
Right. All over the country,
all over the country. Right. And most people think that their children don't know where the guns are. And what they found through research is that 80% of children know where their guns are in the house.
I'm sure they do. So, I bet they do. Yeah. And they think that they don't. Kids know a lot more about a lot of things.
They sure do. They sure do. They do.
Anyway. Taylor, when she was little, my daughter, she went, did I tell you this? She went to a birthday party down the street, and it was in the garage. It was like outside on the, in the garage. And she came over, and it was like she was little. She was like 3 or 4. Probably 4. And she came over and got me, and she said, "Mom, there's a gun over there." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
I'm glad she said that to you.
I said, "What are you talking about?" And she took me by the hand. She walked me in the garage, and there's like a little like a 2-step laddery thing that she was playing on. And once you get to the top of it, you could see the top of the shelf. And I'll be darned if there wasn't a gun up there on the top of the shelf, just sitting there, just a hand, just sitting up there. I'm like, all right, it's time to go home.
Time to go home.
Yep.
Yeah. Another thing is to never keep a loaded gun around, and keep your ammunition in a different spot than the gun. So,
but if I do that and somebody breaks in to kill me, can I say, "Wait a minute, I got to go get my bullet. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back"? I mean,
well, you can keep the gun in the safe and the ammo in the drawer above the gun. I mean, above where you have the safe. You have a safe, and then you have the ammo. You can have the ammo.
Can't I keep it loaded in the safe?
If it I suppose if it's locked, yes, I suppose you could.
Yeah,
but you probably don't want to take a loaded gun out of a. I don't know. I don't know what the theory is on that. But certainly it's better. Well, out of the casing, you probably want to load it and not have it loaded while you pick the gun up, because you could accidentally go off and shoot yourself.
Oh, sure. Well, sure.
And I
don't hear about that happening too much.
You know that, it's less. Well, let me tell you something. It's less than 1% of the civilian guns that are used appropriately in a break-in or in any kind of an adverse event. Less than 1% of the guns are actually used the way you ideally think that they are. So that's not much. So
no, but
lots more are accidents. Somebody came in.
Right. Listen, here's the bottom line. Do I have the guts to shoot somebody under any circumstance?
I was just going to say that.
I don't know that. You don't know it until you're faced with it. But
you don't know it, and you're killing someone. And let's say it's somebody's son who is drug addicted, and they just want some money, and you're going to kill their son. You're going to kill them dead. They didn't
get out of my
hurt
house.
you.
I'm killing you dead.
They didn't
get
want
out of
to
my
hurt
house.
you. they were drug addicted. You know, there are all kinds of reasons.
Right. Would you?
Or you shoot, or you're in a mall. I was telling my sons this when, you know, they had the Allen shooting here in Texas that killed, oh my God, 15 people. It was horrible, mass shooting.
When was this? How come we don't hear about these?
Several years ago. Several years ago, the Allen shooting. It was very, very bad. I don't know if you can look that up, Matt, but Allen,
mass
Texas.
shootings are becoming the norm, which is why we're getting numb to them. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you think, you know, well, I'm going to grab my gun. Well, okay. So first of all, you're in a mall with a lot of little kids and a lot of families and a lot of innocent people. You think you're expert marksman? You're going to hit the guy just perfectly, and you're not going to miss and hit, you know, Billy Joe or Sally Mae that's trying to run away, or standing behind him, miss him and hit them. Are you?
Oh, of course
are you
you are.
prepared to hit somebody else?
What's that say, Mr. Matt? I can't remember.
What does it say?
Yeah, so this is, I know it's Wikipedia, but it says...
no, it's good, yeah.
May 6, 2023, a mass shooting occurred at Allen Premium Outlets, an outlet center in Allen, Texas. 9 people, including the perpetrator, were killed during the shooting, the youngest of whom was a 3-year-old boy, and 7 others were injured. I do remember this story.
Yeah, remember that? 2023. That was the big deal around here. And I remember telling my son, are you prepared to be, I hope you're going to be an expert marksman. You got to put a lot of time and effort into that, because the police do when they're not even an expert.
Wait. Is this one of your kids said they were going to get a gun?
Yeah, Brad was saying after the Allen shooting, he and Doug were saying, well, I want to protect our family. I said, okay, you know what? I hope you're a really good shot. And I hope that you take classes.
Would you shoot somebody, Nance?
No, I would not shoot somebody. I mean, who knows if I guess if somebody were attacking me personally and there was a gun handy, I guess I'd grab it, life or death. But that, you know, that's such a rare, you know, that's like the perfect circumstance.
Let's hope it's rare.
You know? Yeah, let's hope it's rare. But I mean, the perfect circumstance where you're in a position and you have a gun and you actually hit the guy. Yeah, I mean, it actually works, and he doesn't grab the gun and shoot you. I mean,
well, there's that. There's
it's not easy. Policemen have trouble, you know, handling these people. Why does a civilian think that they're going to be able to do this when the police, highly trained policemen, have difficulty?
Yeah. I mean, but then there are some societies where the gun is the norm. You know.
Oh, I know. I live in Texas,
and they're different societies. Listen, I grew up in a rural area. So did you. You know, farmers use guns like crazy. And they use them to do their job and to get on the farm. They use rifles and they use guns for that sort of thing. Right. But there's guns becoming the norm in the urban setting, which is the scariest norm of all, really.
I remember when recently, and I think it was Alabama or something, a farmer, or a guy in a rural area, I don't know if you'd call him a farmer, but a young girl was trying to find a party and pulled into his driveway, thought that was where the party was, and drove.
I remember that.
Remember
that? Was that Texas?
God, where was that?
I thought it was Texas,
no,
but yeah, she pulled into the wrong driveway and he shot her.
Alabama.
Something like that. Something.
Very rural, and he shot her.
Yep, I remember that. Yeah.
And she didn't have a gun or anything.
No, she was just in the wrong. She was just a teenager at the wrong place. Yeah. But there are people that are nuts, and those kind of people should not have their finger on a trigger. That's all.
No, they shouldn't.
But they do. Unfortunately, they do. What are you going to do? All right, kids, listen, we're going to take that quick break right now. We're going to come back and do our historic song of the day. What do we have? Today is February 5th. Let's find out what happened on February 5th on this day in music. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
When it comes to real estate, you want the best. Choose RE/MAX, the #1 name in real estate. Located at 113 West Oak Knoll Drive in Hampshire, Illinois, RE/MAX leads the industry in brand awareness and provides comprehensive services, residential, commercial, leasing, and investment solutions, all tailored to your needs. With innovative marketing and cutting-edge tools, RE/MAX helps you find your dream property or sell faster. At RE/MAX, they take a client-centered approach, offering personalized strategies to achieve your real estate goals. Ready to get started? Call them today at 847-683-9200. That's 847-683-9200. Or visit their website at ildealmakers.com to begin your journey. RE/MAX Steelmakers, making real estate simple and successful.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better. Welcome in to a little girl talk right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. I'm your host, Tammy Scully. I'm here with Nancy French from Dallas, Texas, beaming in. I am actually broadcasting live from Nashville, hoping to get back up there tomorrow. So, keep that storm to a minimum. Maybe get it over with early so I can get it. Okay? Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm sure everybody's got control over that one.
They do. Don't listen.
Sure. I know. All right, let's see. It doesn't look like it's going to be that bad, actually. But they're saying like up to an inch of ice. That will be bad if it gets to that. Let's see what happens.
In Chicago?
Yeah, overnight. It's supposed to be right, Matt. It starts overnight, right? I think it does. Anyway, let's talk music, shall we? Now. Let's see. On this day in music, February 5th, 1962, Nancy, you were 2 years old.
I was.
You were. Do you know Ringo Starr made his first live appearance with the Beatles?
Oh, really?
He filled in for the drummer Pete Best, who was sick. Huh?
Pete Best.
Pete Best, yeah, he filled in for him, who was sick that day. The band played 2 shows that day, a lunchtime set in Liverpool and another in the evening in at the Kingsway Club. Starr, who was playing regularly with Rory Storm and the Hurricanes at the time, officially joined the Beatles in August of 1962, completing the Fab Four's famous lineup. There you have it. Now, in 1972, you were 12. Less than 2 years after Simon and Garfunkel split up, Paul Simon released his first solo single, Mother and Child Reunion. The title of the song, which led Simon's self-titled debut, was inspired by a chicken and egg dish of the same name from a Chinese restaurant menu. The ragu-influenced track peaked at number 4 in the U.S., number 5 in the U.K., and number 1 in South Africa. Did you know that song Mother and Child Reunion is about a chicken and an egg?
Oh, no, not at all.
Did you know that? My husband loves to tell people that one. That it's about a chicken and an egg, mother and child, Get it?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Matt's going to play it for us now. Here's a little mother and child reunion. Think of the chicken and the egg when you watch this one or listen to this. Yeah, I know. It's wacky. Here it is.
Saturday. I know they say let it be, but it just don't work out that way. And the course of a lifetime runs over and over again. No, I would not give you false hope on this strange and mournful day, but the mother and child just can't believe it's so, though it seems strange to say. I've never been late so low, such a mysterious way. And the course of a lifetime runs over and over again. But I would not give you false hope on this strange and mournful day, when the mother and child reunion is only a motion away. Oh, the mother and child reunion is only a motion away. Oh, the mother and child reunion is only a moment away.
Good song. Like that jam. It's a good one. Mr. Simon, he's got such a great voice. Let's see.
Yeah, he does.
I love a lot of his stuff. On February 5th, 2016, a new species of black tarantula that lives near Folsom Prison in California was named after Johnny Cash.
How funny.
I think that's very funny. And then on this date, in 2024, American country music singer, songwriter, this is last February, record producer and actor Toby Keith died in his sleep in Oklahoma at the age of 62. His chart-topping debut, Should Have Been a Cowboy, topped the U.S. country charts and was the most played country song of the 1990s. The song has received 3 million spins since then, according to Broadcast Music Incorporated. Keith released 19 studio albums and charted 61 singles on the Billboard Hot Country Songs charts, including 20 #1 hits. In June 2022, Keith announced that he had been diagnosed with stomach cancer. So, and it was, it was kind of big down here in Nashville when he passed away. I don't know his best song, but we're going to play it for you. We'll go out on this, right, Matt? Yep. We'll go to a commercial break on this. This is Toby Keith's best song. Should have been a cowboy. We'll be back after the break.
I bet you never heard old Marshall Dillon say, Miss Kitty, have you ever thought of running away? Settling down, would you marry me? If I ask you twice and beg you pretty please. She'd have said yes in a New York minute. They never tied a knot. His heart wasn't in it. He just stole a kiss as he rode away. He never hung his hat up at Kitty's place. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to roll and ride.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. President Trump is proposing the U.S. take over the Gaza Strip permanently, displacing Palestinians to different countries. President Trump is not ruling out deploying U.S. troops to take over Gaza. Palestinian envoy to the UN, Riyad Mansour, is pushing back at the idea of displacing residents of Gaza.
Our country and our home is the Gaza Strip. It's part of Palestine. We have no home. For those who want to send them to a happy, nice place, let them go back, to their original homes inside Israel. There are nice places there, and they will be happy to return to these places.
When asked about the possibility of forcing Palestinians to leave their home, President Trump said, "We'll do what's necessary." The Senate confirmed President Trump's nominee for Attorney General. They approved Pam Bondi in a 54-46 vote. John Fetterman was the only Democrat to join Republicans in voting for her. California Democrat Adam Schiff.
We need an Attorney General with a backbone of steel, with a stature to say no, whose purpose is to enforce the laws against any lawbreaker, including the President of the United States. That person is not Pam Bondi.
AG Bondi served 2 terms in the office as Florida's Attorney General. She was nominated after President Trump's first pick, Matt Gaetz, withdrew his name over lack of support. During her confirmation hearing, AG Bondi criticized the Biden administration for what she called the weaponization of the Justice Department. For WRMN News, I'm Dennis Green.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
I'm Trey Westerberg, WRMN News. Batavia will get its first recreational cannabis dispensary later this year after the majority of the city council voted in its favor. Rubino Ventures will now be able to move forward with updating the storefront at 144 South Randall Street, the site of the former Arby's, to transform into Dutch's Cannabis. The fast food restaurant closed in 2022 and has remained vacant since. Construction on the dispensary is slated to begin this month, and the business would open by June 4th. One woman was hospitalized after her car rolled over and crashed Monday evening in Aurora. Aurora police and firefighters responded around 6:15 p.m. to the single-car crash near Lake and Plum Streets. The car, which had been headed north on Lake Street, lost control, overturned, and struck a utility pole. Emergency responders extricated a female passenger who was trapped briefly before taking her to a local hospital. She sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was uninjured. This week, a Wheaton woman was sentenced to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the 2018 slaying of 18-year-old Luis Guerrero of West Chicago. 22-year-old Tia Brewer was one of 4 people charged with murder in which Guerrero was beaten, strangled, stabbed, kidnapped, and burned. Also charged in the murder are 24-year-old Sal Ruiz, 25-year-old Jesus Arada Correa, and 25-year-old Francisco Alvarado, all of West Chicago. The Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual meeting reception on Thursday, February 13th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Ballroom at the Grand Victoria Casino at 250 South Grove Avenue in Elgin. The event will honor outstanding member businesses and volunteers, recognize Elgin Area Chamber retiring board members, commemorate the Chamber's successful achievements of the past year, and outline this year's programs and events. Cost for the event is $30 per person, which includes hors d'oeuvres and a beverage ticket. Registration can be made at elginchamber.com.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is Sarah Silver.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar! La, 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 la.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends. Thanks for joining us today for our little talk time that we have every Monday through Thursday right here on WRMN AM 1410. Yeah, we appreciate you tuning in. I've got a current temp. Oh, man, what just happened to that? Current temp in downtown Elgin is 32 degrees. So no precipitation at the moment, though, but it's a-coming, baby. It's a-coming. Let's see your 7-day forecast. Now, I've got a hazardous weather condition warning. Of course, the winter weather advisory is in effect until February 5 at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time until February 6, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. So fingers crossed that they're wrong and it's not so bad. And then there's hazardous weather outlook. So there's two hazardous weather condition warnings on today's weather. Let's see. What do we have? I don't like this forecast, quite frankly. They've got a wanky one. Some of them are better than others, you know? I like this one. This one's good. So today it says your high was going to be 31, but it's already 32. So, you know, you beat your high. You beat your prediction anyway. Overcast there in Elgin. Temps are nearly steady at around in the 30s there. And then tonight only going down 1 degree, down to 29 degrees. Mainly cloudy with snow showers around this evening. That low is 29 with winds out of the south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles an hour. And a chance of snow tonight, 60%. Snow accumulations less than 1 inch. I think the big problem they're talking about tonight is more the icing. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, so it's the icing. It's a freezing rain that we are expected to be getting in the Elgin area. I do know that the accumulation, I think, is less than 1 inch, but I know for like later in the week, we're supposed to get at least 1 inch.
Okay. No, that was me growling out loud.
That's not good.
Well, you know, what are you going to do? It's winter. It's winter. It's Chicago. I know. Let's see. On Thursday, the 6th, we've got a high of 40 in the Elgin area. That's not so bad. Morning clouds will give way to sunshine for the afternoon. So that'll melt whatever's hanging around, hopefully, right? High near 40, winds west at 15 to 25 miles an hour. That's a little gusty. Winds would occasionally gust up to 40 miles an hour. So it's going to be windy on Thursday. Great weather to fly in. Moving along. Thursday night, a low of 16 degrees, partly cloudy skies. And those winds are going to be 15 to 25 miles an hour and higher gusts possible on Thursday night as well. And then Friday, we've got a high of 29 forecasted currently with cloudy skies. And Friday night going down to 22 degrees. Not so bad there. Saturday, snow showers. This is, I think, what Matt was just talking about. Snow showers on Saturday, some sleet or freezing rain possible, and that high is 31 degrees. Northeast winds at 10 to 15 miles an hour, and chance of snow is 50%. So now it's sitting at 50%, but they're saying 1 inch of snow is expected on Saturday the 31st. And then Saturday night, mostly cloudy skies and a low around 19 degrees. On Sunday, we have Super Bowl Sunday, by the way, mostly cloudy, high of 29 degrees. Yep. For your Super Bowl. And then that's here. Now, where are they playing? Oh, they're playing it in New Orleans. Patrick just left today for New Orleans for that. Let's see. Sunday night, well, the NFL, the week before the Super Bowl, the NFL has meetings there all week, wherever the Super Bowl is. So all the teams all have to meet there. You know, they're all hanging out in New Orleans this week. Poor things.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Tell me your comment.
Yes, we've got Denise here in the comments saying, hi, Tammy.
Hi, Denise. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you tuning in. I hope you don't get too cold. On Sunday night, it's going to be 13 degrees around those parts. So I know. Warm up, baby. Warm up. Monday, the 10th, it's going to be a high of 30 degrees. And Monday night, a low of 17. So it's, you know, here comes the wintry part of it. On Tuesday, we've got a high of 26 in the Elgin area with considerable cloudiness at night, and that low is going down to 12 degrees on Tuesday night. And then on Wednesday, the high is 21, but the low is 7 degrees on Wednesday night. So sounds like we're going to get hit with some snow and then some cold temperatures to follow that up. Yay!
Fun driving weather.
Welcome to winter. Yeah, I know.
In Chicago.
Yeah, I know, right? It's not like, yeah, I know. It is what it is. We choose to live there, and there's a reason, you know. It's the people.
Well,
It's the people. It isn't the weather.
Jobs and people.
Jobs and people, yeah. But mostly people for us. You know, it's mostly people. Well, jobs are okay, too. You know, we'll take the jobs. Let's see. What have you been doing, Nancy? What have you been up to? I heard you were brewing a lot of coffee lately. Is that true?
You know, I really, I aspire to make a good cup of coffee.
Now, are you a coffee snob? Because there's a thing. It is a thing. My
Yeah,
sister's a coffee snob.
I'm not, but I'm not, but boy, do I love a good cup of coffee. And I appreciate it. So I was on my brother's boat, we broadcasted from there one day. And, yeah, last week. Anyway, he bought this press. It's a hand press, espresso machine, but it's not a machine. It's literally hand pressed espresso. So it's this,
it's a French press?
No, hand press, HAND, hand press.
Yeah,
so
I
it
heard
has
that. I thought you meant like
lever.
a French press. No, not the same
No,
thing.
it has like has a little area to hold a basket, and then it has a big long lever and a gauge like a pressure gauge at the top of it. It's crazy looking. Anyway,
hey Matt, can you find a hand pressed on online somewhere and show it to us?
It's called a hand press.
HAND.
Hand press espresso, hand press espresso machine. And anyway, so it's this big long process of, he literally buys really good beans, coffee beans, and he weighs them on a little machine, a little
Does Mark have a lot of time on his hands? No.
Yeah, no, more now, right? But I don't
Who weighs their coffee beans?
He loves good coffee. And the more I'm looking into coffee and how to brew a really delicious cup of coffee at home, they do say to weigh the beans, rather than use how people say,
that's it? Is that it, Nance? Can you see that picture?
Yes, that's kind of like what it is. Yeah.
That's kind of wacky.
His looks different.
Expensive, yeah. It's $1,500.
His was a lot less than that, but it was still expensive. But anyway, so what you do is you weigh the You see that red one there, that red and black one in the lower corner? That looks kind of like his. Looks kind of like it. Anyway, so he weighs the beans on a little gram scale. Okay. Then he puts the beans in a grinder that is set to a certain grind for that bean only. And you hand grind it, and then you warm the cup, because then that's very important. Yeah, there's the gauge. There. Yes. Look,
there's the process.
If you're watching us on YouTube, it is quite something. He warms the little thing up.
Does he have a cute little coffee pot like that? They had a cute little coffee pot. Did you see it? No. Oh, we'll have to back that up.
It's so cute. Well, anyway, so he warms the little thing up. Then he puts the espresso grounds in there. Then he hooks it up on that machine that you see. And it comes in that case. Yeah, that's it. And then you pull down on the lever just so that it's in that gauge. You saw the pressure gauge, right? So that is it. Yeah. And you see that pressure gauge, and you have to keep it. And Tammy, he is putting his whole body weight it's not easy. Okay, now wait. So all this said, you get one shot of espresso, one shot
for all that.
And he's like, here's and he made me an Americano, which I'm going to start getting now, because it was absolutely smooth and delicious, and wow. And no bitterness. It was amazing. It was like Italy. We went to, Spain. We went to Spain. We had the best coffee I've ever had in my life. Every time I had coffee there, it was unbelievable. And yeah, he made me. It took about 15 minutes for one
shot of that.
One shot.
So if you've got like 4 people having coffee, you're each waiting 15 minutes to have your coffee, and then by the time you get your coffee's cold. Like, is
you
that
might get it down to 10 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
By the time I was done with my coffee, he was able to make me another cup. I did only ask for 2, so
yeah.
But anyway, so there are all types of ways to make coffee, right? There's that fancy way. There's a coffee press, which you mentioned is very, very popular and very good. I have one. I don't use it I don't use it much.
You gotta like that really heavy coffee. Those French presses do a good cup of that really thick,
strong coffee.
There's a French press, yeah.
Corey, you can do different types, but yeah. And then there's a drip brewer. There's something called a mocha pot, which I've seen. A neighbor of mine has it. It's like a bi-level, like one little pot on top of the other pot. Interesting.
Oh yeah, that's old, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. I think it's been around. Then there's
Is the bottom of that thing electrified and it percolates up into the top
I
of that
think
thing?
so, yeah.
That little mocha pot
I
thing.
think
Oh,
so,
it's
yeah.
little. Oh, I thought it was bigger.
It's little tiny thing.
Yeah. That's just for like one shot then.
One little cup or something.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
cup. It's not espresso. So
not?
then,
Oh, okay.
no, I don't think so. And so then you have a Chemex, which it looks like a beaker, a Chemex
No.
or Chemex.
Experiment, like you're going to experiment with
It
your
looks like
coffee?
an experiment. There's a flash brew. There's cold brew when you brew coffee and pour it over ice, which I do like. I do love coffee over ice. So let's talk grinders, shall we?
Let's talk about grinders.
All grinders are not created equal. So according to Starbucks.com, yeah, your best grinder is, and I've cross-referenced it with other sites. They all agree that there's a Burr grinder.
That's the name of the manufacturer, or that's the kind?
It is the kind. It is, and then there's a blade grinder. Oh, there you go.
Is this it?
There you go. Yeah, sure is. God,
So the burr's on the left and the blade's on the right.
So the burr grinder uses two revolving abrasive surfaces to grind the beans, just a few at a time. The blade grinders use a single centered blade to chop the beans progressively into smaller pieces. The burr grinder is slower and it draws the beans down to grind them. So the blade grinders are faster, but the end result is that the burr grinders offer far more control over uniformly consistent grind, enabling the water to evenly extract the flavor and create a noticeably better cup of coffee than the blade grinders. So they
you're saying get a burr grinder, not a blade grinder.
Get a burr grinder.
If you're in the market for a grinder.
If you're in the market for a grinder, which I have a blade grinder, and it's
so do I. Most people do, I think.
It's pretty marginal. I have to say, it's not. I don't think it's the greatest.
I mean, I have a Mr. Coffee.
It's not even. It's not
there.
even like, I don't know, but. So that's.
I don't grind anymore, though. I just buy the pods and just stick them in the Keurig. Down here, I do. At home, I will always do a pot because there's three of us there and we drink it. You know, we drink a pot in the morning. So we'll make it out of brew. But I don't grind it.
Yeah, I don't either. I try to buy the best coffee and I keep changing my mind and you know, I might just.
What do you think the best coffee is?
I might end up just trying to grind it.
Yeah,
I do like Starbucks. I end up liking Starbucks. I think
we go with Dunkin'.
Pizzas.
I like Dunkin'.
Yeah, Dunkin's
good too. Dunkin's good too. But there's a, you know, it's a certain coffee temperature too that makes the coffee so it's not bitter, right? You know how you have some coffees and they get cold as they get cooler as you drink them, they get more bitter. Or if you microwave them, well, which is a no. I like it.
No, it's a no.
My brother's, it was so smooth that even when it got lukewarm or cool, and I was drinking it, it was smooth. I mean, it never had that.
Did you put anything in it? Cream,
water,
sugar,
and a little bit of milk.
You did put milk in it, yeah. Okay, and then you watered it a little water to make it.
Well, because it was a shot of espresso, so it's called an Americano.
Oh, right.
So you add water to the espresso, and then a little bit of milk, but what they recommend is 2 tablespoons of ground coffee for every 6 fluid ounces of water. So 2 tablespoons for 6 ounces of water. That's a lot more. I know that's a lot more than you have in yours.
That's a lot more. I usually do.
Do one.
And you know who taught me how to make coffee is Scott's mom.
Yeah, Scott's mom.
That's
Same
right.
with me.
Yeah, 1 tablespoon of coffee for every 2 cups. That's how she taught me to put it into the little machine.
And she said
an extra one for the pot
at the end.
Yeah. Extra one for the pot. Yeah, right.
So one for the pot. Right. That's funny. Yeah, and they actually have pretty strong.
I still make coffee that way. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna tell her that. That's funny.
Yeah.
I make it a little stronger. The water should be between 195. Let's see. Another method is drip. espresso machine uses water right after. Okay, so that's not bad. But the water does have to be a certain temperature. What that was right now. But your
Okay.
coffee machine would be producing that temperature.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be.
Yeah.
But
I mean, and if it's not, there's not a lot I can do about it besides put it in the microwave if it's not hot enough. I do find that it's not hot enough sometimes, though. Not right out of the machine, but after you get a cup of coffee and it's 5 minutes later, it's not. I like it hotter.
Okay, you know what I've been doing? So I got this machine that I like. I can't find the one I like. So I got this Ninja machine thing. I think I reviewed it.
You reviewed
I think
it,
I
yeah.
reviewed it of that word.
Yeah.
And anyway, when I have people come to visit, it only makes it has a small basket on it, so you can do a Keurig, but you can also do a basket, so you can make 24 ounces, which isn't necessarily enough for everybody. And you don't want to make anyway. I bought a small coffee carafe that I put underneath there when I make the coffee. And you might want to do this. So I do 12 ounces for myself in the morning. I'm the only one that drinks it. I do 12 ounces. But I put it in that it goes in the carafe, and then because it fits under the drip, and then I put the lid on really quickly, and I pour like a half a cup, Tammy, and then and it's nice and hot. I drink it, and then I pour another like half, so that it's always really hot.
Well, mine goes into so my coffee maker is a dual. You can put in a pod and make a pod, or you do a pot at the time, either one or the other.
Oh,
and
okay.
The pot goes into an insulated thermos. But it doesn't. It's still not hot enough.
Oh, it's still not. Oh, mine's pretty
I don't think
good,
it's coming
Tammy.
out of the machine hot enough. That's what I think.
Oh, see, that could be because machines are different. That's why some of them are a little bit pricier than others. They're hotter,
Is that why? I wonder if you can.
But they have to be at the perfect temperature.
You can't adjust your coffee maker temperature.
Yes, you
though.
can.
Can I adjust my?
Not you, but
no, I've got like a Keurig. I don't think I can.
No, you definitely can't with that. And the problem with the Keurig is that it's such a small amount of coffee in there, and the drip goes down so quickly that it just doesn't get a chance like those bigger baskets when you brew it at home and you have the bigger. I bet it tastes better. I would think.
Well, this does both the big basket and the little one. It does them both, but I don't know. I'm not a coffee snob. I don't know the difference. I don't care. It's
That's
fine.
how I am with wine. I don't know, but the coffee is such a science, Tammy.
It can be. It
can be.
Yeah.
Between 195 and 205 degrees is your optimal brew temperature. 195 to 205 is your optimal.
I haven't the slightest idea how hot my coffee is. I guess I could find out if I put a meat thermometer in there. Would that work?
A meat thermometer.
That's all I got.
Well, I'd try it. Not after you put it in meat.
Yeah.
Not after, before you put it in the meat.
Oh, well, I'll wash it. But would that be accurate, you think?
I don't. A lot of times you can look up your machine and see how hot it's supposed to brew. Yeah, I suppose you could. And there's so many different coffees.
Well, that was the next question. Does it matter the brand? Now, my sister's like big and she likes the Illy or she's got her own brands, and it's definitely not Dunkin' Donuts. I'll tell you that. Like she's got like fancy brands. And
let me guess who that is.
You know who that is.
I know who that is.
You know which sister that is.
I know which sister that is.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's just it's pretty cool. And this Coffee Lux site talks about 11 different ways to brew a really good cup of coffee. And they really, really talk about using fresh whole bean coffee. Oh, here is another thing.
I think it does taste better when you grind it, whole beans, grind it and make it. And I'm sure the temperature matters too. I used to grind it all the time, but I just don't bother anymore because,
I do sometimes.
Yeah.
And it says that if a friend of mine grinds it on Monday, Tammy, and then she uses it during the week. So it's pretty fresh. It's not ultimately fresh, but it's pretty fresh. And it says, it does say that ground coffee, I didn't know this, starts losing its flavor after 8 days. Isn't that crazy?
Is that right?
After 8 days.
Well, maybe that's why they tell you
to 70% of the of the compounds in the coffee will be gone.
So how old is the coffee I'm buying in the store that's ground?
Well, one thing that helps is the longevity is a tightly
Vacuum
sealed container.
Yeah, right.
So I keep mine in a pretty airtight container when I buy the coffee. Now I just got one online. It's pretty cool. And so I keep it in that. But they also say, remember when people used to freeze their coffee?
Oh, you mean like freeze-dried coffee?
Freeze ground coffee. Like if you're not using the bag, they'd store it in the freezer.
Oh, yeah, I still do. Am I not supposed to do that?
It says no. It says it loses flavor. Do not refrigerate your coffee.
Well, that's what you get at my house at Christmas. I take that out. Or Thanksgiving.
Oh, yummy. With the turkey. With the turkey from the back porch. With the turkey from the back porch.
You know what? They've had too many turkey teams at that point that they don't care. Yeah.
Yeah. The coffee out of the freezer and the turkey on the back porch. It's all good.
Why not? It all works.
Yeah,
you're too persnickety, girl.
Yeah, I know. I do love a good cup of coffee. God knows I can't make it, but I love it. And they do talk about using a scale. You know what's interesting to me? It says, have you heard using 2 tablespoons of coffee for every 6 ounces? That's definitely more than you use, more than Grandma uses. Let's see. And
I guess have to like really heavy coffee though if you do that. I mean, 2 tablespoons,
she did
6 ounces.
Seems like it, right?
Yeah.
Now I do that with my machine. Now I do 2 to 1. Yeah, I do. Wait. Yeah, I do.
I do the other way around. I do 1 tablespoon for every 2 cups.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's normally what I do.
But different coffee weighs different amounts. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, you mean different beans weigh
different? Beans weigh different amounts. Yeah.
Huh.
So it's pretty crazy. And they want you to use a burr grinder. I hear the music. They want you to use filtered water.
Yeah, of course.
Definitely use filtered water.
Cold water,
that makes a difference.
Probably cold water, too, yeah. Well, now everybody go out there and brew yourself a nice fresh cup of coffee right now. Keep you awake for the rest of the show. We're only on till 4, but then you're going to want to listen to Sonar after us. So get yourself a nice cup of coffee. We're going to go to break real quick right now. We're going to come back and have some more fun with you. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this break.
I'm Trey Westerberg, WRMN News.
Batavia will get its first recreational cannabis dispensary later this year after the majority of the city council voted in its favor. Rubino Ventures will now be able to move forward with updating the storefront at 144 South Randall Street, the site of the former Arby's, to transform into Dutch's Cannabis. The fast food restaurant closed in 2022 and has remained vacant since. Construction on the dispensary is slated to begin this month, and the business would open by June 4th. One woman was hospitalized after her car rolled over and crashed Monday evening in Aurora. Aurora police and firefighters responded around 6:15 p.m. to the single car crash near Lake and Plum Streets. The car, which had been headed north on Lake Street, lost control, overturned, and struck a utility pole. Emergency responders extricated a female passenger who was trapped briefly before taking her to a local hospital. She sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was uninjured. This week, a Wheaton woman was sentenced to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the 2018 slaying of 18-year-old Luis Guerrero of West Chicago. 22-year-old Tia Brewer was one of 4 people charged with murder in which Guerrero was beaten, strangled, stabbed, kidnapped, and burned. Also charged in the murder are 24-year-old Sal Ruiz, 25-year-old Jesus Arado Correa, and 25-year-old Francisco Alvarado, all of West Chicago. The Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual meeting reception on Thursday, February 13th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Ballroom at the Grand Victoria Casino at 250 South Grove Avenue in Elgin. The event will honor outstanding member businesses and volunteers, recognize Elgin Area Chamber retiring board members, commemorate the Chamber's successful achievements of the past year, and outline this year's programs and events. Cost for the event is $30 per person, which includes hors d'oeuvres and a beverage ticket. Registration can be made at elginchamber.com.
I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, freezing drizzle before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 28, rising to around 31 overnight. Strong chance of precipitation. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 39. Currently, it is 29 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs. No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Talk Time with Tammy and Friends right here on Fox Valley Afternoons. We appreciate you tuning in today. It is 3:35 on a Wednesday afternoon. Hopefully you're getting through your week okay. Your weather's a little gloomy out there. Stay warm. Don't get depressed. Don't do that. Whatever you do, go look at some sun. You know, they say that those lights help. I don't know. Do they? I don't know. Those sun lamp things. That,
Oh yeah, they sell them in the northeast or something.
they sell them everywhere. I mean, that you can. But I don't know. Do they work? I don't know. But
I don't know.
Whatever it takes, you know, to get through the winter. Do what you got to do. Unfortunately, do what you got to do. Some people like winter, so have at it, man. It's just not. It's just not me. Let's. Yeah, you know, it's just something you got to put up with in my world. All right, so let's talk a little bit of News Nation with Matt. He's been digging through the bin again with his feet sticking out. What you got?
The FAA is trying to find out the source of an ice chunk that crashed through the roof of a person's home in Florida. News Nation's Nick Smith reports.
This happened on Monday. The sun was out and the temperature was around 75 degrees. But when Palm Coast Fire Department arrived at the home, they found a hole in the metal roof and remnants of ice inside. Aviation experts say that while rare, incidents of ice forming on aircrafts at high altitudes and then falling do occur.
The residents were outside at the time and weren't injured.
Wow. Right. We both go, wow, that's pretty wacky, though.
I have never heard of that in my life.
I mean, wouldn't it be weird? You come home and you got a little hole in your thing and ice all over your house and it's 75 and sunny. Like, you'd think you're cracking up.
Wouldn't it be weird if you were driving and it hit your car?
Yeah, well, no, that would be tragic, I think. But
You're right.
I mean, luckily nobody got hurt or whatever. Just weird stuff falling off of airplanes. Where'd you say it was in Florida, Matt? Was it by an airport?
It says Central Florida home, Palm Coast.
I don't know where that is.
Wonder how often that happens. I mean, that's not something you're thinking about.
No, well, it's not something that you would think would happen very often, at least. Let's hope not. Now, I have heard of there it is. Here's a map of where it is. So it's on the ocean?
Yeah, along the
Let me see here. Come on.
Along the coast.
South of St. Augustine. So it's it's further north than, there it is. I see it.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
By St. Augustine, it was just.
Yeah, St. Augustine's, well, I don't know. Looks like, I don't know, that far maybe? Maybe this far.
That far. Yeah. Maybe not. Oh.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's close. Not so bad. But I wouldn't want now, airplanes and weirdness seem to be in the news quite frequently these days, crashing and whatnot. 2025 has been horrible for everything happened. I mean, think of all right. It's only February. We didn't even get out of January and we had all these tragedies piling on top of each other. So yeah, the rest of the year's got to be good, right? Because all the tragedies are already done, right? Let's go with that.
Okay.
Let's go with that one.
Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, and they're fortunate that nobody got hurt with the ice falling off of the airplane. Have you heard of like the toilets getting emptied in the sky? Have you ever heard of that? Like when they're flying?
Well, I know they do.
Yeah, they do what?
I know they get emptied in the sky.
Do you?
Yeah.
How do they get emptied in the sky?
I think they do. I think
what, they just open the door and let it go, you mean? I don't think.
Maybe not.
No. I mean, I think tour buses might do that every now and then, but I don't think airplanes do. I don't know.
Maybe they don't.
I don't know. Well, I mean, it was like a freak thing. I thought it was if that happened. Like they shouldn't be doing that. That's a no. Don't be doing that. Not good. Not good.
Well, at 37,000 feet, I don't know if it would come down. It wouldn't.
No. Okay. Well, I'll look for it when I get on that plane tomorrow. See what the story is.
Where does that toilet flush?
Yeah, where's it going? Well, it goes into a container and they empty it out just like they do in a trailer or whatever. Like a whatever. A whatnot there. Hey, by the way, I have a shameless plug I have to do. I forgot about it.
Okay.
Friday night, if you're in the Chicagoland area, you're not doing anything, go watch Unconstitutional at Dirty Nelly's. They're playing for a good cause. We've got a fundraiser going on, and my daughter Taylor is going to be singing with the band this time, so it'll be a good one. It is at Dirty Nelly's, and it's a fundraiser for High School District 211 for their scholarship program, which is where Bill's retired from. So his band is a bunch of teachers, or a few of them anyway, and they're going to be playing Unconstitutional. They're going to be playing some good tunes, and Taylor's going to be singing some good tunes with him. She does a really mean White Rabbit, if you want to go watch that.
Oh, I'd love to hear her.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Where is it located?
It's Dirty Nelly's in downtown Palatine.
Okay.
Can you record her, Tammy, and send that to me?
Well, yeah, we're trying.
It doesn't ever sound good, though.
It doesn't, because people are walking by, and it's I need to get a recording of the day drinkers with direct into the sound source,
Yeah,
and
you should.
not just the room. We're working on it,
Yeah, you really should.
We're kind of slow putting this stuff together. And this other band, Unconstitutional, it's a bigger band. Oh, and then Greg Rouse is going to be there too. I'm super excited about that. This is another gentleman that has retired, and he used to play with the Day Drinkers. He played the harmonica with them, and him and Taylor did a nice little Tracy Chapman number with the harmonica and really good stuff. But he's going to be joining them as well.
Which number?
Give Me One Reason. With the little harmonica happening there. It was good stuff. That's Friday night. If you got nothing going on, come on up. I think there's a charge at the door. I want to say it's like $10, but it goes towards the scholarship fund. And it's called the Battle of the Bands, and they would every band gets. There's going to be a bunch of bands. There's going to be I don't know how many. You know what? I'll send you the lineup, Matt. I'll give you the lineup to put out if you want to do that. But there's a bunch of bands going, and then they all compete against each other, and then everybody's supposed to vote. They kind of did away with the voting, and they just do a fun little night of music and fundraising now. So if you're not doing anything, go raise some money for District 211 scholarships this weekend. All right, we are going to take our last break of the program. We're going to come back and we're going to play a little game. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better. Check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding 5-star Google rating. To find out more, call us at 847-888-4333. Bender Dental Care, affordable dentistry, close to home.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
Welcome in, everybody. You're listening to a little girl talk right here. Nancy French is standing by in Dallas, Texas. I'm here in Nashville, soon to be in Elgin. And we have, let's see, it's 3:47. We got a few minutes to play a little game. We're going to do a little bit of Did You Know? You might want to wake up Chad. We got a Did You Know, yes or no. It's very simple. All you have to do is say yes or no. Which way does it go? You got a 50-50 chance on this one. Play along with us at home, if you will. Let's see.
It seems simpler than it sounds. You know?
I mean, no. It sounds simpler than it is. Yes,
That's what I meant to say.
I know.
One of those
All you got to
things,
do is say yes or no, Nancy. It's easy.
Well, that's all I got to do, but I could be.
Yeah, I know. You got a 50-50 on this one. But, you want to make a guess. All right. Now, we're just going to start the games out with, I think you know this one. Does blood pass through the kidneys?
I mean, the kidneys have blood.
Oh, Matt, we're going to need some music on this. She needs some thinking music.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, I know.
Oh, that was Liberty. What did they do? Huh?
I know kidneys filter urine.
Uh-huh.
But I mean,
Nancy,
no.
does blood pass through the kidneys?
I mean, no.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Well,
Well, I mean, blood is everywhere, but the main function.
Yeah. So the kidneys filter 53 gallons of blood every day. It's they.
Oh.
So a lot of blood goes through the kidneys.
Yeah.
I know. Well, it does filter out, all the icky stuff too, right? So let's see.
Blood thoughts.
It does.
And also
Nancy,
blood.
Let's move on. Is it better to keep unripe tomatoes in the refrigerator? Is it better to keep unripe tomatoes in the refrigerator? No. Correct. Yay! It will keep them from ripening if you put them in the refrigerator. Here, okay. So Nancy's got one on each column today. Let's go,
had
girl.
two. That was ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Let's see. Hey, Nancy. Do light years measure time? Do light years measure time?
No.
That's right. You got it. Ding, 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 ding. They measure distance.
Distance, yeah.
Yeah, 1 light year is the distance.
How long does it take for
light
a
travels?
light to reach?
Yeah. You knew that. That. We just have to go back to our roots of school. That's all.
Yeah.
So Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Mm-hmm.
Which one is Dr. Jekyll the good character?
Dr. Jekyll is the good character.
Yes, that's correct. That is correct. Good one. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, she gets another yes. Another yes in that column. All right. What else do we have in our happy questions? Would a coin, this is interesting, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
Would a coin dropped from a skyscraper likely kill a person if it hit them on the head? It's a yes or a no. Let me ask it again. Would a coin dropped from a skyscraper likely kill a person if it hit them on the head?
Yes.
I would have said yes, too. The answer's no.
Oh, well, that's good to know. Okay, you couldn't wait to do that.
I think it's kind of fun, too. The air resistance keeps it from reaching a speed that could seriously injure someone. Wow.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Wow, I don't know. Yeah, I would think that if I dropped a penny off of the Hancock building, I'd kill somebody down there, but apparently not.
I thought it would just keep picking up speed, but.
Do almost all redheads have blue eyes? I should ask Becky that one.
Yes.
No. Most have brown eyes. Less than 1%.
All the ones I know have blue eyes.
Yeah, doesn't all of Becky's kids have blue eyes? They're all red,
I think
right?
so.
Are they all red?
Light colored. Yeah.
No, Nikki's not red. Nikki's like Becky, but then the others.
Nikki is, yeah.
Yeah. I think the others are kind of red though. And I thought they had blue eyes, but this says that most have brown eyes. Less than 1% have blue eyes. How about them apples?
How about them apples?
Let's see. Hey, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
This game should be called Hey, Nancy. Are the body's blood cells made in the heart?
You know, I should know these science questions.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm asking you them.
Yeah. Blood cells made in the heart? Jeez,
Yes. So you know that. Where are blood cells made? You know this.
Well, I'm gonna yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Are they made in the lungs? In the lungs? Where are they made?
They're made in the bone marrow.
Oh.
Yeah. So much
I
for that
actually
one.
didn't
All right.
know that. Okay.
Okay. So that's actually
Blood cells are made in the bone marrow.
That's right.
I think I was absent during that day.
You didn't go. You didn't show up to class that day. Okay.
I don't
That's okay.
think so.
Hey, Nancy.
Yeah.
Do antibiotics kill bacteria?
Yeah. Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. Yes,
they do.
See, aren't you questioning yourself on everything right now? Like,
I am.
I don't know. Do I know anything?
I know nothing.
I
Really.
know nothing. Oh, yeah, they do. So you got a yes on that one. See, she got a yes on that one. I got you a yes in that yes
Okay.
column. And Matt rings the bell when you get him right. I don't know. You were so excited you might not have heard the bell. Matt, ring
I
the bell.
didn't
will you?
hear the bell, so
Here,
thank
maybe.
you.
What about this one? Wait.
Applause. That's good.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh, applause.
Yeah.
Okay. Or horses clomping.
Yeah, it sounded a little like horses or hail on a tin roof.
Hail on a tin roof.
Do more than 500 million people live in Europe? 500 million with a B?
No.
Yes. Approximately 750 million people live in Europe. And I don't know, that's as of the publishing of this little game thing I got here. So let's see.
Tammy, I want to ask you these questions. It'd be funny.
Oh, that's
but I don't have the
unfortunate that you
thing. I
don't have them. That's
I
unfortunate.
don't have them.
But let's see.
Okay.
We got time for a couple more.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, Nancy,
Okay,
are you ready?
sure.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
getting there.
Are you ready? Do the dimples, you know dimples, right?
Yeah.
Do the dimples on the surface of a golf ball make it travel farther? Do the dimples on the surface of a golf ball make it travel further?
Sure.
It does. Yes. Good one. Well, why else would they do it, right? Why else?
Yeah,
would they
why
do it?
else would they do it?
They reduce air resistance to double the distance that balls double the distance. that
Wow,
balls
you know, that's
travel.
pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah, it is. Dimple it on up if you want it. I wonder if you dimple a plane, would it fly faster through the air? I don't know. I'm just thinking.
And
out loud.
might be kind of cool looking, actually.
A dimpled
All
plane?
dimpled up. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Why don't mention that to the FFA?
I'm going to call Elon, let him know what I'm thinking.
do that. He's awful busy right now firing people. So.
Oh, he's got time. He's got nothing but time. Let's see. Hey, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
Do zebras have stripes even on their tails? Do zebras have stripes even on their tails?
Yes.
They do. Ding, ding, ding on the bell.
And did
Good
you
one.
know that zebras, the fur on zebras, it's not black and white. It's
What is
clear.
it?
Their skin is black and white. And that's why it looks like that.
Wow, look at you with your trivia.
See, I know things. I just don't know what you
I know some things. I do.
I know some things. Okay, give me another one. I'm ready.
Okay. Was the Apple co-founder's full name Stephen Paul Jobs?
I don't know. Yes.
Yeah.
I know know my visual cues,
Yes,
Scully.
Yeah. My head was shaking off my shoulders.
I'm the sharp tool in the shed right now.
Hey, did we talk about this one? Does Winnie the Pooh wear a hat?
Oh, we didn't talk about this.
We talked
about
pants,
not wearing pants.
Yes.
Sometimes he does when it rains.
Hats? So that's a yes then, yes?
Well, yes.
Or is
he
that
does
a no?
sometimes. Well, sometimes he does.
Well,
No,
this
is that
says no.
Paddington Bear?
No, this says Winnie. Yeah, Winnie the Pooh wear a hat. That's a negative.
No, man.
Well, listen,
yeah,
I mean-
that's Paddington Bear.
Yeah, Paddington Bear has a rain hat. I think Pooh just gets wet. You know.
Yeah, Pooh just yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Titanic sink in the winter?
Yes, it did.
No.
Because what? Come on! The water was really cold.
April 14th. Yeah, you're right. It was really cold. 1912, April 14th is when the Titanic sunk. And if you go to Belfast, that's where they built the Titanic. There's a big, giant Titanic museum with the site where they built it. And they're I didn't know this, but Belfast is a big shipbuilding city in general.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
And they're still doing it too, by the way. Belfast is a fascinating place. If you can visit it, do it, man. It's fascinating.
Wow.
All right. Hear happy music. Know what that means? We're taking Nancy out of her yes and no misery.
Thank the Lord.
You did okay. You did okay. You know, you and Becky are holding
I should have known a couple of those. That was bad
You
deal.
know, who knows anything anymore? We've been out of school for a minute. We don't know nothing.
Well, that's true. but
As our
still.
children are happy to tell us, you don't know nothing.
Yes, you don't know.
Yeah.
anything.
All right, you hear that happy
right.
music? It means we are going to skedaddle today. Now, tomorrow's going to be an if. I hope I'm on the air and I'm there. If not, you're going to hear a rerun or something. I'm not sure what's going to happen. We'll have to chat about that. But you guys have a fabulous evening tonight. Thanks for tuning in and make good decisions. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Okay. Bye.
But I can't say, would you want to hear? I suppose you're gonna have to play.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make, not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A woman who killed a West Chicago man who was stabbed, strangled, beaten, set on fire, and run over has been sentenced to 40 years in prison. Tia Brewer, age 22, of Wheaton, formerly having lived in the Elgin area, was sentenced to 34 years for first-degree murder and 6 years for aggravated kidnapping. Prosecutors had asked for a sentence of natural life in prison. Authorities alleged about 11:30 a.m., August the 14th of 2018, West Chicago firefighters saw a smoldering object in a fire pit in the 1300 block of Joliet Street and found Luis Guerrero's body covered by a wooden picnic table. Police investigators determined that Brewer, along with Jesus Gerardo Correa, 25 years old now, Saul Ruiz, 24, and Francisco Alvarado, 25, planned the murder for about a month. Authorities said Alvarado and Brewer were linked romantically and that Brewer told police she attacked Guerrero because he had sexually assaulted her, but police say no assault had ever been reported. Correa and Ruiz, both of West Chicago, pled guilty to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Correa sentenced to 15 years in prison, Ruiz to 10 years. Alvarado pled guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors He is to be sentenced on February the 26th. Well, it's tough to bounce back from that story, but with the Super Bowl Sunday game on the way, be sure to be part of the Pick 6 this week for a chance to win a gift card to Rookie's All-American Sports Pub and Grill. Just go to WRMN1410.com, click on the Pick 6 tab on the top of the page, and follow the prompts, and good luck. And join me tomorrow morning as Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire joins me in the 8 o'clock hour. The first shift takes place from 6 until 10, right here on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is what was happening in Elgin 100 years ago, February 5th. Edna Wallace Hopper, known as the Eternal Flapper, was an actress on stage and in silent films. She is advertising for her product. I have bobbed hair, and I believe in it. Millions of women who see it on stage and in society envy its marvelous beauty. But there is only one way I know to get that glint, that luster. It is due to a marvelous shampoo. I cannot tell you why. The great factors in this shampoo are concealed from me. The makers claim them as discoveries which they desire to control. But now I've induced them to make for you the very shampoo they make for me. It is called Edna Wallace Hopper's Fruity Shampoo. You can obtain it now for 60 cents at any drug or toilet counter. I know it to be, after worldwide search, the greatest shampoo in the world. I guarantee it. Compare it with any shampoo you know, and your dealer will return your money if you are not delighted beyond measure. Won't you do this for your own sake and in respect for me? Go learn what it means to you. Mail the coupon for a free sample bottle and my beauty book. My address is 536 Lakeshore Drive, Chicago. Thank you.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30. Gusty winds up to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, freezing drizzle before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 28, rising to around 31 overnight. Strong chance of precipitation. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 39. Currently, it is 29 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print it all for my business. Oh, if you can think it, Staples can print it and will beat any print quote. Oh, great. I'm thinking new brochures and yard signs? No problem. I'm thinking calendars, t-shirts, and pens. Totally. I'm thinking Staples is the place for printing. I thought you might think that.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and sometimes, we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
America, and good day to our friends around the world. This is, of course, a political talk show here on WRMN. I know you've been waiting all day to hear all about the political news and, of course, the word Wednesday. What is the word going to be? What does it pertain? We will find out in the next 2 hours here on A Political Talk Show. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. My name is Dennis Onar Green. I am broadcasting live from the IMS Media Schools, the Illinois media schools that are out there, part of the Be On Air Media Network, where I am an instructor at the O'Hare campus. By all means, come on over, learn about some media. Over there in Studio 14 is executive producer extraordinaire Ben Demonium Boquest. Thank you, sir, for being there.
Hey, yes, anytime. Word Wednesday. It's a great day. Earlier, we had the detectives on Marky B's first shift from the EPD Cold Case podcast, Somebody Knows Something, which dropped yesterday, or God, what day of the week is it? Monday.
Monday it dropped.
So go check that out anywhere you get your podcast. Somebody Knows Something. It's Talk of the Town.
Did great. 2 episodes already there. The introductory episode, episode 0, and of course, the very first episode jumping right into the mystery because someone is missing. It's a great story. It is still an ongoing cold case, and it is a lot like the Unsolved Mysteries type of show to everything. It's really neat, Ben. You put that together really well.
It's been an interesting project and one of those that we could actually feel good about because, you know, it's a community outreach with the goal of solving these active cold cases. So something
that's right.
Interesting that, you know, I've seen a lot of true crime podcasts and things like that, and never one that goes along with the detectives as they're trying to solve this case. And by all means, you could be a part of it too. If you have any information or tips, all the associated links are in the description of Somebody Knows Something podcast.
It's really cool that that we can reach out to the local Elgin PD and assist them with this, but they have a great cold case unit. The 2 detectives that head that up host that podcast, and you can even hear Chief Lally in the first episode as well, or that episode 0.
Mm-hmm.
All fun times out there. That just dropped on Monday, but you will be getting a new episode every 2 weeks. So if you are interested in cold cases, not just extremely cold cases, but active cold cases, this is the podcast for you. Somebody knows something. You got to put the somebody in there. Not someone, it's somebody. Somebody knows something. And there's some things that we know over here, and that's what we're jumping into today. We love Word Wednesday. And I use that word love because I understand what it means. Do you know why I know how that word means? Because we didn't change the definition arbitrarily. Like literally. Please. R.I.P. literally. We miss you. Come back. How do I say something is literally? I can't anymore. Webster literally turned figuratively into literally, or literally into figuratively. One of those things were literally changed. I can't say that. Oh my gosh, so hard. Anyway, the word we are going to use today, you have heard a few times. One of them recently in a press briefing with the Democrats. We had quite a few people stand outside the Treasury and, rattle, shake the fists and yell at people. It's like, guy, you're Congress. Do congressional things other than like protests.
Yeah, well, a subpoena didn't work, I saw.
Yeah, well, it sure won't. You ever hear of a guy named Steve Bannon? Peter Navarro?
Well, no, what happened was they voted to subpoena Elon Musk, and it didn't pass.
Oh, yeah, because if you listen to the press briefing earlier this morning from the Republicans, from Speaker Johnson, put together, they do not see anything wrong with Elon Musk having all of this information. They don't see anything wrong with the Privacy Act of 1976 being broken or anything like that. So I don't get it. I guess when your guy breaks the law, he's not breaking the law, as opposed to what Lindsey Graham essentially said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
So that's why I wanted to jump into this word, because you're going to hear this word float around a lot. And this is the difference between these words. I mean, I know it's going to be semantics. That's what a lot of what we do here on Word Wednesday is, but you have to use the correct word. Fascist over authoritarian, or I mean, it's back to those different things of autocracy versus oligarchy. Like, they're similar, but they are not the same. So what we're going to talk about is the word that came out, and we've seen it a few times in other countries, and I guess now that word has now come into the American vernacular. And of course, that word is chicken coop. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Coup. C-O-U-P.
Like what a pigeon says?
Yeah, right. Coup. Because why do, what is it? Why do chicken coops only have 2 doors? Because if it had 4 doors, it would be a chicken sedan.
Ah, nice.
Right?
Like
Ha, 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 ha. Anyway, the word coup. We heard Jamie Raskins put this together, and I would have thought, honestly, I would have thought he would have been a little bit more direct with this. Obviously, it is a shock and awe type of word, but coup is short for coup d'etat, a French term meaning blow to the state. It refers to a sudden and often illegal seizure of power from a government. Coups typically involve a small group, such as the military or political elites or the influential insiders, all overthrowing an existing regime. However, coups can take different forms beyond just the military side. So that's what we're going to get into today, the different types of military coups. Another fantastic word that I looked up looking up coup, autogalop, which is a self-coup. It's a coup that we self-inflict on ourselves, also known as like a hostile takeover or a electoral autocracy, where yes, we have elections, but are they any good? So that's what we're going to see. That's what that's the words that come up when you look at the actions of the president. And I'm not saying for the good, the bad, the ugly. We'll get into coups. Some coups are considered good. Some coups are considered absolutely detrimental. So we'll talk a little bit about actual coups. Now, I don't want to turn around and make this a point and see, oh, looky, what is going on? Oh, what's it? We don't need that. I want to tell you what it is. I want to tell you the examples of some coups that are here, and coups that we have seen, and coups that are ongoing, or hostile takeovers, or anything like that. Because, yes, we have to show a mirror to the United States, and we have to start to, I guess, have some sapience towards our own country. That self-reflection that's here. But before you can have that self-reflection, before you know that wearing stripes and plaids together is bad, you have to kind of see a fashion novice walk around in stripes and plaids and then go, ooh, I'm probably not going to do that. So let's look a little bit about what a coup is, what just a hostile takeover looks like. What are the differences between some countries and their constitution and how they walked into a constitutional crisis and then had to change it around? There have been many coups and many overthrowing of the governments in our lifetime of just our species. So we're able to kind of look at some things and say, hey, here are some red flags. Maybe we should look at this. Hey, there's a thing over here. This is when they forked the other direction and avoided a coup. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. We're going to talk about civilian or political coups, judicial or constitutional coups, legislative, electoral, corporate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Welcome to Apolitical Talk Show, at least the first hour here where we get a learning. So here on Word Wednesday, we're going to break down the word coup and all of the different things that cycle around it. Make sure you're following on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribing over there. Ben will be pulling up and popping up some great pictures throughout the broadcast today. I let him go ham so that we can add a little bit of flavor over to that YouTube side. YouTube.com, go ahead and find WRMN Radio. If you want to jump into that text line, it is open right now, 505-926-1410. We'll be right back after this.
Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit BenderDentalCare.com.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to A Political Talk Show. Thanks a lot for being here. I see you guys over there on the YouTube. We're getting a few more people coming in. We just started the show, but I thank you for being here. Of course, that JP jumping in as well. We got Dennis Fuentes and the Dutchman all jumping into that amazing YouTube stream already there. Join the conversation, jump in. You can also send us a text. 505-926-1410 is the other place to go to send us that message over there. In the second hour, we will open up the phone lines and run down a few headlines here and there. If you want to get in line, that is what is it? 847-931-1410. I don't have my one sheet in front of me, so I have to do all of this by memory. So many numbers and things. But thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate the engagement. Now, whether that engagement is silent engagement on your end, where you get to sit there and maul around and take a little bit of political meditation, I appreciate you doing that. That's engagement where it is. If you've got me on in the background, just listening as a soothing type of things, I'm sorry, it won't be this smooth the whole hour. We are going to get a little bit animated because I love America. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I love America so much. Anyway, thanks a lot for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. The word of today for Word Wednesday is coup. And Bendemonium Boquest and I are going to walk through that word in a few of the differences for it. Now, there are slow coups that we kind of look over more as a hostile takeover, or my new word that I just learned how to pronounce, that is autogolpe, which is a self-coup. And I believe it more than likely comes from that same French coup d'etat type of thing that we've got going on here and there. Sorry for moving my mic. I'll stop doing that right now. So the first one we all know is that military coup. That's a coup in which the military forcibly removes the government and then just assumes control. I think we saw that, was it South Korea, I think, did the martial law, Ben, I think here recently, where all of a sudden he just said martial law and tried to do this whole military by force type of thing and completely impeached and knocked out.
Oh, yeah. That historically, I think you hear a lot about in Venezuela.
We'll definitely get into Venezuela with that. The other one that I've got, at least as the immediate example, would be Egypt. In 2013, the military ousted the democratically elected president, Mohamed Morsi, following the mass protests. The head of the armed forces, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, later became president. So that was mass protests. So that was part of a coup in which the people had massive protests, and then the military decided to step up to do that. Good coup, bad coup. I mean, it all really depends on who you put in charge afterwards. Now let's talk about this auto golpe or golpe. I think the L is like soft silent, kind of like a yogging. A situation where the sitting leader dissolves or undermines the democratic institutions to remain in power. That's what the self coup is. That it's it's kind of a power grab type of side. But again, like most coups, it is instantaneous. It's a shock and awe. It is a punch in the face. I'm going to take this stuff real quick. You can't do anything about it because I took it so quick. If I disband Congress before Congress can get a chance to impeach me, game over. Who's going to impeach me? I have no Congress. Example is Peru. In 1992, President Albert Fujimori dissolved Congress and the judiciary, ruling by decree before later restoring some democratic structures under his control. So he said, give me all the power. Once the power was there, everybody got mad, and he said, oh, hold on a second. Let me put my people back in. And we'll talk about that too. I'm giving the examples now so that we can go into history for it as well. You don't necessarily have to remember it. More recently for that would be Turkey. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, I am terrible at some of these names, accused factions in the military of attempting the coup, and then leaded to a mass arrest so that he could have the coup. We've also got a civilian. Yeah, exactly. Oh, hold on a second. You're going to have a coup? Well, now there's nobody left to challenge me. We'll talk also about the attempted coup on Hitler as well, Operation Valkyrie. Also, it was a failed coup, but it was still a operational coup as well. Let's talk about civilian or political coups. This is a non-military group, often political elites or influential insiders, where they manipulate government institutions to seize power. This is part of that nepotism where I put all of my own friends in charge of everything, and then we all together make the decisions that I'm the best and I deserve all of the power. There's also judicial or constitutional coups. And this is the one that I think if we really were going to go down that direction, this is the only coup that would actually stick here in America. And I think this is the judicial and constitutional coup. And this is where legal but dubious processes in which courts or legislative bodies overturn elections or remove leaders from or through technical means. And so what they'll do is this is where Elliot and I kind of call it the Air Bud rules and say, well, you didn't specifically say that I couldn't have a fourth term, so I have to have a third term to get to my fourth. It's kind of like when you drink all of the soda you're splitting with your brother and they go, hey, you drank all the soda. And you say, well, mine was on the bottom. I had to get through yours first. My half was on the bottom. Example of that is Brazil. In 2016, President Dilma Rousseff was impeached over budgetary manipulations. Many considered this a soft coup since impeachment was used as a political tool rather than for clear criminal actions. Now, there are a lot of people that argue even Donald Trump's original impeachments for things of withholding money from Ukraine was kind of in that same vein, because literally he's doing it now and nobody's saying anything about it. He was literally impeached for withholding funds. So this is what he's doing now. We'll jump a little bit more into the legislative coup, electoral coup, etc. But what I want to do is jump into some more history about what was going on in Egypt and Peru and Russia and Hungary. So we'll go into some of these things. The coup-o-meter is what Ben's bringing up right there. More apolitical talk show talking about Word Wednesday, and that is the C to the O to the U to the P, and that is not a chicken. It is a coup d'etat. See you on the other side.
I'm Trey Westerberg, WRMN News. Batavia will get its first recreational cannabis dispensary later this year after the majority of the city council voted in its favor. Rubino Ventures will now be able to move forward with updating the storefront at 144 South Randall Street, the site of the former Arby's, to transform into Dutch's Cannabis. The fast food restaurant closed in 2022 and has remained vacant since. Construction on the dispensary is slated to begin this month, and the business would open by June 4th. One woman was hospitalized after her car rolled over and crashed Monday evening in Aurora. Aurora police and firefighters responded around 6:15 p.m. to the single-car crash near Lake and Plum Streets. The car, which had been headed north on Lake Street, lost control, overturned, and struck a utility pole. Emergency responders extricated a female passenger who was trapped briefly before taking her to a local hospital. She sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was uninjured. This week, a Wheaton woman was sentenced to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the 2018 slaying of 18-year-old Luis Guerrero of West Chicago. 22-year-old Tia Brewer was one of 4 people charged with murder in which Guerrero was beaten, strangled, stabbed, kidnapped, and burned. Also charged in the murder are 24-year-old Sal Ruiz, 25-year-old Jesus Arado Correa, and 25-year-old Francisco Alvarado, all of West Chicago. The Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual meeting reception on Thursday, February 13th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Ballroom at the Grand Victoria Casino at 250 South Grove Avenue in Elgin. The event will honor outstanding member businesses and volunteers, recognize Elgin Area Chamber retiring board members, commemorate the Chamber's successful achievements of the past year, and outline this year's programs and events. Cost for the event is $30 per person, which includes hors d'oeuvres and a beverage ticket. Registration can be made at elginchamber.com. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Attention brides and grooms-to-be. Your dream wedding starts here. Join the Serendipity Collective, located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, for 2 incredible wedding expos, packed with inspiration, top vendors, and everything you need to plan your perfect day. First, on February 23rd, it's the Love is in the Air Wedding Expo at 1100 American Lane in Schaumburg from 12 to 4 p.m. This free event will connect you with the best in the biz. Discover everything from desserts to decor, and it's open to the public. Then on March 16th, don't miss the Lucky in Love Wedding Expo, located at Camp Big Timber at 37W 955 Big Timber Road in Elgin. Same time, same deal from 12 to 4, and it's for free. Email them at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. Don't forget, you can RSVP on their website or Eventbrite. That's the Serendipity Collective. Get ready to make your wedding day dreams come true.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Freezing rain and freezing drizzle expected until 6 a.m. Thursday in the listening area. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30 with gusty winds. Tonight, freezing drizzle before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 28, rising to around 31 overnight. Currently, it is 29 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Hey, I got you something.
What's this?
Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the...
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections? Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. Mark's jumping in on the chat on the YouTube. We appreciate you being over there, Mr. Ellis. He says Trump 2029. That's a year over, but that's okay. Can't do it. Sorry, 22nd Amendment. You'd have to change some things over there, but you've got Congress. It does have to be ratified by the states. So we could see it at least show up on the ballots for things. but we may not be able to, I don't know, necessarily pass the entire thing. We're still trying to pass the get rid of the Electoral College. That's been around forever.
No, let's bring back a king. Only if they call him actual king or maybe daddy.
Yeah, exactly. I think afterwards they have to put it on that side. Now, what's really cool about the 22nd Amendment, and I know that we just let YouTube kind of sidetrack us a little bit, but what's cool about the 22nd Amendment and kind of like reinforces my idea that we're going to see President J.D. Vance in this cycle is because in the 22nd Amendment, it obviously says no person shall be elected to the office more than twice. So there it is right there. You can't say thrice or quadruple times. The other one that's here, or a person who has held office as the president or acted as the president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president. So after 2 years and a day, Donald Trump can turn around and say, you know what, I'm done. Or the Republicans are using it as a get out of jail free card and pull the 25th Amendment and say that Mr. Trump is no longer fit to hold office, and then pull that 25th Amendment then for making J.D. Vance the return of the rest of the Trump the Trump Vance term, and then J.D. Vance is then allowed to run for president 2 more times. So I think that was their original plan. Now I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be there, but just like putting troops in Gaza, you know what? It's still up for debate. That's at least what the press secretary said for us. So just a little thing on that side. But again, we have talked about constitutional or legal coups as well, where you just change the rules and you get to stick around. But it's part of it. You use the rules to change the rules to do whatever. Mark also comes in with a fantastic observation. Apolitical Talk Show is where ZZ Top talks about politics. So, I like that. Yes, Myers are incredibly unkept faces. So where do we leave off? Well, we had the legislative coup. Let's talk a little bit about the electoral coup. And that's when an election is manipulated, either through fraud, suppression, or post-election changes in the rules to alter the outcome. Oh, and of course, we've got an example of that, and that's Zimbabwe in 2008. After losing the first round of elections, President Robert Mugabe and his ruling party used violence and intimidation to ensure he remained in power. And then, of course, we've got the corporate or economic coup, which is when powerful business interests use their influence to overthrow the government, either directly or by creating economic conditions that force a leader out, or possibly that corporation has every single birthday and social security number and bank account information for every single United States citizen or business. That might be a thing. For the most part, coups are not always the military-driven kind. They do not always require tanks in the streets. They can occur just from political maneuvering. Also, judicial rulings, legislative actions, and economic pressure. And what's the difference between a coup and just a regular election turnover or what have you is really by the force, kind of twisting the system or forcing the system to break so that then you could come in and be the hero. Watch me break the United States, and only I can fix it. Just me. So let's talk a little bit about coups in history before we get into the difference between a coup and like a hostile takeover or that new galpe, new word we've got here. which it's obviously new word. It's still coming out of my mouth like it's a new, like I have to break it in. Egypt in 2013 was a military coup. Mohamed Morsi's Egypt first democratically elected president took office in 2012 after the Arab Spring. That happened in, 2011, Ben, I think is when that happened. His Islamist policies and concentration of power led to mass protests by millions. So even though he was democratically elected, he then turned around and led with that authoritarian side, and therefore there were mass protests, which then the military, led by General Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, issued the ultimatum for Morsi to resolve the crisis that he was taking all of the power from, or he would take over. The military cracked down on the Muslim Brotherhood supporters, killing over 1,000 protesters in August of 13 during the Rabaa massacre. The aftermath and what's the current state of Egypt right now? Well, El-Sisi became president in 2014 and has ruled with an iron grip, suppressing opposition, jailing dissidents, and curtailing press freedom. Military remains the dominant force in Egyptian politics, and Morsi died in 2019 while in custody. Let's go on to Peru. Peru was more of a self-coup. In April of 1992, President Alberto Fujimori, with support from the military, dissolved Congress and suspended the Constitution. He ruled by decree, silencing opposition through arrests and media censorship. Under public pressure and international condemnation, Fujimori held elections in 1993 with a new Congress that he installed that was loyal to him. So if you disband Congress, kick everybody out, you have to go, okay, well, we got to put them with some people. Let's put these people that I like. Have we run out of Trumps yet? Isn't there an Eric floating around? I thought there was one. I'm sure there's another organization that needs meritocracy. Aftermath, Fujimori ruled until about the 2000s, when a corruption scandal forced his resignation. In 2005, he was arrested and later convicted for corruption and human rights abuses. He was pardoned, but remains a controversial issue in the Peruvian politics. And of course, we've got Russia. After the fall of the Soviet Union, President Boris Yeltsin clashed with Parliament over the economic reforms. In September of 1993, he dissolved Parliament, but lawmakers refused to leave, barricading themselves inside Russia's Parliament building, also known as the White House. It's an odd correlation. On October 4th of 1993, Yeltsin ordered tanks to fire on the White House, killing 187 people and crushing the rebellion. This is where I want to pause just for a second about what's happening right now. And I think what's happening right now with we're going to look into this organization. Cool. Look into it. Let's absolutely see what we've got to do. What things do we got to move? Okay, let's go line item by line item, just like they said. But to full stop and say this place no longer can operate until we go line item by line item, I think is where it really is the illegal step. Ceasing all money that the Congress has already allocated, I think, is the side of it. Now, going through and saying, hey, we did an audit of the money that is going out, we can do that. And I get it. I don't necessarily want to put on any kind of opera, let alone a drag opera in any kind of other place. I don't think we should be funding that side of the world either. Now, arts and other things like that here in America, sure, let's do it. We also literally have a department that is supposed to spread American propaganda to other countries too, by the way. That's literally here. I can't say literally anymore. Man, it's so frustrating. But anyway, when we talk about what's happening right now, let's say the example of the USAID doesn't work. Okay, I'm the executive power, so I will just turn it off and then we'll do an audit. And I don't know when we'll turn it on. I don't know when this audit will be done. But you know what? It's all shut off. Now, imagine you do that to a Congress and say, well, Congress hasn't passed a budget in X amount of years. So since Congress can't pass a budget, Congress can't get everything together, I'm just going to put Congress on pause until Congress can figure out what they're doing, or until I can figure out what to do with Congress, which is essentially what Yeltsin did. Then Parliament, not Congress, but then Parliament turned around and said, we're staying. Well, that immediately turns around and the President of the United States puts the military in and says, well, I'm going to do this. And why can the President of the United States put military in and blow up Congress anytime he wants to? Well, because the Supreme Court has decided that anything that the president does with the military is legal. Yeah, you heard that right. We talked about it when it happened. Anything that happens within the confines of war or the military does not matter. Cannot be held accountable, cannot be impeached for. And who's going to impeach them anyway? They're all blowed up. Now, again, I'm not going to sit here and be an alarmist about everything. I'm not going to sit here and be like, this is what's going to happen. We're going to see Congress blow up tomorrow and all. No, it's not going to happen like that. But we're going down that path. And the reason that I don't get stabbed in dark alleys is I stay away from dark alleys. And if I stay away from that path, if I stop walking that direction, then I won't get stabbed in a dark alley. I stay away from them because that's where you get stabbed in dark alleys, is in dark alleys. Stay away from them. So we do have to right the ship. I'm not saying we've run aground. I'm not saying we're headed for the most disastrous thing in the world because it's far on the horizon. But as you can see, it's fragile. Let's move on after this. Of course, the aftermath of Russia and Yeltsin. Yeltsin consolidated the power and rewrote the Russian constitution, therefore making everything he did legal, shifting the power to the presidency. His successor, Mr. Putin, inherited and expanded this strong presidential system. Putin remains in power today using similar tactics to suppress opposition. The other one that I want to talk about, if I can pull it up here, is not necessarily when coups are good or bad. Let's walk into that one a little bit. Coups are, just in general, the quick removal or change of power. I mean, I can take you back to the literal definition. Short for coup d'etat, a blow to the state, refers to a sudden and often illegal seizure of power from government. Often illegal. Not saying that it's not legal sometimes. We talked about that earlier. So let's talk a little bit about coups. Obviously, they are harmful when there's destabilization and violence, right? That's harmful. I keep saying again, I was going to say literal violence, man, but I can't, because then you might think figurative violence. Let's say actual. Let's do that one. Destabilization and actual violence. Coups often lead to violence, purges, and civil wars. An example is Libya in 2011, the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi led to ongoing civil war and lawlessness. Of course, coups are bad with dictatorships and human rights abuses. We talk about Myanmar, Myanmar in 2021. The military arrested elected leader Aung San Suu Kyi and crushed protests, killing thousands. The loss of democracy is also a reason we stay away from bad coups. Even elected leaders with flaws should be removed through elections, not force. We talk about Chile all the way back in 1973. That led to 17 years of a dictatorship. Of course, foreign interference and exploitation. Foreign interference with coups. Looking at you, CIA. Oh, hey, it's my example. Iran, 1953. The CIA helped overthrow Prime Minister Mossadegh to protect Western oil interests, leading to decades of repression under the Shah. You want to know why we're fighting Iran right now? CIA. It's a lot of times what we end up with. But when can the coup be justified? Sonar, you said there were good coups. Well, sometimes. Chicken coups are something that I like. I wish I had one right now. Cost of eggs would be throwing feed at birds. Removing dictators and corrupt leaders. If elections are rigged or leaders refuse to leave, a coup can restore democracy. Looking at you, third-term candidate. Portugal, 1974. The Carnation Revolution was a bloodless military coup that ended decades of dictatorship and restored democracy. You also want to have a coup to stop genocide and human rights violation, the exact opposite of number 2 of bad things of installing dictatorship and human rights abuses. You want a coup to stop genocide and human rights. And we talked about it at the beginning of the hour. Nazi Germany's failed coup in 1944. German officers attempted to overthrow Hitler to stop World War II, but failed. They put a bomb in his office, lit it up, didn't work. Millions of people died. Short of it, the other side of the coup is when the coup has broad civilian support and leads to fairness of elections. It's not necessarily okay to have a coup just having broad support. You have to have the fair election part of it. Libya had the downfall of Gaddafi. Myanmar had the military crushes of democracy. But Portugal had the revolution. Germany to stop Hitler. Stauffenberg and over 5,000 conspirators were executed. If successful, that Operation Valkyrie would have ended World War II sooner and saved millions of lives. Even today, the people that had this failed coup are honored as heroes who resisted Nazi tyranny. Sudan, the people-powered coup against dictatorship. Omar al-Bashir ruled Sudan for 30 years. Accused of genocide in Darfur. In April of 2019, after months of protests, the military removed Bashir and promised democratic transition. The civilian leaders and military formed a joint government. Sudan began to transition to democracy, but, oh man, 2021, military staged another coup, halting that process to democracy. As we wrap up here, let's talk a little bit about our final thoughts with this. Coups are not inherently good or bad. Now, they may be bad in the sense of, oh my gosh, these things are happening so fast. What do we do? How do I affect my life, et cetera, but no different than trade wars happening every 30 days. That's also disruptive. If I wanted to invest in the Canadian pipeline right now for oil, I wouldn't know if I'm going to have a 25% tax or not on everything. The tariff, by the way, let's use the proper term since it's Word Wednesday. Bad coups replace democracy with tyranny. Good coups restore freedom or stop atrocities. Are we in a good coup? A bad coup? Are we even in a coup? Well, this is where that hostile takeover comes over, and we may get into it on the next hour because we've got that other favorite word that we've got over here. The, what is it? The AUTOGOLPE. That is autogolpe, which is a self-inflicted coup and usually is a slow burn. We'll get into some of those red flags of the slow burn, but in the next hour, we will be opening those phone lines. So if you want to jump into it, that is 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410 is the place to go to get in line there. We'll check out the text line as well. I've got it sitting over here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being a part of the show, especially those of you on YouTube. If you've already made it home or you're still sitting at the office waiting for traffic to die down, hop in on YouTube. You'll be able to watch us over there, maybe jump into the conversation. 847-931-1410 is the place to call a political talk show. We'll be right back.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 5 o'clock.
This is WRMN News.
I'm Marky B reporting. A woman who killed a West Chicago man who was stabbed, strangled, beaten, set on fire, and run over has been sentenced to 40 years in prison. Tia Brewer, age 22, of Wheaton, formerly having lived in the Elgin area, was sentenced to 34 years for first-degree murder and 6 years for aggravated kidnapping. Prosecutors had asked for a sentence of natural life in prison. Authorities alleged about 11:30 a.m., August the 14th of 2018, West Chicago firefighters saw a smoldering object in a fire pit in the 1300 block of Joliet Street and found Luis Guerrero's body covered by a wooden picnic table. Police investigators determined that Brewer, along with Jesus Gerardo Correa, 25 years old now, now. Saul Ruiz, 24, and Francisco Alvarado, 25, planned the murder for about a month. Authorities said Alvarado and Brewer were linked romantically, and that Brewer told police she attacked Guerrero because he had sexually assaulted her. But police say no assault had ever been reported. Correa and Ruiz, both of West Chicago, pled guilty to conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Correa sentenced to 15 years in prison, Ruiz to 10 years. Alvarado pled guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for cooperating with prosecutors. He is to be sentenced on February the 26th. Well, it's tough to bounce back from that story, but with the Super Bowl Sunday game on the way, be sure to be part of the Pick 6 this week for a chance to win a gift card to Rookie's All-American Sports Pub and Grill. Just go to WRMN1410.com, click on the Pick 6 tab on the top of the page, and follow the prompts, and good luck. And join me tomorrow morning as Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire joins me in the 8 o'clock hour. The first shift takes place from 6 until 10, right here on the Talk of the Town.
Produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
I am Tricia Grosser, and this is what was happening in Elgin 100 years ago, February 5th. Edna Wallace Hopper, known as the Eternal Flapper, was an actress on stage and in silent films. She is advertising for her product. I have bobbed hair, and I believe in it. Millions of women who see it on stage and in society envy its marvelous beauty. But there is only one way I know to get that glint, that luster. It is due to a marvelous shampoo. I cannot tell you why. The great factors in this shampoo are concealed from me. The makers claim them as discoveries which they desire to control. But now I've induced them to make for you the very shampoo they make for me. It is called Edna Wallace Hopper's Fruity Shampoo. You can obtain it now for 60 cents at any drug or toilet counter. I know it to be, after worldwide search, the greatest shampoo in the world. I guarantee it. Compare it with any shampoo you know, and your dealer will return your money if you are not delighted beyond measure. Won't you do this for your own sake and in respect for me? Go learn what it means to you. Mail the coupon for a free sample bottle and my beauty book. My address is 536 Lakeshore Drive, Chicago. Thank you.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.org.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Freezing rain and freezing drizzle expected until 6 a.m. Thursday in the listening area. This afternoon, cloudy with a high near 32, falling to around 30 with gusty winds. Tonight, freezing drizzle before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 28, rising to around 31 overnight. Currently, it is 29 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV. Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the...
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections? Gorgeous. Are you going to open your gift? Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit JTV.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Around the world, this is a political talk show, hour number 2. This is Word Wednesday, and of course some more French words came about, and that would be coup, and that would be coup d'etat in the full form. It popped up in the news, not by me, so I plucked that word out of the news and said, hey, let's talk about it. Who dropped that? Well, of course, it was Jamie Raskins outside of the Treasury. He said this is a coup, and a few other Congress people said it was the beginning of a dictatorship and all of these other things that are out there. Is that the path that we're walking down right now? Sure. But it is not necessarily our destination. There are some times to give people the benefit of the doubt that they look like, my goodness, somebody's taking over. How many times did we see Mr. Biden turn around and say, no, here's my executive order now. If you're not going to get anything done, here's my executive order. Or how many times did the Bidens put any of their people in, I guess? Oh, no, I don't think that ever happened. How many offices did Hunter Biden hold there, Ben? Any of those offices there?
That would be
or
zero.
James Biden? Zero? Oh, James Biden as well? I mean, I think he was secretary of something, right? Or no, I'm sorry. Hunter Biden was the the chairman of the DNC. That's right. No, he wasn't. Wait a minute. Okay. That meritocracy striking again. See, that's the word I'm going to change. If that's what we're going to say is now meritocracy. Meritocracy means that I'll just put my literal relations in. Just like literal means figurative now, we'll make meritocracy mean nepotism. That sounds about right. Let's do that. Anyway, we talked a little bit about the coup d'etat, and all of the different things that could happen around a coup. We took some historical references. If you did miss the first hour, I'm sorry that you missed it live, but don't worry. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube right now, and it's even on YouTube, like rewinded back over there. So those of you like the Dutchman or Mark or JP or any of the other people that are on the YouTube side, if you want to take some notes and go backwards to what we talked about, and say, oh, let me fact check you. Was it really 2012 that this happened in Egypt? Yeah, by all means, do not take everything that I say as the absolute God's honest truth. I tried my best to give you that. But anybody who tells you that they're not lying, you should absolutely treat them as a liar. So, yeah, watch this show, listen to this show with absolute healthy skepticism. Because it's going to make, when you discover that I'm telling the truth, that much more impactful. Like we talked about before on this show, I don't need to call anybody an idiot. I don't need to necessarily look at your ideas and say, man, those are dumb, idiot. I don't need to do that. I'll take your ideas, and we'll walk you through the facts. We'll walk you through the different things that happen around the facts, the historical references of those facts. And then it will just prove that you're an idiot. I don't need to say it. As soon as I call you something mean, you close up. You won't have a conversation. You won't learn. My goal isn't to make you feel bad. My goal is for you not to be an idiot anymore. So there are things that I don't know. And I hope that people would not just call me an idiot, but walk me to the solution. We don't need to punch each other down or say, well, you're just uninformed and you don't know anything, or you're it's just, you immediately start to shut down a person. But talking about things, and one of the things that I do want to talk about is the new Gallup poll. Benjamin, did you hear this new Gallup poll? Benjamin Boquist is the executive producer extraordinaire of a political talk show.
Lay it on me.
New Gallup poll, 1,000 people. Of the 1,000 people that were interviewed over the last 2 weeks, they all think that the government is going to be better, or the economy is going to be better. So let's go to our first call lines, because, of course, we opened up the phone lines here on this side of it. And let's go to our first caller. Hey, caller, what would you like to talk about?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Or should I say good day to you?
Good day. How you doing?
How are you today, madam?
I'm good. I suppose you know I'm in hospital. Did you hear me, myself and Daniel, my roommate here, talking to Marky B last night?
Oh, that's awesome. What did you talk with Marky B about?
Oh, he just said hello, and Daniel, he just introduced himself, and he talked for about a minute or two, and yeah, so...
Well, since you're my only friend from Australia that calls me anymore, I got ghosted by a few people a little bit ago from down under. But since you're my only friend that actually calls me from down under anymore, let me ask you a question. Donald Trump has talked a little bit about maybe sending some of our criminals out of country. As a person from Australia, how do you feel about other countries sending their prisoners out of their own country? Or should it be handled within their own confines?
Well, that means they'll be going to the jail here.
What's that?
Does that mean? Yeah, does that mean that they'll be going into the jails over here?
Well, I don't think he's going to send anybody your direction. But just as a concept, do you think that countries should keep their I guess their criminals and rehabilitate them there in the country, or do you think that we should have another place to put criminals? I mean, it was. For me, I think it was a little inhumane, and I think it's still inhumane now. But it is something that my president is bringing up right now, so it makes me concerned.
I don't know. I never even heard that one. But I suppose they should stay in the jails there. So if the prisoners over there, they should stay in the jails over there.
No, well, thanks for calling. I really appreciate you you giving us your insight with it as well. Take care, and thanks for spreading the word there in that other quadrosphere of the world. I really appreciate you coming in.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay, we'll talk to you later. We got another caller sitting in line over here. Hey, caller, what would you like to talk about?
Oh, lots of things. First of all, my wife calls me idiot every day. We're still together. So,
Is it because she doesn't have the time to show you how you're an idiot? Is that what?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Plus, she also makes the same sound as Elliot does in the microphone, like, whenever I talk to her, you know. Exactly. So it's like, hey, honey. Oh, God.
You can feel the eye rolls from across the.
Yeah, I do.
I get it. The boss lady doesn't put up with my BS either.
One touch note. You know, last Friday when I was on, we talked about the toilet paper thing. I still have problems now because of the spider thing you guys put in my head. I mean, I beat the toilet. I beat the toilet paper roll before I use it now. The wife's like, "Why is it egg shaped now?" You know, so
exactly. You know. Just to make sure. My thing is just like keep it on the top. Like it doesn't have to hang over. Like you could just leave it sitting on the top. It doesn't have to dangle.
Yeah, okay. You guys put the spider into my head, okay? So now I have problems. Stop. It's not funny. I'm sensitive, okay?
If you want to listen to that fantastic interview and that fantastic debate, that's still sitting on YouTube right now. And then we've also got it on the podcast. That happened in the beginning of the second hour where we were just kind of doing some debating nonsense. But it was fun. It was good way to kind of like sharpen our claws, right? Iron sharpens iron. What would you like to talk about today, Mr. Tease?
Okay, something dictatorship today. I get it. But what if something you talked about the last couple of days? Elon Musk. You know, Elon Musk with Doge. And what are your opinions of what we just found out about USAID?
I think USAID is absolutely flawed. I'll agree with them on that side of it because there's nothing in the government right now that isn't flawed. Mm-hmm. And I'll agree with them on that one. My issue is that there are ways to fix the flaws within our government, and they may be slow and they may need some cooperation, but there are mechanisms right now to fix the issues that people have with our government. My problem is there are 583 people that won't do anything, so 2 have to. And that is where I have some problems. First off is USAID. A lot of the gripe that people have with USAID are unelected bureaucrats who run USAID and are able to arbitrarily decide what is funded and what isn't, right? That's a pretty big statement that what they've been saying. Is that correct, Mr. Tease?
Yes, it is what they go to. But have you seen where the money was going to and what it was used for? I was just flabbergasted with what I saw.
There is quite a few things. But I don't think we should fund operas in any country, regardless of what the opera is about. That's my issue with a lot of foreign stuff. Now, here's my other issue with it too, Mr. Tease. All of those things, maybe at the most, are measured in, I don't know, tens of millions of dollars. Each one of those projects might be that side of it. Do you know how much money the Pentagon can't find? So now, who's going to tell me that $1 trillion didn't go to drag queen operas from the Pentagon? Why aren't we shutting the Pentagon down right now?
Well, that's the next place I think they're going to walk into because they
are they just going to shut it down?
$100 billion. No, well, we can't shut it down, but we can stop where the money's going. You got to remember.
So then, why can we shut down USAID?
Well, the Pentagon. We need the Pentagon. Do we need USAID?
Congress says so.
The way they're spending the money, I don't think we need that program. You know.
Sure, but what's more? A $10 million thing to go out there or $1 trillion that we can't account for?
$1 trillion we can't account for, but you got to remember.
So which one, if you were going to fix the government and you say this is going to be my priority, would you go after $10 million or would you go after $1 trillion if you said you were going to fix the government?
I would go after $1 trillion first of all, okay? And that's one thing we got to hear me out. I mean, you can't shut the Pentagon down, but we can ask for this as long as I've been alive, and I'm older than you, you guys point that out on the show.
I don't mean to.
Well, I mean, I've never in my lifetime seen something like this, where we're actually seeing where the money's going with the waste, because this is we all growing up and being voters and being people, voices of government, we all know that money is being spent foolishly, but you and me can't walk up there, hey, can we see your books? No. This is why this team was created. Now, we are not going to shut the Pentagon down, but what we're going to do is, I'm sure once we find out, we're going to find out so much stuff, guys, is the fact is that the money is being spent foolishly, and that's where it's got to stop. If USAID, let's say they control it, we're opening you back up, but you're not going to give money to have transgender comic books in Colombia, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's use the money where it's supposed to be used by helping and aiding countries that are ravaged by storms, or where they don't have food, that stuff. But you don't use the money the way they're being spent to,
Absolutely. No, I agree with you. I don't believe that we should be sending these programs that are out there. But the way that you get something done is just as important as what you want done. And if you sit here with just a hatchet from another unelected bureaucrat, everybody just seems to like this one because this unelected bureaucrat gets more money than anybody else from the government. So this guy must know what government funding and grants and everything else must be about, because he's the guy who gets the most, right? Is that why we're putting this guy in charge?
We're putting this guy in charge because he's smart. When he took over Twitter, he laid off
smart guys.
80% of his employees at Twitter, because of the fact is he didn't need that staff because they were doing nothing but fact checking and propaganda, and
they lost over 72% of their revenue in less than 2 years.
Yes, and that's going to happen, and
they are also in incredible debt. So
Donald Trump and Elon Musk do not have to do this job. I mean, they're Elon Musk is a billionaire. He's the richest man in the world. I mean, why is he doing this? It isn't for his benefit, because he's got way too much money. He's got more money than every country put together, okay?
You don't think it's for his benefit in any kind of way? The largest government contractor that we have here in the United States you're saying that he's not doing this to his own benefit?
No, I actually, after what I just saw, what he did with USAID, I'm sorry. I mean, we're going to be able to pass a budget here soon if we keep finding stupid spending that we're seeing right now. We're going to be able, for the first time in a long time, actually be able to pass a budget. I texted you over a little bit ago. It's live, and it doesn't stop. It's by the second. It's called the National Debt Clock, okay, in real time. And on this debt clock is something new that's been added. It's called the Doge Clock, and how much money Doge is saving our country. So it's something.
Where do they get that number from?
Actually, it's live right now.
No. Where do they get that Doge number from to tick it off? Where does that number come from?
That I cannot tell you, but it is
just this website.
It's a website. It's called the U.S. National Debt Clock. I texted you. It's in real time. It shows, our debt is going. Our debt is going up. Okay,
sure.
But they're seeing everything from the Internal Revenue Service, everything. You should look at it and you'll be impressed. But I've never seen.
Oh yeah, it's huge. I've seen it.
Yeah.
I just don't know where the Doge numbers come from. That's my question. Yeah. Is what money are we saving right now from Doge? I don't know how are they saving us money. Is my issue.
$61 billion. It says $61 billion, and it keeps climbing. But how do we know?
Where did that $61 billion come from? Is my question. Is what $61 billion were saved? I can put a clock together that says the dollars that I'd like to make, and just put a clock together. But if I don't have the numbers that go behind it, but I'll look into it for you. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's not a legitimate number. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just asking where that particular number comes from.
Yeah, I just look at this debt clock.
Yeah, the other thing is Elon Musk has actually become richer since being president, or I'm sorry, since working with the president, and the president has become richer since being president as well. You're absolutely right. They don't need to be here, but they would like to be. I'm pretty sure $26 billion would definitely make me do something that I didn't have to do, regardless of how many billions of dollars I have before that.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? Why?
Sure.
This is two things that we're going to lead to. Is a story I heard today that just recently came out, and you can look it up on X. But the whole thing, why all of a sudden is the Democratic Party all of a sudden losing their mind over USAIDs? Everything that came out about it, they're just going crazy. And today, they just recently called out one of them, a far left Democrat, is actually literally, which I think is really bad, is calling out to go after everybody that works for Doge. It's like he's putting a bounty on their head. Like, you should go after all these people.
It's terrible.
Like
no, it's absolutely terrible, Mr. Tease.
He said hunt them down. He said his words were hunt them down.
Yeah, no, the fight in the streets is what I've heard. Absolutely, buddy. Yeah, you're 100% right, because a lot of them want these ridiculous programs. I am in the same boat as you are. I don't want these ridiculous programs, but I would like it to be done the way that it is legally done and not just somebody arbitrarily coming in. If the biggest issue that everybody has are non-elected bureaucrats, then why are we okay with this one? I can find smarter people. Trust me. I can go out there. We can go to Mensa. We'll call them up and say, hey, Mensa, who's the smartest 6-year-old you got? Because there's smart 6-year-olds out there that have a higher IQ than this fella. Are we going to put them in charge of it? If it's smart people that we need, I'll tell you a couple smart people that we can put in that don't get billions of dollars from the government.
And on top of that, too, with the hundreds of billions of dollars that USAID is wasted, that money, maybe a non-elected official will turn around and say, okay, we saved this much money, taxpayers' money, went to other countries for stupid stuff.
Sure.
We should be taking that money that we are now saving and focus in and turn it into our homeless veterans, to help out jobs for people, to educate people to get good jobs, to find housing for people who can't, to help out homeless shelters. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that those hundreds of billions of dollars should have been focused in on this country. So if it was an unelected person like Elon Musk says, now we saved, let's say, exaggerated up. Let's say I saved you guys $1 trillion on stupid spending in 1 month. That money can now be focused on programs that should be working in our country.
Can now be focused. Will it be focused? No, not with the priorities that we have in the current government.
Yeah, giving gift bags to illegals when you're being deported is not something we should be doing, right? I mean, seriously. Yeah.
And that's my issue, too. You want to save a couple $1 billion? Stop sending it to Israel.
Yeah.
I can save you a couple $1 billion right now. Stop bombing brown kids. That'll save us a couple $1 trillion.
And here's another thing, too. Look at Trump. He's not going to make Gaza America, okay? That's not going to happen.
He just wants to take it over for real estate.
And I was hoping Israel says, let's help rebuild Gaza, let's get them housing, let's get them jobs. And that's what Trump wants. That's what he wants. I mean, I hope that's how everybody takes it that way. But in the long run, I mean, guys, Trump is actually starting to get really more compassionate about this. And he told Ukraine, you're going to pay us back for everything we gave you and your resources.
We'll see.
That's good stuff.
Sounds good, Tease. We got to head out. Apolitical Talk Show will be right back after this. Call in 847-931-1410.
I'm Trey Westerberg, WRMN News. One woman was hospitalized after a car rolled over and crashed Monday evening in Aurora. Aurora police and firefighters responded around 6:15 p.m. to the single-car crash near Lake and Plum Streets. The car, which had been headed north on Lake Street, lost control, overturned, and struck a utility pole. Emergency responders extricated a female passenger who was trapped briefly before taking her to a local hospital. She sustained serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The male driver was uninjured. This week, a Wheaton woman was sentenced to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the 2018 slaying of 18-year-old Luis Guerrero of West Chicago. 22-year-old Tia Brewer was one of 4 people charged with murder in which Guerrero was beaten, strangled, stabbed, kidnapped, and burned. Also charged in the murder are 24-year-old Sal Ruiz, 25-year-old Jesus Arado Correa, and 25-year-old Francisco Alvarado, all of West Chicago. The Elgin Area Chamber of Commerce will hold its annual meeting reception on Thursday, February 13th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Ballroom at the Grand Victoria Casino at 250 South Grove Avenue in Elgin. The event will honor outstanding member businesses and volunteers, recognize Elgin Area Chamber retiring board members, commemorate the Chamber's successful achievements of the past year, and outline this year's programs and events. Cost for the event is $30 per person, which includes hors d'oeuvres and a beverage ticket. Registration can be made at elginchamber.com. Batavia will get its first recreational cannabis dispensary later this year after the majority of the city council voted in its favor. Rubino Ventures will now be able to move forward with updating the storefront at 144 South Randall Street, the site of the former Arby's, to transform into Dutch's Cannabis. The fast food restaurant closed in 2022 and has remained vacant since. Construction on the dispensary is slated to begin this month, and the business would open by June 4th. I'm Trey Westerberg on 1410 WRMN Elgin, proudly serving the Fox River Valley.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then you're going to love this. Macy's is having a huge designer clearance event right now with incredible new designer markdowns on cold weather styles from BCBG, Hugo Boss, Michael Kors, and more. How big are the markdowns? How about Coach boots for $200 or less? So if you're looking for the things you love all in one place, come in and shop the designer clearance event at Macy's today. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. A freezing rain and freezing drizzle advisory is in effect until 6 a.m. Thursday for the listening area. Tonight, freezing drizzle before 3 a.m., cloudy with a low around 28. Looking ahead to Thursday, mostly sunny with a high near 39. Currently, it is 29 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
everybody, and welcome back to a political talk show here on WRMN. Hey, I really appreciate you guys on the YouTube side, on the chat, especially you, Ken. Thanks for watching my heart pressure and blood pressure and all of those other things that are going on with it. Excuse me. Because I didn't drink as much coffee as I did the other day. I was too just livid as it moved through the world, and the blood was a pumping. But don't worry about it. I've got my handy dandy smartwatch on, and it yells at me anytime my heart rate goes above 100. I actually sit at a resting of about 60, which is why I am one of the only people with the superpower of being able to pull a full minute out of my bum out of nowhere. I try to stay close to that because it's just it's more of a dismay than it is an anger. I want to have some pride in my country. I did not like the fact that when I went out as a military member out into the world, it was actually better for me to say that I was Canadian than it was for me to admit that I was from the U.S. And that really hit pretty hard when I was traveling around the world. And so I like to have that pride in America. I love to have that pride in American exceptionalism. And the reason that we have that American exceptionalism is because of the freedom and the system that we live in now. And if that system is perverted, I don't know what to say. Ken, I took an oath. I took an oath to protect the Constitution. When I got out of the military, they didn't say, "Hey, that oath that you took, you don't have to do it anymore." There's no time limit on it. Actually, it doesn't even say to death, to whatever. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm probably going to be supporting the Constitution as a ghost. States' rights. Yeah, it'll be a little weird. Let's go back to the phone lines. I heard that I've got a certain Dutchman there on the lines. Hey, buddy, thanks for being here.
No, I'm just kidding.
That's from the first hour, right? I put you to sleep with the history lesson.
No. Is Ben awake in there too? Is he fallen asleep yet?
I'm kicking.
He's still there. He's got a few more sheep to get through.
Oh my gosh. Well, you pulled, the way you were talking, I thought you were going to blow a gasket between you and the gentleman before me. You guys went through a whole bunch
Mr.
of stuff real
Tease. I
quick.
love talking with Mr. Tease, buddy.
Well, okay, so I don't want to say you guys are wrong or right, okay, but here's the point. I'm an advocate of non-political people. Mm-hmm. Okay, so, and the reason I say that, why do we have so many problems in the world right now? Why do we have, I'm not just talking about America. I'm talking about all the countries that are civilized in the world. Who runs them?
Greedy people. Greedy people in general.
Well, that's true, but I'd say most of them are politics. They all, go behind closed doors and make deals. Now, excuse me, I'm a big advocate of wheeling and dealing between the Democrats and the Republicans, but I'm also a centralist and a common sense guy. Mm-hmm. It is never going to happen. We vote the same boobs in and the same boobs out every single time. And we don't
Not this
learn.
fella.
We don't learn.
Hey, don't put me in that bag. I haven't been voting since the 60s like some of the rest of you. No. You don't put me in that bag.
I voted for everybody that was down the middle. I didn't get much of a choice. I had one guy in the ticket in the ballot. Outside of there was two people. There was Harris, Trump, and then I think RFK or somebody or whatever it was. I voted for. I just went and voted for the guy in the middle. I don't care about the two-party system anymore because it's screwed up the joint for the last 30 years. People don't want to go down the third-party ass. You talk to them. and they'll give you 15 ways from Sunday why they don't want to go. But they'll complain about one side or the other. And the thing goes around in circles every year. Okay, so I'm watching a movie. I'm sitting here watching on a YouTube channel, Mars Attacks. You ever see that movie? It's an old movie from like the 90s. Okay. Yeah. So
buddy. All
there's
day.
the part where the black actor, I can't remember his name, he's out there standing with the Martian, and he takes his hand and he takes his finger and he comes down a little bit, and then the Martian sees a bird fly off and he fires at the bird, right? So then the next thing you know is that you got Jack Nicholson, who's the president, who's, we're going to take control of everything. Everything gets turned around. That's Trump telling everybody right now. It's Trump. I started laughing because all my friends, I said, that was a perfect cartoon for that, or a movie for that. People have to remember, and this is why I could never understand why Trump got elected in the first place. I would have rather had Harris there. I mean, even though I despise her, I still would have.
I think you and me voted along the same lines, buddy. We just picked different people.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I don't agree with, and a lot of people might agree with this, I don't agree with the fact that we're sending other people other places. The one thing, Sonar, that you got to understand, 30 years they haven't fixed the problem with the immigration system. What's the one thing they've never come up and said they were going to do yet? It's the one thing nobody talks about.
What's that?
Okay, so 10,000 people are only allowed. You can only get 10,000. I think it was 10,000 people can come in and apply for registration and get a green card to be part of the United States. 10,000, right? Why not fix that problem? If you want to, to me, it's any. Well, I know
they can't. I'll rephrase that. They won't.
It's not that they can't. They don't want to.
Because what are you going to run on,
spend
Dutch?
the money.
What are you going to run on if you fix the problem? This is the issue that I have with the whole naysaying government type of stuff. Government can't fix anything. Vote for me and I'll show you that they can't fix anything. That's the thing I always have trouble with people like that.
I know.
They turn around and keep the problem. Exactly. Well, and even then, you go all the way back to Clinton. If they would have codified Roe in the 90s, then they wouldn't have been able to run on it with Hillary. That's the issue I've got with all of this, is why you don't codify anything. You just let the executive branch do whatever the heck they want to, including the Department of Education. The Department of Education is only soft solidified. You've had, 40, almost 50 years of the Department of Education being around, and you're not going to directly take over or codify any of the things that you have. And so I get it. I understand why our stuff is so fragile, is because they don't want to fix anything, Dutch. Because if they fix it, then they don't have the same talking points that they've been able to saber rattle for the last 30 years.
I know. But here's the thing. The one thing that you guys were talking about, Elon Musk. Okay, so I like Elon Musk. I'm a big admirer. Am I going to say what he's doing is right or wrong? I'm not. All I'm going to say is that he's taken away a lot of the responsibilities from NASA, which can't. I know enough people that work in that industry. I could tell you NASA's all screwed up. And it's because the people that were any good have retired and left or died off, all right? The people that they got in there, and this is my thing, boots on the ground. Two things that bugged the crap out of me. Okay, so I was talking to a fire chief, and at one time she was down in Washington. The biggest problem people have in Washington is none of those guys have ever worn the boots, and the men and the women that have done the job in the first place. Education, you brought that up. Why isn't there a teacher or an administrator of some school district around the country running it instead of somebody that came out of a college education from like Harvard or wherever that doesn't have any experience in it. They should be running it. No? Doesn't that make sense?
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be. Now, I wouldn't put a wrestle billionaire in charge of the Department of Education. I probably wouldn't nominate somebody like that. I would probably find a school teacher or somebody, because
well, that's what I'm saying.
This is where I'm probably gonna blow your mind, buddy. Is if I don't like something, I'm gonna put an incompetent person on it. If I don't like a thing, like let's say I don't like the Department of Education, I'm going to find the biggest dummy I can possibly find and put them in charge of it, because they'll ruin it, right? You pick a dummy, they'll ruin it. See, the Department of Education just can't be run. Nobody seems to be. Look who I put in charge over here. They couldn't do the thing. Why don't we just get rid of it? And why don't you just give me all of the power? And that was what was asked today about Title IX and some of the provisions that President Trump removed. But Title IX is enforced by the Department of Education. So the thing that they just passed to say that there's two genders and we need to make sure that all of the money goes over there. Title I is the money to give to poor schools. Title IX is the athletics type of side to everything. So they were asked, if Department of Education goes away, what happens to Title I or Title IX? And they said, well, we'll figure it out. So that enforcement, that power that's already there, that money that's already there, is just going to get funneled back into the executive branch. And of course, you cannot get rid of a department or create a department without Congress.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to change. To be honest with you, I don't think it's going to. But the biggest thing is, you guys are talking about the biggest employer as far as military, or it's not Elon Musk. I know this for a fact because I know enough people that work there. You know who it is?
Oh, George Soros.
Two employers. Lockheed Martin and Boeing.
Okay, I'll give you those two.
Okay, let's
talk about single individuals. Let's talk about single individuals that get the monies. But how many? If I had to pinpoint it to one single person, is there one single person at Boeing or one single person at Lockheed Martin, or is it mostly Elon Musk and Starlink and all of the other places?
No, it's just they go by contracts and they can't do that. And there are people, and it might be some people kind of aim towards Soros, having a lot to do with pushing certain things a certain way. There's a lot of top secret black ops stuff with the military. Not even the president knows. That's the thing. There's a lot of things the public is not supposed to be aware of. And that's just the way it is. Top secret stuff.
What if we found out that the Pentagon was putting on drag operas? Because they could be doing anything with that trillions of dollars. I don't know what they could be doing. They could be doing something worse. They could be doing transgender surgeries on guinea pigs.
Yep.
They could be doing anything.
Here's the thing. No,
that's $1 trillion.
Anybody
disappeared.
If you look at the Ukraine Russia war, there's this whole theory that we were in there with something with biochemical warfare stuff, and because we're back in Ukraine, it has to do with what we were doing there in the labs. There's all this conspiracy theories through the floor.
Well, let me ask you a question on the lines. Let me ask you a question on the lines of the conspiracy theories before I let you go here. Do you think that Elon Musk has a right to your private information, or should he buy it on the dark web like everybody else?
Well, he probably already has it, so forget that. But
he's got it by jumping right into our treasury. Him and a whole bunch of 20-somethings that are interns now have your Social Security number, bank account, know exactly what your Social Security check is. They know how much you're getting back from your refund. They know your birthday. They know your address. They know every single thing about you to steal your identity.
Here's what one of my friends will tell you. He doesn't believe in that. He doesn't have anything, doesn't have a computer, nothing. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
If everybody's afraid of what may or may not happen, don't get on the internet, don't have a computer.
Sure, but your friend who never got on, well, your friend that never got onto the internet, Elon Musk now has all of his information because he's attached to the Treasury.
I don't know if he does or not.
Because he's a United States citizen. I'm sorry?
Well, I personally believe, because I've been hacked a lot of times on my Dutchman's Woodchuck page. I know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of Nigerian stuff and a lot of Chinese stuff going on. And that's part of the reason why I disagree with some of the stuff that, like the TikTok stuff. It's dangerous. The stuff I've seen on TikTok is totally dangerous, and they don't put disclaimers off. When we were kids growing up and we did something or we saw it on TV, they used to put disclaimers up. Don't do this at home. No, trust me, it's bad. But then, okay, so if you're in that realm of, I'm going to do it anyway, it's kind of like, then you're asking for it. It's your trouble.
Well, I'm talking about. Let me stay on subject just a little bit, Dutch.
My butt.
Yeah, let me stay on subject just a little bit about your personal identity. Everything that makes you on paper, Elon Musk and about 5 to 6 interns that are all in their early 20s. One, by the way, goes by the handle Big Balls. All have your information. It's funny, right? It's
they
laughable.
already know it. They already know it. Half the world already knows it.
Okay, so that's what I mean. Should he go out there and buy it on the dark web, or should our Secretary of Treasury invite him over and give him a thumbstick and say, here you go, here it is. Would you like us to print it out for you?
It's a big world. Is he going to go after me? No. He might go after somebody that's I don't know.
Oh, yeah, screw that somebody. Screw that somebody. If you're okay, Dutch, screw that other nameless person. We don't care about that nameless person.
I don't have anything to offer. See, here's the thing. That's the thing. That's the big deal. You and I and Ben and Marky B and everybody on the radio station that listens and it calls in.
We don't have anything?
We don't have anything to offer. It's like, okay, what are you going to give me? It's like I told you in the beginning when you started this whole thing in the first place years ago, or 6 months ago, whenever, is if you give a politician $10, he'll kiss your baby and thank you for voting for him or something. Mm-hmm. If you give him $10,000, he's going to be your best friend. That's the only way it's going to happen.
What if you give him $250 million? Do you get an office in the White House?
I'm gonna hog it all. I want to go buy an island somewhere and be like, what was it, Richard Branson? See you guys.
That's what I mean. If I give them $10,000 and they're my best friend, what if I give them $250,000 or $250 million to win an election? What do I get for that? Do I get access to the Treasury and everybody's Social Security number on the planet, or everybody's Social Security number within our nation?
I want a private island somewhere in a private jet, and that nice thing, going fishing somewhere. Get me away from society. I don't care. Or maybe a hut in the backwoods somewhere like Oregon or Washington or something. Yeah.
Before I let you go, brother man, tell me a little bit about your channel and what you're working on right now.
Well, I'm not working much except for collecting tree information and tree species, the forestry gig. And I do a lot of doing volunteer stuff with turning bowls. The 2 clubs I'm in are great. We do a lot of stuff for charities and organizations. So I like to turn bowls and I donate them. But my biggest thing is teaching the young people and yourself and anybody on WRMN how to turn bowls and get them started in woodworking, because I do all kinds of stuff. I make furniture too. I love teaching people and showing this, and I'm doing it for nothing. I don't charge anything, and I just love getting out in the world and teaching people. I also teach about trees and environment. The big thing for me is the environment and how you can recycle stuff and use it for how you take trash and turn it into treasure. So
hey, the first day it's over 60 in the night. I think you and I need to go camping, buddy, so that you can help me identify some of these trees that I keep staring at. I know there's the forest, but I can't see the forest for the trees.
No, I'm a tree hugger. The next time you get off there, find a tree downtown Elgin and kiss it. No, I'm just kidding.
There it is. A tree kisser, not a tree hugger. Hey, that's the Dutchman's Wood Shack over there. Find him on YouTube right there, the Dutchman's Wood Shack.
Just remember, my friend.
Word. Go ahead.
Just remember, never give up on USA. Never give up. Okay?
Nope.
God bless the USA. No matter who's run it, the people run it. Not the politicians. The people run it. God bless you guys. See you later.
God bless you too, buddy. God bless America as well. We can have our republic for as long as we can keep it. That's what our good buddy, another Benjamin, not the one that we've got over at the studio, the other one from way back ago. He knew our other good buddy, Thomas Jefferson. So this is a lot of what a political talk show is about. We want to make sure that we get some information in that first hour. On Wednesdays, we do Word Wednesdays. On Thursdays, we break down legislation. And what we're going to probably do on Thursday, I can't see which legislation. What I might do is the Privacy Act of 1976. That seems to be what everybody's breaking on this. And I hate to have a literal Elon Musk week, but at the end of the day, who's president right now? Who's actually doing the things? We got one guy that gets us into trade wars that don't seem to go anywhere, and then we got another guy who's literally working behind the scenes, stealing our information. So we'll get into that legislation tomorrow. And then always what we try to do is the second hour, we open up the phone lines, all except for the Free Speech Fridays. What we might do is open up the phone lines for about a half hour on Friday. I've already got my panel set up. It is the usual suspects. That will be Cecilia Brooks, Elliot Serrano, and, of course, David Tees, who you heard on earlier. We've got the regular crew in for us. We'll get Ben Demonium Boquest to start fielding us some questions for the day, something like that. Thanks a lot for listening to today's show. We did talk a little bit about coup, which was the word of the day. Look into it. Look what's going on. See if there's any red flags. I'm not here to berate people. I am here to educate. Let's learn something together. I definitely learned something when you all call in. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for being a part of the show. And of course, God bless America and the people that we love. Thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow. First shift starts at 6.